Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from sunny Santa Monica. It's a good beach day today. Also, it's been a little bit shaky in Los Angeles. Yeah, I'm talking about those earthquakes that happened, but it's all about Apex Legends today. We're live from the FACEIT studio here in Santa Monica, and we're getting ready to watch some more Apex Legends unfold. I'm Axel Toss. I'm joined here by Nathanius. Been hanging out for a couple weeks here. Last week was very exciting as we're watching all these top teams take on Kings Canyon. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we're going into week 6, right? We've had a really great progression. We've been able to see so much development of not only the meta, but the game itself. Season 2, last week when we started, it was very fresh, right? People, if you had some experience, you had the day or two max, really. So I'm interested to see what kind of refinements, optimizations of strategy that we have, and how players are going to respond to some of the game changes that have also happened.
Yeah, Season 2 is so hype. You know, just the map changes alone, honestly, just all that different character. For us, it's a ton of fun because we get to see a bunch of different play unfold. And yesterday, last week was the start of those changes. Make sure you guys join the conversation, though. Give us your thoughts on the map changes, maybe all the alternator changes.
Tell us if you found a new place that you can hide caustic traps, because I'm on the lookout. All right, I'm trying to assemble the Nate Vengers where we can get our caustic, our Watson, and whoever else can help. Maybe a Wraith to portal trap people. You know, it's very important.
You know what? Maybe I'll help you out with that tonight or at some point in the future. The caustic straps. But yeah, make sure that's hashtag FACEITApex and at FACEITApex on Twitter. But let's go ahead and look at our format. Remember, $50,000 on the line for the entire series. That's spread out a little bit over the weeks. Here's how that works. It's basically 8 individual one-day tournaments. So week in, week out, we're going to have different teams play better and win all that money. It's $5,000 each week, but then at the end, $10,000 to the highest ranked team in total of all the weeks. Of course, you can see the points breakdown on the right-hand side. Match victory, second, third, and of course, points for kills as well. This brings us to the teams we have competing in our series, and there's like not a big org that's like not involved with this. We have all the major orgs involved. There you see 100 Thieves, you got Dignitas, Cloud9, TSM's in there, T1. Of course, they started their esports ambitions in Korea, and now they have a North American Apex team. Like, the StarCraft fan in me is like, what? From like 5 or so years ago. It's like crazy.
Yeah.
CLG, Complexity, just everyone you could ever imagine, they're involved with this. And I believe this brings us to where they're all, where's all this shaken out? It's the Fire Beavers. These guys from Europe, they qualified for this. And they're ahead of all of these superstar teams.
They've been very, very impressive. And I think one of the most interesting things that I've noticed the whole series, teams T1 and TSM kind of been trading that first and second spot around. They've really been going at it a lot. But T1, despite dominating for such a long time, they kind of had their first trip up as we started Season 2. Things were, I would say that the results were probably a little more all over the place. And I'm wondering if that's, is the new meta not playing into their skill set as much? Or is it just the adjustment phase, right? Is it just everyone's learning, everyone's figuring out how they want to handle these positions? Those are going to be the big things that I want to key on, the consistency. Also, shout out Team Liquid popped off last week as well. They really, really crushed it at the end.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch. Liquid, a huge week last week. They ended up coming up in first. I think they were around 6th or 7th also, and that moves them up to 4th. And Complexity, they're in 5th, and guess what? They're in the house. They're in the studio this week. As you can see, there they are right there. Each and every week, we have a different team that's here in the studio hanging out, talking to us, and also playing some Apex in studio. So it's going to be Complexity, a legendary organization. I'm a huge fan of Complexity personally from the StarCraft days. From the StarCraft days alone. Shout out to Jason Lake. I sent him a text earlier. I'm like, hey man, come to Santa Monica. He's like, nah, I'm in Dallas. And it's like, well, if you guys have not checked out what is going on in Dallas for honestly all esports, but Complexity, they just built a new basically like Esports arena. They have
there's been a lot of big moves happening.
It's like a training area for their players, so just a massive space over there. They've got deals with like the Dallas Cowboys, really getting into the traditional sports partnerships up in Dallas, which is really cool. So really cool to see Complexity involved here in Apex Legends, and we actually had the chance to talk to them a little bit about Apex Legends, so let's check it out.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Complexity, our featured team of the week. And guys, thank you so much for coming here today. We're definitely excited to see you guys, in action. I have a couple questions for you guys. Since we've been in this tourney for about 5-6 weeks, how do you guys feel about, all the changes that have been, going with the game? Is there anything that you like or dislike from the update? Is there anything that you wish would have stayed the same, from before the update?
I really like the update. The ranked mode really brought a lot of depth into the game and allowed people to continue to play it. But I wish that they would have kept the disruptor rounds and the hammer point rounds out of the competitive game modes, for sure.
Yeah, the disruptor rounds, actually, they have gotten a nerf. I believe they went from like 2.5 to like 1.7 or something about. Yeah, something like that. Do you guys think that it'll affect the gameplay? Like if you guys were, using that, when the first changes were out, do you guys feel that it's going to affect anything in terms of your loadouts?
When competitive play comes out, there's not going to be a team not running an alternator. It's too good of a gun, but as far as pubs go, you can get away without it, but it's still the best gun in the game right now, for sure. It's so good for cracking armors.
And for, same for you, Kyric, do you feel the same way? Do you feel like maybe you can still get away with using a wingman and using R99 instead of picking up the alternator or the P20?
I think you can. You just have to be pretty consistent if you are going to run that, but it's probably a good choice to go with the alternator disruptor rounds. So this is very strong. You have to.
Okay, and I agree with you guys 100% on that. So now that you guys are here and you guys have had a little bit of time to, kind of get used to the surroundings in the studio and stuff, do you guys feel that maybe being here with your team all together, do you guys feel that it'll help you guys within, the tourney today? Do you guys feel that maybe since you guys are all in the same room, if somebody's not doing good, you could just kick their chair a little bit, hey, step it up, or...
They're definitely going to have a second layer of me yelling at them today. If they don't hear it through the mic, they're going to hear it through their headset.
Being all together is definitely going to be different because we're used to just being at home playing there, but it's I think we'll do good.
Do something better, definitely better.
Personally, I think I might do worse because I'm used to my home setup a lot, and I play super close to my monitor, and I have special specifics that I use. But other than that, I think that the team communication will be better for sure, though.
Good. No, that's what we hope for. That's definitely what we want. And so, okay, we've had a couple of times where teams have had, I wouldn't say a very lucky chance to run into other teams that are, also competing. So this is a question for each one of you. If there is one team that you guys do not want to be queued up with.
Change the rules.
Oh, no teams? No more queues?
No.
Well, if there was, if there was still.
Sorry to ruin your question.
No, it's okay. This is good though. If there was though, what team would you guys not want to face with?
Probably TSM because they're just a really mechanically strong team and they've shown that they can win.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Gabe?
Probably just out of straight raw fighting that comes into the pugs, T1.
Yeah, I would say T1 or TSM. There's pretty much the only ones I could think of. Everybody else, not much.
Well, there you have it, guys. Well, hopefully you guys good luck on the tourney today, and we look forward to seeing you guys crush it out there. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine, for that interview. Awesome hearing from the Complexity boys there. And that's got to be a pretty good feeling. You're able to hang out with your teammates and play Apex right next to each other. There's an added layer of strategy there, maybe, too.
There's something to take away from that as well in regards to talking about playing on setups that are different than your own. Yeah. And I love when this discussion always comes up because there's so many different tournaments around the world in all of these games. And one of the things that people bring up is like, oh, well, they came out to the studio and maybe they didn't do as well as they were wanting to do. It's because of the computers. It's because of the setup. Like something's not right? Something's just too different. But it's a good practice for them to be put out of their comfort zone just a little bit because they had plenty of time to practice and warm up today. But when you're playing and you're competing in tournaments, especially in a new game like Apex, and as you know, offline tournaments will eventually happen, having a little bit of experience playing outside of that normal home feeling is, I think it's really valuable because it gives you a good perspective on what you need to be ready to account for in terms of things that you don't normally consider. My favorite one is always desk height. People are like, oh yeah, well, you know, maybe my keyboard, maybe like there'll be like space or the screen will be a little different size, but I've heard just stuff like that where they're like, well, you know, I actually can't even sit the way I normally do because the desk is an inch higher or lower than I'm used to. And
we don't know what's happening with FACEIT competitive in the future. All these pros, they have to imagine they're going to be traveling every week to a different major city, competing in a different environment. So it's like, yeah, this is something, it's a skill set.
You got to be able to do it if you want to rise to the top.
It's a part of being a pro, you know, and also with travel, being able to sleep on planes. Yeah, you got to work on that too to make sure you're ready to go.
Yeah.
One of the funny memes from the Rocket League community was one of the managers, one of the players complained about not drinking enough water. Like hydration when you're traveling.
Hydration is key to success.
Pretty important. But then you drink too much water and you're using the bathroom too much. So yeah, there's all these other things you really have to consider. You know, if you want to stay at the top of the game.
That being said, with the format of today's tournament, you want to make sure you keep a good balance of everything, but you've also got you got to get those 12 games in within the 4-hour period.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to see what that brings to the table. They were all talking about, I'd say the alternator is still the best gun in the game. I totally agree, and I think that we're probably going to see that a lot. My favorite thing from last week, though, from the new stuff that we saw that I wasn't as sure about was really good P20 usage. With the purple extended mag going up to 18 rounds, these guys were really lasering their shots with that, and they made it look absolutely devastating. Not as much of the Mozambiques, but I found a gold Mozambique playing Apex in this last week, and it was, well, it was terrible because I died immediately because I couldn't get close to the guy, but it was cool.
It was cool.
It was cool.
There was a moment where you felt like this might work, but you just weren't able to put it
together.
I
picked up the Infinity Gauntlet with no stones in it, basically.
It happens.
What happened.
Well, I love that question, too, that Jasmine was asking in that interview. You know, the alternator, the change that happened compared to all the other guns in the game. And I'm looking at the chat, too. You guys in the chat, I see you guys. Like, your depth chart of weapons in Apex, right? What are you looking out for? This is one of the decisions everyone faces. You don't know what you're going to run into. So at the start, you're picking up every gun you can. But like, what is your preference? What do you want to find? Do you want to find that alternator? So I want to ask you guys in the chat: is there still a weapon that you're really looking out for outside for the alternator? Give me your top 3, and I want to ask you too. Yeah,
it's a really interesting discussion because almost none of the guns going into Season 2 were really nerfed, right? Like the R301 wasn't really scaled back. The R99 wasn't scaled back. There's still great weapons, but now you have to come down to, would you rather pick up the gun that works better out of the box, or do you want to grab that alternator and hold on to it even if you haven't found disruptor rounds yet, because getting those rounds is so impactful? And then maybe, and this has happened to me a few times.
They're important decisions, right?
Yeah, I've landed on an alternator and there just weren't disruptor rounds nearby, and then I get into a fight and I'm like, I would have rather have had the R99 that I passed over next to it at the start of the game, right? And I think that stuff like that becomes a really interesting sort of metagame function because those guns are very good, but very reliant on the hop-ups.
Right.
You know, as opposed to an R99 or an R301, which are both just great versatile weapons in general. Probably benefit more from the extended mags, but yeah.
So is there like a go-to for you where it's like, all right, I need these 3 guns, and I'm still looking at the chat here.
I need a Peacekeeper at all times.
Peacekeeper, okay.
Peacekeeper's my boy. Peacekeeper's my bae. For the other slot though, it's the roulette. If I find an alternator early on, I will hold it in case I find disruptor rounds. But I'm still weirdly, I like the RE45, which can also work with the disruptor rounds anyway.
Yeah.
But I've been loving the Havoc. That's been my favorite. The Havoc has been my favorite gun since the patch came out.
Did you see that thing on Reddit where apparently you can, people in the chat are saying R301? It's a very solid choice.
Yeah.
But with the Havoc, you know, you need the turbocharger. Apparently you can quick tap when you're using the Havoc, and you don't need the turbocharger.
There's a little bit of finessing that you can do to it. There's a little bit of finessing that you can do with it, but you know, it adds a little bit more of the mechanical depth to it, and it's not going to give you the same degree of control since you're going to be doing that.
Yeah.
But I love the R301 response though, because
it's a solid, super solid.
It didn't get nerfed at all. But
it's always going to be.
It's not as popular because certain other options appear to be very strong. And it's a great question that always comes up when strategies in any game kind of get updated or touched is it better to do what's perceived as the best, or is it it's the 1,000 kicks, right, versus the 1 kick 1,000 times. If you're already very good with your spray control on this weapon, if you're already very comfortable with the way that it shoots, how fast it shoots, the recoil, is it better to take advantage of the skill set you've already built, or you're going to say, well, you know what, I'm going to kind of rely on getting a hop up for a gun that I don't have as much practice with because it is that good, and that's kind of like the tipping of the balance of the scales, right?
Yeah, and that being said, I'm surprised. I'm not seeing as many people say, Alternator or Mozambique. A lot of people saying R301, R99, Longbow. That's a pretty good list, to be honest. Someone said Peacekeeper Ew.
I'm also just
it can be unforgiving. It can be a little unforgiving.
This is the part where I remind everybody that the last time I played Apex, I did 6 hours of dropping bunker with Caustic. And I had a lot of fun.
Is that still the go-to?
Of course.
How did the map changes kind of change?
Bunker didn't change at all. But there's
this
great new character that can help Caustic with his sadism called Watson. And boy, oh boy, we've had some foolish fools attempt to break bunker when you've got the electric fences and the traps everywhere. Like, I figured it out. If you stand on top of a door, if you open a door and you climb on top of it and you look straight down and you center, like the absolute center of the circle, you can place the caustic traps on top of the door. Then you open it inwards and they can't see the trap. And if they try to come towards you, you quickly close and then open the door the other way. You swing the trap out in front of them and it activates. They can't even, I'm working on my 200
Don't go to bunker especially
strategies,
now.
Okay, now if you didn't know, now you know.
Don't go to bunker. Someone else is shouting out the EVA 8, Wingman, Mastiff, Wingman.
Those guns all require skill. I can't use those.
I'm a little, there's a slight nerf on the Wingman longbow with the Skull Piercer rarity change, so you can't find the Skull Piercer as easily. And that's pretty tricky. You almost have to have like one person on your team running. Like, you can only have one person running either a longbow or a Wingman.
Yep.
Almost. Just because of how rare that hop up is.
TSM mentioned this in the interview last week, and it's something that I've brought up a few times, but kind of like loot pollution, if that makes sense. There are so many different types of hop-ups now that were added just in the last patch alone.
Right.
And we didn't really get, outside of the map changes, it's not like any of the currently existing areas got like an increase in the amount of loot that spawned.
It's almost a decrease overall with some of the spots.
Yeah, if you think about, if you have X chance to find something, right, unless it's specifically limited between guns and attachments, which it very well could be, but that thought that, well, if this hop-up if hammer point rounds weren't in the game, I would find something other than a hammer point round when I go to that spot, right?
Yeah.
So finding those things like that, especially that you mentioned the Skull Piercer, even precision chokes,
or even like a level 3 energy mag.
Yeah.
If you find one of those, you're like, okay, someone's gonna run energy, and you can't necessarily have everyone on your team running energy weapons because you're gonna be low on energy ammo. So there's all these decisions you have to make, and I agree with you. A lot of it might depend on exactly what you're landing on. And right now we're about to get into our first match of 12. All these teams are playing at the same time. Pretty exciting stuff, and I'm sure a lot of them are streaming as well. So feel free, guys, go support these guys and tune into what they got going on. But this is Team Complexity. They're in studio right now, and they're dropping Watchtower, which is kind of an interesting spot.
Yeah, I love this position for mid and late game. Just, obviously the vision is great, and it's one of those spots that, at least for the way that I like to play, you can do a lot of staggering of traps as people go up. So it can be a difficult position to break defensively. But as the action kicks off, very excited to see where these guys can go. Composition-wise, I think it's important to just keep in mind, as we were talking about some of the other big changes in Season 2, the Wraith and the Pathfinder, right? They have the, what was it that James Bardoff said? They have the svelte stature.
Oh, yeah.
So they take a little bit more damage than the other legends do.
Yeah, and I announced it last week. I'm as someone who has nearly 3,000 kills with Bloodhound. Sorry, Jasmine, especially in the studio. I know she's a Bloodhound main as well. I'm going Octane these days, so cool to see Octane. This composition,
I think we're going to see a lot of Octane.
Yeah, we might see a lot more Octane. Octane and Bangalore are the two skinny legends that weren't really messed with that much. Bloodhound, unfortunately, with the big old shoulder pads, there needs to be something there.
Yeah.
But,
well, the thing
no buffs for Bloodhound.
The thing that keeps keeps Bangalore balanced is the hair, right? That giant head hit.
Is that? Wait,
I've not done the calculations.
Now I want to go test that out. That's hilarious. But we're seeing an engagement here. This is a new area of the map, kind of just below the watchtower, towards bunker. There used to be like a building or two here, but definitely a big influx of stuff going on here. You got more loot, you got more buildings, you got the flyers that are in cages around here. And maybe this went into their decision to drop in the watchtower because they know this is here. They can swing down here real quick and either third party or loot some more. As actually, Kyrak getting pretty low on health. He's getting dropped, so it's going to be up to Gamesmon and Reptar here to figure this out.
Now, one of the big things that can happen, and we've discussed at length when it gets to these early engagements, is he's dancing around, teammate comes in to save him with that Peacekeeper, thankfully. But one of the big things that's come out is teams that take an early loss in any of like the first 5 games, we'll just say, for example. It happened to TSM. They were able to recover 1 week, and then I think the other they did not very well. But it is one of those things that has torpedoed teams very hard. It's very difficult to recover from that. I think if there's one thing that I assume will stay from last week's show, is the games are just way more bloody. They're way more aggressive. It's much more fast-paced because everyone's running around with SMGs. The distance engagements aren't the same. Right now, we can see Gabe has a Spitfire. It's going to feel weird to say this, but it's like, it's not even that much, it's not like that staple choice, right? It's not like that, the old school 60-round purple mag, like, yeah, of course you have to have a Spitfire. Like, could very well see him traded out if he finds something else he thinks complements the alternator, since that's such a close range weapon.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the chat again. Someone said Bloodhound was buffed. What is he saying? That was Play Feral in the chat. You know what, dude? There was a slight buff with the tracking, but he needed something a little bit more in the early game.
I think what you're trying to say is that the new season has kind of pushed the mobility a little bit more. People are moving around a bit faster, especially on the east side of that map. And I have never played a single game of Bloodhound for that reason alone, that I just don't think he's mobile. I don't like his mobility.
He's not, and hitbox a little bigger. The thing with Apex, a lot of it is about these early fights, you know, and this ability to grapple like Pathfinder has, or the ability to blink out of existence like what Gamesmon just did right here. Like, these are very important utilities in the early game, very important. Bloodhound has nothing like that in the early game to help him out. Like Octane can go faster with the stim, right?
That's why we see a lot of the Pathfinder, Octane, Wraith especially. So getting into another scrap, of course, the big things to keep in mind, it's the standard that's been set so far here at the FACEIT Pro Series has been that the teams, not just about getting the kills, but we do expect the winning team today to have most likely won every single match that they're in.
Yeah.
So with that as the baseline for #1, everything becomes about getting these kills. You have to take every engagement that you can. And of course, the more you force those engagements, the higher chance things get tricky. Gabe very low on health while Kyle is knocked. So you don't want to put yourself into a situation where you drop an early game because you're trying to get those kills. You know, whoever... I feel like I can pretty confidently say this. Whoever wins today, first place at the end of our show, I'd be very willing to confidently say that they'll have won at least every single, but one game at worst. Like, at worst, they'll have dropped one game, maybe in top 5.
I was talking to Jish from Liquid about how well, like, they achieved the highest score we've ever seen on this show.
Right.
And I was asking him about that, and he said they were finally able to string together all wins. He said, you know what? We were finally able to win every single game. So that's pretty much what these guys are looking for here. You have to pretty much win every single game. Not only that, you got to get those kills up. Now, remember, the zone, it hurts a little bit more. We see the round closing on top of 2 of our complexity players here. We have the Pathfinder throwing the zip line, but not really helping his teammates with the zip line, which is a little bit interesting. And they still have a fair amount of way to go here.
Well, you know, another great thing, though, that comes out of you mentioning that is we've had teams discussing, even in their interviews, about the strategy being about spreading out. TSM said that one of the things that held them back last week in their interview post-match was that the decreased time to kill from weapons like the alternator made it more difficult for them to spread out and try to get those kills solo 1v3 because on Season 1 for Apex, the TTK was enough that they could reliably outplay multiple players at once on their own, and they didn't feel that way last week. So I'm wondering if that's going to play into the alternator nerf that we had. As they were saying earlier, it went from what you got the specific number from
2.26 to 1.7.
Yeah, so that's the damage multiplier that the Disruptor round gives the Alternator versus shields. So it's a significant nerf. It's still a lot of damage, and as they said in their pre-match interview, Complexity was saying it's still too good. But I wonder if a change like that is enough to make players feel comfortable taking that risk to go out there and try to solo.
You know, theoretically, right? Like, I was kind of thinking about it. Like, if everyone on your team is a god, where it's like they have no issues with the 1v3. Obviously not me, right? I have issues with 1v0. To be honest,
I would lose
I've
a 3v1.
jumped off the map before, yeah. But if you have 3 pros on your team who just can take care of everyone, no problem in a pub like this, is it better to just split up across the map and just go rack up the kills? You know, in theory.
TSM thought so, but they couldn't do it last week. So that could
versus
be
like sticking together and playing it safer. Right?
They could have a long adjustment period because of that, right? If their whole strategy was based around playing in a certain way and now it doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
Like, despite their skill, like there can still be a difficult period where you're getting used to a new style after you've been practicing a different one for so long. Lots of interesting questions I think will be answered, and I'm mostly keeping my eyes on the loadouts since.
Yeah, me too.
In a
We're
world
seeing
where
Longbow Peacekeeper here.
Yeah, I think that the most interesting thing about Season 2 is that in a world where the Alternator is not the de facto best gun, there should be a really crazy variety in loadouts because every gun is really good right now, right?
Yeah.
Like the Longbow got plenty. It's super fun to play around with, and I normally didn't use it myself, but in the last week I found myself picking it up a lot for mid-range. It feels really good to use now, and
wow,
especially the Havoc.
We're not seeing any alternators in this comp. We're seeing Season 1 meta with the loadouts here for these guys: Spitfire Peacekeeper, Longbow Peacekeeper, and I think the other one was R301 Wingman or something.
Yeah, I think it was Gabe that had the Alternator earlier, or it was him or Reptire, and I'm not entirely sure if they've gotten the Disruptor rounds, but if they didn't have them before, I would assume that someone on one of these teams.
Dude, they're all rocking Peacekeepers, I think.
There's another team coming.
We'll see if that changes, but there you go. There's your Peacekeeper.
I love Peacekeeper.
It's good.
But here's
longbow shots.
It's so nice, though, because you're going to find attachments all over the map, and a good amount of them are versatile enough, as we have Kayak taking another fight, but these guns just work out of the box. Their damage does not rely on that.
Was that a stick?
He stuck him. Yeah.
Okay, that was pretty sick.
That was gnarly.
So getting flanked, he's able to turn around, get a stick, and now having to deal with teams on both sides.
I don't know that I saw a knock. I don't know if a Wraith hid there
Reptar's
from
down.
it, but they come back through the portal.
Honestly, this has not been the cleanest game, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's just how much chaos they're running into, I guess. At least 3. Kyrag was down at least twice before this. We already had a res having to occur for Team Complexity. Now Reptar is down, so it's only Gabismon and Kyrag that are up here, and it looks like they're dealing with 2 teams trying to finish this off. There we see the res going on to Reptar.
Yeah, very scrappy, and that's one of the biggest things I think about Season 2 that I didn't really say it, but I was thinking that last week we'd have less kills than normal because the teams would be killing each other faster than usual, which would have been completely wrong since Team Liquid, as we saw, shattered all of our previous records in the first day.
By the way, they might be leaving a man behind here on purpose.
Oh yeah. What is this, Circle 2 damage? Yeah, you can't res inside Circle 2, I think. Was a bunch of people did breakdowns on this, but pretty much, unless you are literally right there and you can crawl into the circle, it's not feasible to get a res on someone because you can't drop the dock drone if you had a lifeline because it just doesn't work. You could run out and try to grab the banner and get back if you had a heal that you could pop.
And the problem there is the Pathfinder went down, so it's not like they can zip line out and back. You know what? Get the Octane, take the balloon. I would use the Octane to get to go to the balloon. And you take the balloon, because that's the fastest way you're going to get to that banner, and then you sprint back.
Yeah, there's still 5 squads left, so trying to win the game 2v3 vx number of teams of 3 is going to be more difficult.
He's not going to save. He's going to help Kyrag here. Looks like another team showed up for a fight.
They don't want to risk it. There is a Watson pylon near them. Interesting to just keep that in mind because it does work for everyone, including enemies. That's been a point of discussion as well. So we've got Kyrag running straight up towards the enemy as he tries to get the shield battery in. So he's trying to lend that cover. And, God, it's kind of funny. We get to see a Gibby. Get to see the Gibby. Still eats the Peacekeeper to the face. Oh, my God. Kyrag popping off with the triple kill to clean that team out. Wow, he ran straight up to a shielded team that was all working. They seemed like they had a pretty good thing going. They didn't
the Octane shotgun meta is might be a thing. I see a lot of Octanes running around with Peacekeepers and shotguns, but we're down to 1 here. Kyreg's the last one up. Gabizmon has been down eventually, and missing a Peacekeeper shot, but finally picking it up against Packet Storm, eliminating him. And that was actually the champion from the last match. And thankfully, the last person alive from that squad. 3 squads left, and at this point, the respawn has been timed out for Eptars. It's going to be 2 versus the world here, trying to finish this out. But that was a little tricky, but we're seeing the power of that Peacekeeper here from Kyreg. I think that was like 5 straight Peacekeeper kills.
Yep, love to see it, love to see it. Just as a reminder, as we go through everything in today's show, if you are new, the way that the format works is the teams only play 12 games. So everybody has the same number of games to play over a 4-hour period. For the most part, everybody finishes all of their games at about, I'd say we've been seeing them finish towards like 3.5 hours. Of course, that does give a little bit of buffer if you have a couple long games, if you want to try and do a bit of respawn farming, which, you know, has its own degrees of risk and reward. All of that is very important, but that really just, if you watch some of the other tournaments, right, there's a lot of, you know, like pub stomp type stuff. This, for the format that we have here, mistakes are very costly if you are not able to get everything, because the point difference that goes up between going from 3rd to 2nd to 1st is going to really impact the scoreboard at the end of today's broadcast.
Here we see some R301 action. Yeah, every single game so important. I almost say you got to win every game and average at least 25 kills to win this thing. Like, someone's going to do that, so that might be a good metric to keep in mind. But Complexity down to 2 players here, just trying to win this one.
Yep, trying to get those kills thirsted in. Want to finish up that squad. Of course, you have to be very cautious. I don't know that there's too much room to play with your food here, since it is just the 2 of them. And 1 mistake puts it into a 1v3, and of course at that point anything can happen.
We just gotta stick by each other.
Sometimes we see players allow for respawns to really add to their kill count. I don't necessarily expect that to see that here from this Complexity team, just because they're down to 2. So less ability to really have the game under your own terms. At this point, I think they just want to get away with the win.
This loadout, though, my dude, the R301 Mastiff, I love it. And for everything that you could say about any of the other guns, the R301 it's all reliable. You know?
Yep, for sure.
It's an amazing staple. It's funny to say there's no special flair to it, but you get a good magazine capacity, good rate of fire, good damage, and it's effective at range. And it's not bad up close either. You're not gonna have it spit bullets out as fast as, say, the R99, but that's one of the reasons why, honestly, it's usually either an R301 or an R99.
Yeah, and I was looking at the chat earlier. I asked what your favorite loadout is or what you're kind of look out for, especially after the patch. A lot of people in our chat were saying the R301, so agreeing with you there, Nathanius.
So it looks like they are going to be able to
allow a respawn to happen, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't kill him yet. You want to keep the guy who's on the ground alive so that the teammates can actually drop down out of the ship.
Yeah, they have to actually drop out of the ship before...
Oof. That was a good try. He's a good teammate, trying to res his buddy sneakily.
Yep.
Oh, look, now they're running to try to get them to res again.
Yeah, so we had, last week, this specific situation occurred that a team was trying to do this technique, and people have their opinions and all sorts of things on whether something is fun or fair, blah, blah, blah. It's, you know, in a competitive scenario, if you want to win, there's a crap ton of money on the line. You do everything that you can that is within the confines of the game's, or, you know, limitations to allow you to win. So I don't blame them at all for that. We did have a team try it, and they actually missed out on one of the kills because that player did not actually get the res off. They were killed by a different team, and instead they ended up losing a point. So I do feel that there's an inherent risk in that, because that player can also make you burn through your resources if they don't go for res and try to fight you, or if they just die to another team, or maybe the guy that you leave alive kills the whole team on his own, right? It's one of those. It's one of those things. It's got to be kind of educated guesses on as the outcome of what will happen. These guys are kind of turtled up really well here on top of this building. This is an awkward engagement to have to take, especially without the Pathfinder. They will need. They're going to need the Octane to get up there.
Yeah, might have to pull out that jump pad. Not too far away from that. And this is kind of one of those classic Final Circle like situations at runoff here, where you're going to have people camping up above, and you got to figure that out somehow.
Yeah. I don't know that there's an easy way to get on a roof just through finessing it. You can climb up, but that, of course, has its own risks, as you can't shoot while you're climbing walls, but comes down with that Mastiff and not able to land the hits necessary on that Bangalore. We see Gabe get pretty low out of his shields. So he's going to step back. The cover's going to come from the side. There's the support with that Spitfire, but as good as these guys are, even as pros, this is a very difficult position to attack into. Of course, they are still handling themselves very well, regardless.
There's a good shot.
I don't think he's gonna run through this.
Looking for that one.
His other teammate was still up top.
That's such a good feeling when you run through a door with a shotgun, enemy appears, and you're like, yes, my caveman instincts triggered fast enough to just...
Yep. Just a quick flick.
Although I don't know that the caveman had trigger fingers, but you know what I'm talking about, okay? Step outside the cave, something's there, you kill it immediately, you're good.
Yep. Feels it's so satisfying when it works.
The reaction time there is very big. And now they have the jump pad, so they can go up. The position here is still a little bit weird, by the way. As you see, he still even tried to climb right there, but they're going to pick up their first round. And we'll take a look at how many kills they have now. They did play the majority of this game with 2 players. They had the early death. They did get a res, but then they had the second death. So let's see. They're talking about one of them only having 7. See what we've got.
I'm still good.
So 23, I think, considering the circumstances of this game and a first place, is it's an okay start. That doesn't set them far behind. And of course, we'll be checking in with plenty of other teams throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, I think that's really solid. That's really solid. They're obviously going to want to try to drop some 30 somethings as they move forward here, but we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to switch over to a live shot of TSM. One of the teams that Complexity actually came out and said, you know what, we don't want to run into them because they're pretty darn good. We're going to see how they're going to do here. Yep. And looking at the loadouts, R99 Peacekeeper here from Imperial Hall.
Feels really dumb to say this, but they did not look as unstoppable as usual last week. Now, of course, they were the ones playing with a different setup. They were over here at the studio, but also they talked about how they felt the Alternator made their split-up strategy not as effective. Now, if we're looking at the mini-map here off of Reps, it's very clear that only 2 of the players are together.
Yep.
And that Albert Lilly is on his own. He was the player that they were talking about last week. They were saying, yeah, well, you know, we like to get Albert Lilly out there, getting kills on his own. He's a very good solo player, and he's got some...
He's in bunker.
Yeah, I like... He's got a cool little setup there.
These guys are sweaty.
Hopefully there's not Christmas lights.
Ooh, calling out a sweaty team. You know, you got to call that out sometimes. If they're hitting their shots and they're playing pretty well, they're running at you.
No shield on that guy.
They might have a lot of games played, so it's not necessarily given any of these fights, even though we're watching these pro players in Apex.
Like,
at what point does Aberlele try to come help out? It might be the question, but he's way far away at this point.
I mean, that's the risk and reward that they were talking about, right? It's if you have another player out there, the potential to run into more enemies is bigger, and that means you get more kills. And it's a strategy that on paper sounds great until one of you gets picked, or Albert Lilly gets picked, and then it's not even just a matter of, oh yeah, well we have to go res him, but it becomes, can you even get over there? Can you get over there in time before it times out if he's on the other side of the map?
Right on me. Dead.
But these guys holding it down so far. Imperial very hurt. You see trying to squeeze in those shield cell pops in between fights. You can see they both have very different color saturation settings as well.
Yeah, one of the best ways to take out these pro teams, if you run into them, grenades. As we saw, like, just so many grenades
It's hard to outshoot a
guys.
grenade blown up in your face.
Yeah, just hit him with an arc star. That's all you got to do. That's your best way to match up against these guys.
YOLO chuck 10 arc stars. So these guys are running back into the circle now, of course.
They're not even fighting each other. They're just chasing us.
I know.
That happens to me all the time. It's like, why are you chasing me? Just fight each other. Obviously, they want them. They don't want them to fight each other. They want them to follow them.
Yeah, they want to be able to get those frags, as every kill is so important for that score. And it's this format. I feel like the days fly by when we're doing this because the games are so action packed. But at the end of the tournament, every single time without fail, players are like, man, wish that one game like there was just a couple guys here, there's a couple guys there. You know, in 3 or 4 of those 12 games, you maybe missed 2 or 3 kills. That can be the difference maker. So we take our first check-in with the leaderboard today. So it looks like after the first game, Fire Beavers got up to 40 points. So that would be first place is 10 points. So 30 frags to start off. Not too shabby.
And honestly, across the board, not the highest. Like
So
7
just
for
right
Immortals, 9 for NRG, 12 for Gen.G,
the
Cloud9,
gas.
13.
Yeah. Well,
That-
the only way that happens is like you imagine that there's like a hot drop for Immortals, and they
They're in the gas.
maybe get a few kills, and then that's it. And then something happens, and they get wiped for some reason, and that can set you really far behind. So already we have good separation between, I would say, 7th and 8th. And then past that, it gets very difficult to recover later on. So here's Albralele running around on his own, kind of doing his thing. I guess reunited with the team
Yeah,
at
and
last.
I guess to speak on that for just a moment here, like Abralele, the Pathfinder, maybe considered the most
He's so
dynamic legend in the game. Why do you send him out solo? Well, it's just because of that escapability, perhaps. Just his ability to grapple and get away from danger real quick.
If you're in a pickle and you've seen a pro Pathfinder,
Oh, yeah.
their movement is disgusting. Like just the way that he swings around here is just, he covers a huge amount of area with a very simple quote unquote looking maneuver that it really rewards the mastery of it.
Like, you don't want to send a Bloodhound on his own because he has no ability to escape. He has nothing. Nothing at all.
That's very true.
Yeah, that's why you pick the Pathfinder. It's like, all right, go out there,
know,
you can grapple, you can get away.
I've been
go at him.
I'm a W key holder, and I can tell you that I have tested many times. If you run out into the open on your own as a caustic, it's very difficult. Okay?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to take the 1v3 as a caustic in the open field.
Yeah. So
some characters are just going to be better at that than others. Pathfinder certainly being the best.
Yeah, and looking at this composition overall, you got your Wraith, Pathfinder, Bangalore, very quick composition. That's the idea here. Playing in these pub games, it's all about having that dynamic movement, the ability to get around very quickly, just to be able to rack up as many kills as you can. And again, be able to third party, be able to hear a shot, and then close the distance as fast as humanly possible. I think that's really what this is about here, trying to find just the fastest composition possible with the format that we're working with.
Yep. And that's been the name of the game, because we're as far as
once we get into like the actual competitive or ranked, and we've seen that a little bit online.
Yeah.
The rank, like where it gets down to the very end. There's only
that's already changing right on its own as it grows and develops. And we see Mozambique usage here, by the way. Really love that Mozambique.
Oh yeah.
For anybody that maybe not aware, it got a really sick hop up buff in the season 2 patch, and he does have those hammer point rounds, but gets knocked. And the circle's about to close. No, he's dead. I don't think there's any saving him there.
I think he's doomed.
No, he is super dead.
They're going to try to run over there quickly and pretend like they're going to get him, but
I do not think they can get him. No.
Now what they
Based
can
on
do
everything
is
I know,
try to take out the team that's taking him out, basically.
If you're down in circle 2, you have to take a lot of damage to try and save.
Why can't I do that? 100 meters away. Oh, let's just.
You should just join me and just never pick up a wingman. There you go.
Well,
you know what I do? I ping it. And I say, somebody, please, for the love of God, take this out of my hands, because I'm going to make myself look like a fool.
Yeah, no skull piercer either on that.
I'm a no aim, no brain peacekeeper main, just kind of shoot in front of me and hope it hits something.
That's where Spitfire can be good too.
Yeah.
Spray and pray a little bit.
Tell you what, this alternator meta has been good to me.
Not good for Abralele for a moment there, as he got a juicy kill, but then he was taken out, and he can't be saved.
On 82?
Nope.
100%?
I wonder what changes we might have seen where we're seeing a bit lower scores across the board here, at least the first shot that we saw of the standings. Not as much success. I don't really know how to place that, really.
Yeah, no, quite a few teams seem to have fumbled early.
The gas is more intense, and we've seen that come into play a little bit already here versus Season 1, where you can't go save someone if it's past, circle 2 or round 2 or what have you. It's just impossible. You can't go out there. They're doomed. So we're already seeing them leave Abralele behind.
Yeah, if you have the heals and you have the supplies and you want to try it, like Abralele was not, I think, initially too far out to maybe try for a banner recovery, but at that point you're using your portal as a Wraith to be able to get out of there, and you don't have it available for the next fight. Bangalore's speed buff does not work without an enemy shooting you, and if you're Octane, well, even that is tricky because you can only take so much damage before the ring kills you. And his speed boost requires damaging himself. So we see them trying to make a push now towards this.
It's the last squad here.
This pass, as it's the final
there's
fight.
the Arc Star. That's step 1 to taking these guys out.
Very difficult to attack into this though, because you have that Watson set up on the one area. They're trying to force them into a single point.
And they're just going to charge in there. Sometimes, yeah.
Nice, well done.
You wonder how like good that team was at the end there that TSM just took out. I've seen that happen where it's like it's a Watson and a team and they all huddle
if
inside
the
a
Watson's
building.
able to cover, put like 3 sets down to block all of the entrances, I think it gets really interesting because you don't feel the same pressure on the defensive side to move out and attack. You want them to push into you, but well done. 22 kills.
Solid. A little bit less than what they wanted. A little bit less than what they wanted, but still, they got the win. They got a decent amount of kills. And we're actually going to look at a replay here from Fire Beavers. They just dropped a crazy amount from their first game. And this must be from the first game, I would guess, where it looks like they dropped in the Thunderdome area, right outside of Skulltown. That could be a nice place to drop where you have a little bit less action than you would if you landed straight on Skulltown, but you're still able to access that Skulltown area. Okay, this is going to be game number 2. So,
we're jumping into their game. That was just the start of it. But I know, I totally agree with you. I mean, that whole area around Skulltown it's weirdly like, Skulltown is great to drop because there is so much there and you can always get a fight. But the area around it is great because it's not as dense.
Yep.
And you can catch people in the rotations.
A little bit safer, you might say, but then maybe a little bit less loot.
So yeah, that knowledge in and of itself makes everyone drop outside Skulltown. So it still turns into a bloodbath. And they've got, looks like 6 kills to start off here. Doing very well. Of course, Fire Beavers, one of our teams that have been very, very fun to follow. Very interesting. They've definitely had their story here. Comes outside to grab the team, trying to rotate through market. God, that situational awareness is amazing.
Yeah, and you know, it's all about hunting every team down. Where are they coming from? Where did the plane? Where was the plane path? And where are these final circles? Where are most of these what direction are they running in? All those things these pros are going to be thinking about as they try to track down every single kill on as many kills as they can on this map.
Yep. We've got that lifeline coming back in. Of course, see, this is just the first circle damage. Lifeline, of course, despite the nerf to her drone, it dies outside the circle. The drone basically just blows up after 2 seconds. She can still heal herself faster, which is kind of makes her maybe almost a better pick sometimes, right? Because if someone dies outside the ring and you need to send someone to go pick them up, you don't want to worry about that ring DPS killing you if you're on like round 2, for example. Certainly round 3 might just be impossible in any scenario to save someone, but catching up with the team now.
And kind of an extreme circle location, like all the way to the north. So definitely a lot of teams having to run a long way to stay in contention here, but we're seeing a fight.
A lot of open fields and plateaus too.
Looting a little bit here and there. We're seeing a Wingman and R99. Pretty classic loadout from Hardeki, from Fire Beavers. They had a really good game 1.
Yes, they started the first round with the most points that we saw. Yeah, 40 points would mean that they would have had to have 30 frags and win that first match. Certainly nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and Hardeki with 8 at the top there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, considering, and all 3 of them are alive. Look, they've got great setups. They've got great kits. They're geared up very nicely.
Trying to find out where the last remaining 3 teams are. Got that care package ready to be called here for Hardeki. Sometimes it can be good to drop that sometimes to draw some other teams to your location. Again, I would just drop it right away.
It's so weird. In a pub game, in any normal game, lifeline packages, you would obviously want to use it as soon as possible. But these guys are never hurting for loot at the pro level. So they don't really need to, right? They're like, well, I'd rather just go find them in the team and kill them. And then we'll get more gear that way.
Yeah.
So the lifeline package is kind of like, I think of it as a terrain blocker sometimes for these guys.
Looks like they ran right into a team over here. Looks like they dealt with them without too much trouble. Artie's taking a good amount of damage. He's able to shield up, though, in the middle of that firefight. Some quick looting in the middle of the fight as well. Not too unusual to see, making sure you're staying stocked up on ammo and all those healing devices.
Very calm comms, by the way. Let's just kind of move around. We had a good chat with our boy and James last week, talking about how the American players are usually more prone to shouting and yelling and hooting and hollering. Actually, as we say that, I can hear Complexity shouting from the other room.
I know. We were hearing that yesterday, last week too. TSM, they're shouting a lot. But these guys, Fire Beavers, calm, collected. I guess it's a little bit later at night over there right now.
They are efficient killing
So maybe
machines.
try not to disturb apartment roommates or.
Like they're slaughtering everybody in this lobby, and it's like the least type thing because they're just so casual about it. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm over here, got this guy. Yeah, okay, you got him. Okay, cool. I'm bouncing between you teams.
Yep.
Yeah. No, Hardeki's literally just like watching the kill feed of his teammates killing everyone, and he's like, yeah, I'm just holding the center. I got you. Portal back whenever you want.
Yeah,
you're good.
And the most important thing here is just identifying where the enemy teams are, because you don't want the enemy teams fighting each other. You want those kills, so all that communication, I bet, has a lot to do with that. All right, there's this team over here, there's this team over here. Let's make sure to hit them first so that they don't fight, so on and so forth. But here we see a bit of a firefight here. Shouldn't be too much trouble, just because of how good these guys have been. Like, unless they're running into another pro team, they're just running over everyone.
Laser them super hard.
No problem.
No, watching these guys play is like watching just a hot knife go through butter. It's something else. By the way, I guess things we're going to be keeping track of today, as casters trying to create interesting questions for y'all. R99 Wingman on Hardeki. So we've definitely had a good bit of R301 action. We've seen some of the R99, we've seen some of the Spitfire. Some of the other guns have...
Peacekeepers had a big part of the show today.
Of course, it is a Battle Royale game. It's totally possible that they're just not finding the alternators and the disruptor rounds, but unlike last week, it is not a alternator
fest.
Kill montage, whatever word we want to use. Frag reel. Let me in!
No problem.
Ooh.
I mean, I feel bad for the other guy. He was minding his own business, looting this little house, and then here comes Hardeki.
He's like, I'm just trying to play some video games on Thursday night, and I'm getting wrecked. So you have him with that wingman coming back out.
Ooh,
careful. There's like so many shots everywhere.
Artie's low.
No one's shouting.
Are the
How
Fire
crazy.
Beavers bleeding? Is this a moment of weakness here? As Artie gets so low in health, but nope, there's the Phoenix kid. Come on, finish him off. Someone finish him off. Sorry, I'm biased for the other guy. I want to see someone take these guys out. Or I want to see a challenge,
you want
at least.
You want to see the challenge.
Yeah, I want to see them sweat a little bit and like get a little nervous. That's what I want to see. But so far, calm, collected.
Another way to
business as usual. It's just business right now. And actually, I think they left someone alive, hoping for some respawns to happen.
Watching these guys play is like, I imagine this is exactly how their practice goes. This is exactly how their casual games go. This is like another, it's like a walk in the park.
Pretty much.
Just another day. Just another day. So they win. Hardeki literally just spins around in circles making call-outs until his team really needs him. And otherwise he's like, yeah, I'm just playing between the two of you while you kill everybody. Let's see how many kills they've got at the end of this map. 29. So they've got they are creating a good bit of space here for themselves, Axel Toss, and
it's pretty huge.
It's so cool. It's so cool. They are so chill.
And we're going to look at Liquid here. A quick replay of what has happened before we're going to get into live. Looks like Cali was dropped a little bit earlier in this round, but he was picked back up. And we're looking at Rogue. Oh, Jeesh knocked out too. As we scroll into live, it looks like they're all going to be healthy. Actually, Jeesh is still going to be low here. Four squads left.
Getting into a firefight as it starts. And tragically, we get a look at Cali's stream. Someone, I think he may have reset his top donator. James Bardoff is no longer the top donator for Cali. Some F's in the chat for our boy James. Tragically, not able to maintain that #1 spot. Unfortunately, someone else is helping pay this poor pro gamer's rent. So we've got Rogue now. Let's take a look. That beautiful gold armor.
Yeah, I meant to ask too. How much Watson do you think we're going to see today, if any?
I think there are some really good reasons not to play her. I think her ult is amazing. But from all the discussion that I've seen around the pro side of things, by the way, bunker finish. Oh, sorry. I'm just getting a little excited. Got God, I would love to see one of these guys accidentally run into a
Because
couple of gas traps.
I know Callie from Liquid. He was playing a lot of Watson. I know that.
The
But he's not playing Watson here. He's playing
biggest complaints that I've seen about Watson is that her ultimate benefits and hurts everybody, which is, and I can kind of get that. It blocks your teammates' grenades. If you put it down during a fight or behind your team and you try to throw grenades away from it, it'll zap them, which is really annoying. But also, if your enemy pushes you on a pylon, it will regenerate their shields too. So there's like this weird dynamic of, is it as useful or is it as beneficial for yourself and bad for the enemy as it should be? In the answer is not always yes, and I think that's probably going to affect her pick rate a little bit, because endgame-wise, when there's a lot of grenades, she is fantastic.
And I feel like
if
this was ranked, or if this was like a competitive lobby, and you have those more concentrated, like all the pros in the final circle, like a very small final circle, that's when a Caustic or a Watson might be a little bit more viable, where you're having these scenarios late game where it's really about just winning and very close quarter, you know, more siege tactics.
I think we'll see a lot of that if the formats for tournaments going forward ever lean more towards placement and less from kills. Although I don't know that that will happen, mostly because, as you've seen in basically every BR game, if you don't heavily incentivize getting kills, then we get some very, very slow games from time to time.
Yeah, and I got to give a shout out to a few people in the chat. Cloaksy, U2LE, Naze, Dia, saying, notice me, FACEIT.
You have been noticed.
FACEIT TV's been typed in the chat. So yeah, go to Twitch chat. Hang out, ask some questions. We got FACEIT TV in there chatting with you guys, and maybe we'll reference you on the broadcast, so look out.
Tell me how much you love Caustic, and we can be best friends forever. It's okay. We're out there. We out here. Think about how good Caustic and Watson would be in this final circle. They would have died 10 minutes ago before it was here, but if they were here right now...
So if every final circle was on Bunker...
Oh my God.
How would you... Yeah.
That would be the best. My dream for this game at some point is like, you're like, well, we don't want to change the map too much, right? And then we put like, we get like an underground tunnel, you know what I'm saying? Like the Caustics live like rats in the sewers. It's what I live for.
It's like the upside down of Kings Canyon for...
Yes. Yes. Oh.
Don't give them too many ideas.
What an appropriate idea. I love it. I love it. Straight up, man. Oh, man. There was a beautiful, beautiful video. Some meme lord on the Apex Legends subreddit posted about how they used it wasn't even a Caustic. They used a Watson and a Wraith to make a kill room in one of those closed off spaces. The Wraith climbed on top of like the generator or whatever, started the portal at this peak of the room, so that if you went through it, you'd fall down. So you wouldn't be able to go back through the portal. And then she runs out to the enemy, lets herself get knocked, finishing the portal, and then goes immediately through her own portal. They all chase because they're all thirsty.
I need to see this one.
Right? And the Wraith is knocked, so you have to get the kill. You have to get the kill, right?
Yeah.
You can't let her get res. So 3 people run into the portal. They pop out inside bunker. They all get hit by 3 layers of Watson traps at the same time. Sickest triple kill I've ever seen. Now, the only thing missing there was 3 gas traps as well. Hopefully, someone can make a better version of that and send it to me
well, you're in luck
privately.
because we have quite a few Caustic fans in the chat. A lot of people...
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of Caustic fans in the chat here.
Good. Good. That Prince of Darkness skin was the best buff he ever got.
Now, looking at Callie here, only 21 shots in his R99?
Well, he's made good use of those bullets. He's got 7 frags so far.
I hope he knows he's a little low on ammo there. Callie, you got to find some more light ammo, man.
You know what Callie's thinking? 21 bullets is just enough to kill someone so I can take theirs. Assuming he doesn't miss, of course.
Now, it just went from 4 to 2. I'm not sure if they lost out on a fight that was happening, but these guys, they've been running around in circles here, trying to find the last bogey. Going through bunker again.
There are only so many places someone could be hiding right now, but maybe
do
they're like...
Do you go inside and look up on the doors?
In this room, the room on the right here that he's passing, you can like climb on top of the server rack on the side and like be basically sitting on the roof of that room. It's a great dirty spot, by the way, for any of you Caustic bunker droppers. People will not see you if they don't look up.
I've found some creative spots in ranked, I'll be honest. Oh, that's a fun one to end.
Get over here!
Thank you, Jeesh. That was wonderful.
That is exactly the way that you want to kill the last remaining player. There is no better way. They're trying to run around. They're trying to dance. They're trying to move like a butterfly, but you're like, no, you harpoon the butterfly, pull it into you, and blow it to pieces with the Peacekeeper.
Maybe a little bit of frustration there. Is like, where were you? I couldn't find you. Yeah, 26 is pretty huge.
Not bad. 26 good rounds. So with the first place, that makes that a 36-point game, which was, I think, second or third after the first map.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Now we're going to take a look at a replay. This game has already been played. We're going to see what happened here with Alliance.
There was a Caustic in the bunker, so that's great.
Oh yeah.
No, Caustic, no.
Not long for this world though.
Well, you know what? He did what he had to do. Okay, he got it. I think the Caustic got a kill before the pro team killed them, so he did his job.
And I meant to say, having played quite a bit of rank, you know, it's all about that placement. So if your team gets knocked out, and you're the last one up, sometimes you just got to be sneaky and try to get top 5, whatever. So I've found some sneaky spots, just trying to stay alive on my own. You know, my teammates are down and just trying to get as far as I can go.
Yeah, best pro tip I ever got in this game was last week's show when Jasmine told us about the loot underneath the feet of the Leviathan.
Have you been using that?
Yes.
See, whenever I'm going by,
in 2 games I got level 3 armor from it. And these guys dominated, pushed through, 25 kills.
Very solid. Very solid. So I tried that, but you know, I found myself hanging around the foot too long, waiting for it to lift. So I guess I just have to figure out the timing. And we're going to look at a replay here of Complexity. Of course, Complexity is in the FACEIT studio right now, so I believe this is footage from their second game.
Yeah, this was a full match of theirs, getting some good bunker action going. Of course, it's very easy. No surprise for us to pull the feed from these guys, of course, since we do have them here. One of the best parts about having players here.
Yep.
And getting some fighting by the bunker, by the hover tank, and seeing the R99s, by the way. I've been seeing a lot of R99s, and I like it. I like it a lot. There's definitely, we got an alternator here that was used, but it has not been everything. R301 Peacekeeper, by the way, dynamite combination.
Yeah, I think if one of these teams picks up the disruptor rounds, if they drop on the disruptor rounds, then we'll see an alternator, but we're seeing it less.
Yeah,
like,
it feels like it's not.
We're not seeing as many people hold on an alternator and
waiting
while looking for the disruptor rounds.
And I think that's going to be so far, that's the story of today, because it has not been alternator spam. There's been an alternator here, an alternator there. Wow,
last team here for Complexity.
That swing up.
Not the hugest kill count here.
They cut off the bottom with those Watson traps so well, and then he's like, no, man, I'm a Spider-Man my way over, and just boom, headshot straight in the face with the Peacekeeper. Well done. 28 kills for Complexity. That's fantastic. I got to talk to those guys a little bit, too, while we were getting ready for today's show. We got T1 out here.
Not good.
The replay leading into.
Yeah, and remember T1, they're number 2 right now in our standings, overall standings. Fire Beavers.
Big team to keep our eyes on. Yeah, big team. T1 within 13 points of Fire Beavers. So literally.
Yeah, I feel like everyone in the top 5
right?
Everyone in the top 5 is real close to each other. So
13 extra kills is that is the difference to tie them up with Fire Beavers. Assuming that they both place first in every match.
Yeah, and so far, that's pretty much what we're seeing. Oh, there's the Arc Star. I like it. I like the attempt. Good try,
Ooh,
Mr.
that gold
Pathfinder.
alternator.
But little did you know you'd be running into a T1 player who makes a nice living playing this game. I always feel a little bad for our pub players on Thursdays. But there we go. 24 squad kills for T1. That's going to be a really good mark for them, and we'll see how it goes as they continue. We're going to take a short break here from the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends Week 6. We'll be right back.
Farm, dude. Try to farm. Try to knock him farm.
This guy decent though.
Okay. One's coming behind you. Team is coming from us. He's pushing, he's grappling towards you. Purple armor on one. On top. Oh, you guys fighting over the gas. Oh, okay. We're gonna go through Vulture, maybe?
What, 2?
Trophy system. Careful. Backing up. Oh my god, another team. Pushing down. Watch the tweet, dude. Tweet, bro. Longbow, dude.
Nobody's gonna hold your hand
Nice. About a third.
when it comes to healing.
Yeah, knock this. All dead.
Nobody's gonna understand
They're getting fought. They're dying in bunker.
why you still feel the way you
Shoot
do.
that canister right there. Have a trophy.
Even on my lonely days,
Knock one here. Carefully. The other team shouldn't be able to
I
push.
know that I am still loved.
All dead. Other team knocked.
It's pretty often that I feel I just don't fit in, and that's okay,
I mean, not already.
Two is solid.
'cause everybody's different,
Pull back. Yeah, I know.
and not everything works out. Sometimes I just need to step back and value who I am.
I have 3 or 6 kills, dude. Income TV, man. Come on.
Sometimes I miss where I come from,
Killing, bro. I don't know.
but I am glad to be here.
Yeah.
Up and down, around and back
They're
again,
grabbing armors in here, dude.
year after year. Nobody's gonna save
Just
me,
got nailed by the armor.
nobody but myself.
Yeah.
So I better get to it.
That's deadly.
Money don't mean shit.
Yep.
All that matters is what I leave behind.
should you help him if they chase him?
They're not. I don't think they'll chase, but they'll definitely like try and fight. One went through the portal actually. He's cracked.
I have a different kid on me. Oh, he's resin from the Octane.
I fought one.
Shit, I'll be resin. No, there's one. Did you guys kill him already? Listen, there's 2 reses over here. The one that we originally saw, and the Octane just rezzed over here on me.
All right, I mean, I love that break music. Really quick shout out to that music in the break. I love it. Let's go back to commercial to listen to more. No, but we're getting back into the action here. We're tuning into Liquid. This is the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends Week 6. Remember, $50,000 on the line over the entirety of this tournament series and $5,000 each week. So every match, very important. Liquid had an incredible week last week. They are a joy to watch. Just great overall play. Geesh playing Pathfinder. We have Callie on Octane and Rogue on Wraith.
I think you said it best when we talked about the standings at the start of the day. Liquid, they got the highest score so far ever in of any one team last week. They shattered all records, all expectations, and that has bumped them up a lot in the overall standings. But you know, that's kind of the nature of a tournament that takes place over so many weeks. Is that even that alone was not enough to put them in even like top 3 overall for the entire thing, because that first place is all that matters for the end of the 8 weeks when it comes to the 10 grand extra prize. But we've got the leaderboards on the left. T1, after having completed 3 games, seems to be doing very well. TSM has 4 games done, so it looks like they may have hit a snag as well on their way through. So once again, makes me a little bit nervous. That's been a problem for TSM, is dropping the 1 match early on, and they still do well because they don't usually mess up at all after that. But the fact that we keep talking about it, I think, speaks volumes.
It just goes to show, you know, winning isn't enough. You really have to have some phenomenal games mixed into those wins, too, to really stay up at the top. You know, consistency is very rewarded in a format like this.
Yeah.
So, you know, another challenge there is
by the way, since we're keeping track. He's got, that's it. It's Exodia. He has all 5 pieces. He's got purple mag, stabilizer, stock. He's got the gold sight, and he has the disruptor rounds.
Meanwhile, Geesh with the classic setup here, Wingman and the EVA 8. So no Peacekeeper for him.
The I can aim and I can spray build, right? Let's see. It's a good setup. I tried to do this one, but Wingman is...
oh, missed jump pad.
It's just hard.
Yeah, I mean, I always give the Wingman to the Wraith if there's a Wraith on my team, pretty much. You know there's an added, like...
Well, when you queue solo queue, or you get put, and someone on Wraith with TTV in their name is on your team, you always give them the sniper rifles, everything. Yeah.
And the Wingman.
Yeah. The game starts and it's like, they've got 50 billion kills. And just like, oh, wow, this person's really good. You go to their channel, they've got like 1 person watching. You're like, damn, you on that grind, man. You are on that grind.
I kind of love when that happens. And I was able to play a few games with Callie and Geesh. And that's how it kind of, like, I was playing Bloodhound. Like, I felt like I was like just pointing a gun at people in the game. And it's like, okay, there they are. Go get them.
Yeah, you were Joey Wheeler.
Exactly.
And they were Yugi.
I would just try to find the bad guys and be like, okay, they're there. And then I would just watch as they sprint and just go clean them up. And I'm like, okay, I got a shot in or 2. That was fun.
That's an important role, okay?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Even if you're not the one getting the kills, there's someone who could still find a way to screw things up, you know? That's an ability that we don't talk about too much. This circle's closing in pretty well. Still 4 squads alive. Looks like Callie's got eyes on someone, but he very patiently waiting to start shooting, too. He wants to make sure that his team knows where they are. Really good call-outs, and now they're going to start the engagement. He waits for his teammate to start shooting.
Love that.
So he basically says he's over here, and he knows where the enemy is, so he doesn't want to shoot until his teammate is also shooting. Keep the crossfire, keep the element of surprise, and doing very well with that. Cantley rocking the R301 and the longbow.
Yeah, and honestly, just to jump in on that, like that's a very important fundamental for you Apex Legends players that are looking to improve. It's a very important fundamental there where when you see an enemy, it's not necessarily the best idea just to start shooting at them. If you see an enemy, make your teammates aware of where the enemy is, so you can make sure that your teammates also have vision before you start shooting. That can be a very important thing to hold on to, and you might find more success in your firefights if you really take that to heart. Don't shoot right away. Let your teammates know that they're there, and then make sure all your crosshairs are on those guys before you really start the fight.
Callouts are really important, and I think it's even more interesting because that strategy is like very good for team play, but a lot of these guys can do very well on their own, obviously, as we've seen time and time again. So that coordination, even at this level, is just really awesome because these guys are superstar enough that they could take those fights without making those callouts and probably kill them, but they get the match win, and we're going to take a check-in with the leaderboards very soon, but let's see how many frags they picked up this round.
Yeah, you want to be right around 30. That's, I mean... Yeah, 28. That's really good.
That'll do, Pig.
Really
That'll
good.
do.
They're gonna be happy with that.
Oh shit! I didn't stay on it.
Again, if you start getting like a 21, 22. We're back in the studio, by the way. Axel joined by Nathanius, having a good time here in Santa Monica, watching this Apex Legends action unfold. We're seeing a lot of success from our teams that we've actually seen like live on the feed, but we have seen in the standings that it hasn't necessarily all been rainbows and unicorns. So let's look at those again. And the one that stuck out to us, you mentioned it earlier, TSM at number 7. With 4 games played, yet they're sitting at 74 kills.
And this comes down to, like we were talking about, the importance of every game. TSM, point-wise, is within very easily number 1 shooting distance right now. Like the spread between like 1st through 7th is very, very close, and even NRG are not that far off. But because because they had whatever happened, that they're down a game, now they just have less opportunities to get ahead of everybody else, and honestly, it should make it impossible for them to win today. And they've actually come back from this and won before, so I'm not going to say that it's impossible, since they are the reason why we know it's not. But boy, oh boy, is it a steep hill to climb, especially with teams like T1 and Fire Beavers popping off, getting the 28 to 30 kills per match. They are really on a roll, and watching them go has been fantastic, fascinating so far.
Yeah, every game is so important, and not only, well, just plainly, all these guys are so close, especially at the top. They're so close in the overall standings, so it's really important to take advantage of every single game. But without any further ado, we're going to hop back into the action. This time, we're going to take a look at Dignitas, and we actually have Jason on standby to help us figure out what's going on. So, Jason, I'm going to let you take it away. What's going on with Dignitas?
So, we can see Dignitas dropping into Slum Leaks, grabbing a P2020 right off the bat, chasing this Gibraltar down. He's trying to run, bless him, the big boy, but he's not making too many tracks. He's getting hunted down, flying shot with the P2020 to take him down. Then Crossover manages to pick up an RE45, chases down this Bloodhound, just absolute savagery with a machine pistol. Then Gibraltar's team come back with a respawn, but Crossover's there again, he's hunting him down. Again, the big boy's trying to run, but the Peacekeeper is hot on the heels of the Gibraltar. Again, gets taken down. The boys make their way down to Bunker, where they just continue cleaning up. Nice 2K coming in here from Crossover. On the other side of Bunker, they make their way up the hill. Nice one tap from on this Mirage, and then again they just hunt him down. He gets res, but again gets hunted down. And they take the balloon over to this hillside area where they're going to grab this 1K. But then, interestingly enough, they actually knock this guy down and then bail, hoping for a replay.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Interesting stuff. That's kind of hilarious. It's like, okay, we see that attrition strategy happen a lot at the end of games. We're like, okay, we got this in the bag. Let's let them res. Let's get our kills up. But right there, literally in the very beginning when they dropped, they took out a squad and like, you know what? Let's let them res right here. And you can see it's impacting every single part of the game, but they have a man down here.
Yeah, we saw it was actually a knockoff of a Kraber, so there is some ranged devastation.
Nathanius, I'll tell you something. I finally had a beautiful game with the Kraber.
Tell me about it. Open my eyes.
I mean, you could pretty much guess. Like, when you get those headshots going, like it was like over 2,000 damage.
Did you 360 at all?
No, I'm not that good.
Okay.
But I was actually hitting the satisfying headshots with the Kraber, like one after another after another. So
maybe one day I'll know what that's like.
It feels good. I'll say it was like the first time I did it, and I'm like, okay, I need to find the Kraber more often. But yeah, that's a scary gun, and it looks like Dignitas falling to it. Shurima His banner needs to be recovered, so looks like his teammate's going to go try to track that down.
He did get killed inside of the next ring, so rezzing him is not impossible. However, they may also start to ask themselves the age-old question of to res thee or try to get more kills for me. There are only so many respawn beacons left, and if they want to farm,
that's true,
they will have to use one of those very few remaining beacons to get the res off.
That's a good point. I almost wouldn't, just based on that alone. I don't know.
God, what was it? One of the first matches that we watched, right? We had a team do that, and they didn't get a res.
You have to win it, though. You have to win the game.
They still won on their own.
Yeah.
But, oh, man, looking at some of the results that we had on those leaderboards as well, I think, I'm trying to remember which one. I don't think it was like NRG, but some team was in a really tough spot where they like cleared 3 games and they only had 38 points. And it's like stuff like that. We don't know exactly what happened, but it very well could have been as simple as, oh, there was a down. And instead of going for, you know, the res, they were like, oh, yeah, we can do this 2v3. No big deal. Let's save the respawn beacons. But then they just lose a fight in a 3v2. Where maybe having that third person would have been the difference maker. So
yeah, I feel like here the circle seems pretty small for 5 squads left. So that makes me think, okay, there's going to be a couple solos around, probably. So maybe that's why I don't go for the res. Versus if the circle was bigger, if it was a little bit earlier in the game, and there's more squads represented. But I feel like there's a couple solos mixed in, so maybe I'd be confident to just stay on 2. But as I say that, look at this. Evasive tactics being employed by our Lifeline player, Crossover, as he starts engaging a fight, but then quickly backs away.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get the res. You want to be able to take care of yourself, since especially, you know, you're a man down. That also kind of makes the teammate on his own against everybody else that's there. So you're putting a lot of, you're not only putting a lot of faith and confidence into your teammate, you're putting a lot of pressure onto them to perform and clutch in that situation. Thus far, they're doing okay. That alternator able to get the knock and the thirst.
I have a tricky area here. You got a very narrow, you got a choke point here, so you got to be careful running in there, as the enemy team might be waiting for you to come through that corridor. But Crossover, he's going to charge through here and start pegging down an opponent with that wingman.
Beautiful wingman shots there. I absolutely love it. That digital threat really pays for itself so nicely in these types of situations, but he is kind of hurt. He's trying to slip and slide his way out.
Yeah, and also his teammates also trying to get a Phoenix kit out. So taking quite a bit of damage here, and they made the decision not to bring their teammate back. So going to try to make this happen with just 2. 3 squads left. As we see the standings pop up on the left there.
Little turtle going to give him some life back as he drops the care package. And in this situation, late game, when you're kind of stuck, quote unquote, best time to drop the care package. And now we have the other one, the natural one that's about to come down. So they've got that. 2, so they get the regular drop. This should be massive. Wow, okay, late game Kraber, interesting.
Nice.
That was one of the changes for Season 2.
Yeah, something I need to figure out more is the no-scope Kraber. That's the next thing I'm going to need to figure out.
We saw a good few point-blank shots with it last
It's basically a shotgun. That's very powerful.
The funniest thing about this game is that in many, many, many shooters, if you use a sniper, oh my god, it's going to happen. Oh,
love it.
223 to the dome!
Yeah.
I'm losing my point, but that was an awesome shot. In so many shooting games, any sniper, like not ADS'd, is just, it has like no aim, like literally no aim. Like it just does not function. Like the reticule for it is spread so wide that you would never try to shoot it point blank, and if you did, you're almost guaranteed
the bullet would just go off somewhere.
Yeah, like off into the abyss. But that Kraber, while it's not the tightest reticule, running or moving or standing still, it is way more manageable than the snipers in this game, way more. And we make the joke about how, like, oh yeah, you land on a longbow. It's actually one of the best guns that you can land on, because you just get ridiculous close range damage. You can blast somebody away with no attachments. And yeah, that's one of those weird things that makes the Kraber a really fun gun to watch people use, because not only can you get those 6 snipes off, but at point blank range, it's going to do, I'm pretty sure, like 125 regardless.
Yeah. Ooh, 28 kills. That's a great number there.
Awesome.
And yeah, I agree with you. You know, on that Kraber, it's almost something you need to really practice, even though it can be hard to find the gun, but practicing the no-scope situations where you are up close and you're, you know, maybe you have a secondary that doesn't have a lot of ammo and you're forced into the situation of having that Kraber with short distance. But it can be effective. It just requires a little bit of practice to make, you know, to treat it like a shotgun. As we're taking a look at NRG going back live here. Dizzy, notably, not going to be in the lineup today. I think he's involved with, I think there's an SP's Apex thing going on today.
Yeah, there's some Apex memery going down.
Yeah, so
good to see. Of course, I think I'm very excited. I feel like for a lot of games, there's like a lot of foundational type stuff that is very important for setting things up for the future and all that jazz. And I'm glad. I'm glad that there's competitive Apex that's popping up and happening more and more all over the world.
Absolutely, and these pros are going to have to balance that too. But we were talking about the Kraber. We have a comment in the chat from Manic. He said it's actually easier because you get a dot. You don't get that with an op. You don't get that with an op.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the point there.
Yeah.
So you actually have a dot in your crosshairs with the Kraber to help you out a little bit.
I feel like I'm like scarred by this, that I remember this so well. But I'm pretty sure there's also games that you just straight up don't have any reticule at all, like a sniper, not ADS. They're like, you want to try, go for it, but good luck.
Yeah, I'm like thinking back to like the intervention in Modern Warfare 2. Maybe that's too big of a throwback, but. Yeah, I think that maybe that applies to what you're talking about there.
Weirdly enough,
if anyone remembers
I guess quick scoping was a way to compensate in those games.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Not exactly necessary in Apex. No, I'm just waiting for them to, you know, I want the collab. I want the golden gun in this game. You know what I mean? You just find it, and it only has one shot, but you're like, well, there you go. It goes, like, no, you can't be rezzed from it either. Like, it doesn't knock, it just insta-kills.
Like a heat
That sounds like a great mechanic. I think the pros would love that. Just a straight-up small golden pistol with one bullet.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's kind of like the wingman, to be honest.
Didn't have the wingman in James Bond.
We see the wingman here.
Good shooting.
No skull piercer, but he's got that blue mag, so plenty of shots to work with.
And another R99.
Yep.
So we've seen a fair bit of alternator usage, but it has not completely dominated. You know what we haven't seen? Interestingly enough, maybe this just hasn't found its way to look. Whoa!
Look out,
dude! I'm not going to lie. My inner caustic player just cried for a second there. Imagine if he got stomped on stream in the tournament on the main stream. Oof.
Oh, I think
dude, he just dodged a bullet. His whole life just flashed before his eyes.
Yeah, I think everyone watching would agree that that would have been pretty gnarly to see unfold.
You know what?
A Leviathan getting a kill on the FACEIT Apex Legends.
Yeah. When I found out that the Leviathan doesn't actually move, it just kind of lifts its feet up and puts them back down, I was like, how could anybody ever run underneath one of those on accident? Just had my question answered. Sadly, not in the way that I was hoping it would be answered, but now I know.
If it happens, I'm pretty sure Leviathan will get a spot on our leaderboard, probably. So
I hope so. I hope so.
Definitely.
Tap on me. Tap. Got him.
Firefight going on here. One down and then two. Looks like there should be one left from that team. Moore is a little nervous. He got pretty low in health, but looks like he's able to figure that out.
They killed the solo. It's fine. We have another solo right here.
So they're talking about the solo players that are left in the game.
Coming, Ace.
I would assume wanting them to get reses off.
There was 3 on this team. I killed 1.
Rates at 50. Rates at 50.
Of course, you don't want to let all the solos just run around, because if it's that risk reward, right? If you wait, if you give them time, bad things can happen. And fighting outside the round 2 circle is very dangerous. Moore is actually super hurt, and he needs to get out. Does he have time to heal this? Just barely. I guess if it times out that you can syringe through wave 2, that's nice. I feel like, couldn't he grapple himself out now? Or maybe he wants to keep the cooldown, I don't know.
Might be just playing super safe, doesn't want to reveal himself yet outside of the gas
well,
area.
he made it out of the so whatever, I guess, but that's terrifying. I don't think I could calmly sit there and just try to heal through it. I would grapple out. and then I'd have no way to be mobile if someone was started shooting at me and I'd die.
It's almost like cover being out there. You know, no one's really looking out there.
That's definitely a behavior that you learn from a mistake, though. Like you don't just decide that you're always going to play like that. You grapple into the safe zone, and then someone immediately kills you, and you're like, I had no mobility. And that's after that, you're like, you know what? I'm never grappling in if I can heal through again. Caustic trap, Pog. Nope. Okay, he's gonna run past it. Well, that's how Caustic. That's how it goes.
By the way, we got FACEIT points drops happening in the chat. That's pretty crazy.
Pog.
So look out. You guys in the chat, look out. You might get free stuff. I'm just fair warning everyone.
Comes in, gets a knock on the Cajun Commander. Nice. The Cajun Commander. Do you think guy like fights with like crawfish and stuff?
Or shrimp?
Or shrimp?
No.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that type of food. I'm just
maybe just really likes spicy.
Yeah.
And that's it. See alternator wingman combo from Moore. Alternator, of course, with the disruptor rounds, meant to take care of the shields, and then he switch over and finish him off with that wingman. While we see the wingman R99 from Ace. 4 squads left.
Chilling high up. He's on Overwatch, as it were, looking for an enemy to run past in his line of sight before he pounces. I'm gonna check through here again. Nothing much to be found, and they're talking about how one of the guys is solo, so maybe they are hoping or waiting for a res. I'm gonna go hide in a corner.
Yeah, viable.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but
I've done it. I had a game yesterday, I think, where it was just me. My teammates fell, but I was just trying to get. I was in ranked, so I was just trying to get top 5, whatever. And it was one of the very narrow pathways, and I heard a team, and I just literally hid behind a rock, and all 3 of them just ran by me.
Nice.
And I was just chilling. So you can be sneaky in this game. You can be sneaky.
Yeah, somehow that strategy doesn't work as well for me with Caustic. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to work on it.
Maybe people pick up the smell of the gas.
Hopefully they're smelling my gas.
I was playing, I think Octane or Bloodhound. I don't know. I think I was playing Bloodhound that game, actually. If you don't move, they won't hear you. That's the moral of the story.
That is true. Audio in Apex like that is really punishing like that. You can hear if someone even like crouch walking is not guaranteed.
Whoa!
It's a trap!
Look out!
Breathe it in. He's like, I gotta shoot out the side and jump off. Look at that. In the midst of this firefight, he gets hit with that host. You got to impress the viewers with those plays. Dude, that's so sick.
I mean, I was
up.
terrified for him at first, but he's like, all right, oh, well.
I downed the Caustic.
No.
I thirsted Caustic.
That is, oh my God, that's like.
We haven't seen that before.
That's like the last thing that you see. Like you're ziplining up, you jump up, and then you look down. There's 3 gas traps in a barbed wire fence. You're like, oh hell no. You're super.
They just needed to. That team, whoever set that up, needed to be watching it.
Yeah,
right?
if you were watching,
you got to watch your traps that you set.
If we had seen that work too, like, oh my God.
And energy gets wiped out by the Watson Caustic combo.
What is it doing? I guess we've seen Spider-Man breakdance now.
Careful, I think he's dead. No, somehow he's still alive. Ace solo in health. Moore's trying to help him out. So is Seno.
Watson's fighting somebody.
Not
the easiest
The raid's coming to grief. No,
fight here.
I need to kill this raid. Okay.
Coming towards you.
But a characteristic that really separates these pros is just the ability to find a moment in time during a fight to get your shields back. You know,
yep.
That's one of the most challenging things in Apex.
And you'll see it so much in these pro matches, especially when these guys get hurt. They will squeeze in as much as possible. Those quick shield battery pops. Takes some damage though. Gets hurt very badly, but is able to win the 1v1. And that's one of the other things we were talking about is if you do get jumped, even if you are the quote-unquote better or more mechanically skilled player, someone having the jump on you for that extra half a second with a disruptor alternator is that's a big thing. That's a hard thing to deal with. So
yeah, I hear one underneath me. Yeah, it's just right here.
It is possible to punch out the bottom of the fence when it's active without getting hit by it, but you have to time it, and you have to like stand a certain distance away because the animation for the character, you always step forward when you're punching, If you try to put your reticule right over the base and then punch from like too close,
step
you
right
actually
into the fence.
you step and miss, and then you get hit by the fence. It is painful, but I tested it out. I busted the myth for science. For you.
You're just trying to find that information, and I think all the other legends appreciate that.
Yeah.
As sadistically.
I hope
as
someone learned about the traps on top of doors that can be moved. It's very real. It's actually really funny.
Someone needs to do those experiments to find out the parameters of what we got going on here.
Yeah,
so thank you, Nathaniel.
It's a good thing that there are so many test subjects that play Apex Legends. So he's going to take the self-res with his teammate right there. And I actually think it is better to let your teammate res you in this situation, mostly because the self-res turns into a purple after you use it, which you might say, Nate, no one's ever going to actually get a chance to self-res in a real fight. To that I say, sure, but if you have to actually use the golden shield, I do believe it as a gold shield, it has still more shields itself if you were trying to block from being thirsted. But not that it matters too much anymore as they come up, kill that last solo player, and win the match. Let's see how many frags they picked up.
Really interesting late game there.
That was one of the most fun
Pretty
late
crazy
games we've seen, I think.
in this area.
Just the moment when the Pathfinder zips up and there's that fence around the entire roof and he's about to drop into the traps.
And he
the
did.
awareness.
He dropped in there,
Yeah, the awareness. Like as he's taking damage from the gas, 26 kills, not bad at all. But as he's taking damage from the gas, he immediately makes sure to kill the corner one because he knows if he tries to jump out through the electric fence while being gassed, that damage is going to stack really hard on him. And if he even if he gets away, still, he's going to be way worse for wear than he was in reality. Awesome snap decision making and reaction time.
And a pretty huge game from NRG there. That's a good number of kills. It looks like we're going to scroll on over to another one of our participants. It's going to be Cloud9 as we run through what happened in their early game. This is one of those new areas with the new season that they ended up dropping to, and it looks like they headed towards Bunker after that in the Cascades area.
Yeah, Bunker, of course. Always a fun place.
We see the alternator with the disrupt rounds. Oh, we see a Bloodhound. Oh my goodness.
Look at that.
I got to talk to Jasmine now.
And
wow, we're seeing a Bloodhound.
You know, in these situations, that's kind of where the Bloodhound shines, right? It's basically got that the heat-seeking vision on everybody for these types of scenarios. So in a fight, can be quite useful with his ultimate.
Absolutely.
Very well done.
And honestly, in a format like this, back when I played Bloodhound,
back in the day,
you know, it's like when you're trying to track people down, there's no mechanic more useful than Bloodhound's ult, especially near the end, where you pop that ult and you can go up a balloon and you see absolutely everything. So that can be a very important utility in a format like this. If you're just trying to find people, that's what Bloodhound's ultimate is for. That's what Bloodhound is for, finding people. So if you can have a really fast team and a really good Bloodhound, yeah, it can work out pretty well.
I feel like we just also saw in this replay some caustic traps being useful. So I'm just going to say that out loud so that, you know, I said it. Getting into some fights. R99, a Prowler as his secondary. Okay. What Frexy's got seems a little bit more normal. He's got the Alternator Peacekeeper, and they do win that match. They get the 25 frags. So not bad. Does seem like today's average for our winning teams is a bit higher. This has been a lot more towards that 29, 30. And since we are about 4 or 5 games in now, teams are going to be starting to create that separation. This is game 5 here for Complexity, and got a chance to chat with them a little bit before we went live today, and I was like, okay, well, you guys seem like you're one of the it feels really weird to say this in terms of like esports and whatnot, but like you and I know people have been getting into this. The industry is growing so much. A lot of very young players that are very good. There's some of the older players. I think 2 of them are 25. One of them is 21. So these guys are a bit more mature. And I was asking them about like their background. So I was like, okay, what did you get into before all of this then? Because surely this wouldn't have been the first thing. And they said they played H1, Z1 competitively a lot. So they did that battle royale experience. And
all teams of 3.
I kind of had a funny chat with them about how the certain titles get updates so often, so quickly, and so crazily, and like the impact that it has on the competitive scene is like, well, you know, the pacing for Apex has been, they've been really good about the hot fixes with things. After all the complaints about the alternator, right? It was very quickly kind of touched upon, and while it is still very good, I think we're already seeing that impact in today. It has not been alternator spam everywhere, and maybe it's because people aren't finding it, but we really have only seen maybe 1 or 2 players holding one on a team, and in several games, no alternators at all.
And honestly, I think that's kind of telling us that it was probably the right move overall, and just to be able, you know, just the fact that we're seeing such a diversity.
Well, Mendo tweeted positively about it to change, so it must have been one of, you know, that's how you know a change is good.
Actually,
I love you, Mendo.
He should be able to loot enough and res. Let's go over here to Thunder kill these guys.
So they're trying to make get a little bit of res time, a little recovery, heal up, fighting on the high ground, taking some real serious damage. Reptar is going to be able to get himself into cover to heal up. And we've got Gabe swinging over, getting on top of the drop ship. Craig is going to be able to get the knock on the roof, and trying to make sure he can get that kill thirsted, that the enemy does not just crawl off the edge and fall to the ground.
Let's go. Hey, let's go kill the dome guy now so he reses Thunder. Everybody go to dome.
So kind of a call out. They want to kill that team and then leave a few of them alive so that they use the Thunderdome res before the circle closes, eliminating it.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky final circle with the ship there and then the Thunderdome there. A lot of like high angles you have to worry about. So you know, they're receiving a lot of pressure from that Thunderdome area, so now they're just going to run straight this way. It could be almost looks like a solo, but right now they're speaking about the strat to allow those reses to happen. So you want to keep one alive.
Yep, they do not want to kill the last remaining players so that they can get the res and they can farm a few more kills. Of course, there's a scenario where that doesn't happen and they don't get the kill, so they just end up -1 instead of +2.
Because team didn't go down, but no, it wasn't.
I didn't notice if team went down or not. That's why I asked.
No, I literally just said it was 3 teams.
I have a hard time hearing with how the volumes are set up right now. I don't hear everything.
I think this last guy.
Wow, I was ready for a fight to break out right there. Those are the cons.
You know what?
I
love that. Like what they were talking about is just being clear in their communication.
I feel like I just heard bomb defused like right there. He's like, oh, I thought you got him. I thought you got him. He's like, no, I said I didn't get him. And then they're like, okay, it's fine. Let's keep going.
Yep.
I'm like, woo.
But they were emphasizing just how they want to communicate to make sure it's clear in the future. So very important things you got to figure out.
God, imagine getting teammates like this in pubs. The world would be a much better place.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
We'd have a lot more.
Find out how many people there are.
A lot more happiness.
Inside with the portal. Great, I'm going through his portal.
Oh, YOLO!
I'm going through his portal.
And before traps.
Famous last words.
He's like, all right, there was nothing there.
Yeah, coming back through.
Imagine that though, like that is really it reminds me of like I think of like the Saw movies. I'm like, he's like, all right, that's it. I'm just gonna go through this portal. Like whatever's on the other side, I'm gonna face it. And it ends up as sometimes there's absolutely nothing, and it's like, oh yeah, this was just like another random thing, or it's 3 caustic traps and a Watson fence and 3 people with peacekeepers saying, well met.
I hit him one time, run away.
Not this time. Looks like relatively unscathed going through.
You must put your hand inside
the portal
box.
And back.
I won't tell you what's inside.
Running up right here.
Is that the last guy?
He's got the longbow R99. Reptar is hurting, trying to grapple his way out of there. He does have a med kit to work with. Good use of the slide mobility as well. You know, one of the big things that they did do is kind of get rid of that B hopping for the heals. So these players have to be a little bit more cautious about how they use the mobility with healing, since there is no more trick to just kind of keep moving at normal speed while rezzing or healing yourself.
And just looking at Reptar's play there, the Pathfinder, like that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. When these guys get low in health, they get out. They somehow, some way, they survive. You know, sometimes they get down. But right there, we saw his quick grapple and just finding a really safe spot to heal immediately.
That's what makes Pathfinder so good. And he sees the L-Star, he's like,
Pathfinder's still down below you, Reptar.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the L-Star right now? Have you been able to pick it up too much in game?
I've actually been able to use it a few times. I wish I had more. Ammo. Really, I think is the problem. I wish it was possible to re-up on only the L-Star ammo. Not like The Mastiff feels like you could play out a game with a Mastiff, you know? The Kraber feels like you could play out a game with a Kraber. The L-Star does not feel like you can play out a game with an L-Star, you know? And I think that's the biggest thing because it doesn't hold attachments. So if you pick up an L-Star and you drop like a fully kitted assault rifle for it, and the L-Stars, you're going to have like maybe 1 or 2 fights worth of ammo unless you land all headshots with it. And then you have to pick up a new gun with no attachments at all, right?
I'm killing the Wraith. I'm killing the Wraith.
I feel like that's a big reason why you don't see a ton of usage for it, because its damage is impressive.
Yeah, I feel like it becomes really difficult mid-range.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you know
for me it's like
you can always compensate for closer opponents with spraying a little bit, but then the fact that it really only has like the 3 mags for it,
and it's hard to control. Like mid to late. Mid to long range, it just hasn't really worked out for me, at least. I'm a very small sample size, but
I mean, my immediate thoughts were, I wish it just came with no ammo and it took energy ammo, and that would be like a cool thing. But it would probably be a little bit strong in that scenario. But
he's fucked up now.
Yeah, we'll see. They're pretty good about making tweaks to make stuff more useful without breaking anything. So
yeah,
I'm not worried about it in the long run.
They can make the recoil a little better from mid-range, I guess. That's a problem I've had, as you see.
So close. Matt, we did have it happen once last week where the punch was the winning blow.
Well, we
were
able to see that grapple earlier.
The grapple, yeah, we had the
G.
grapple kill earlier too.
That's pretty cool. But that's Complexity doing good things there. Let's see how many kills they could rack up. 22, not the highest we've seen.
22, first place. It's a 32-point game. It's not terrible, but not the most impressive. As we take a look here at our replays, we get a little bit of a look back over towards Immortals. Getting into some scrap, seeing some wingman usage. They're still rocking them alternators.
Gold armor.
Micah been very good with those wingman shots. Pushing the house with the wingman out instead of the alternator I always find funny. There's poor Caustic. Leave him alone. He just wanted to experiment on people. He's just a scientist, damn it.
Yeah, pretty smooth play from Immortals. Not too much trouble throughout the early stages of this game as we get into a live shot of what's going on. They have 1 man down. That's Crust from Immortals. Having a tough time.
Oof.
And actually,
well, that's not the way that you want.
They have to decide if they want to grab that banner and res them or not. 6 squads left.
Yeah.
That does limit the remaining beacons, as we mentioned earlier.
Oh, wow. Steps outside to try and take the shot and actually gets stuttered by that. He's going to come outside. He's got the alternator still, so that damage is very real. Ooh. Beautiful shooting.
Didn't save his team in time. If they could get third party right now, it'd be a disaster.
Yes, it
would.
But
it looks like
gets the res in Austin, though. Yeah, that's a really important moment, though, because you talk about that. They also probably want to grab the banner. Even if they don't decide to go for the res, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You know what I'm saying?
At this point, how much time until the 23 seconds? Yeah, the beacon's a little bit far. If there's a closer beacon right now, definitely get him back right away so we can go back and loot all these boxes. But at this point, I don't know if he has time to go back and loot those boxes, so maybe you leave him in the void. Leave him in the void.
I think since this next beacon is going to be removed by the current circle, their current trajectory should make it pretty easy to get the res and keep moving. So I would like to see them go for it, because the odds of an enemy team in this next 45 seconds coming here to respawn just seems a little bit low.
That's a good point.
And there's 3 beacons in the next circle, I think, so there's plenty of opportunity for them to... Uh-oh.
So he just
needs a random portal.
He needs loot. Okay. That's what he needs. He needs a weapon.
Oh, right here?
So they found the team.
Yeah, so the play might here be Micah and Austin. If they can just take these guys out real quick, and then Crust can come over here and loot their bodies. That's probably the play they're going to be looking for.
Excellent point, Axel Toss. As kill these guys. Obviously, good for your points. It was really nice that they were able to find that portal then, because being able to use it to chase is great. Just have to be cautious about any potential third-party shenanigans.
And now Crust should be just fine with the...
Yeah, now Crust just comes over here and he just loots their dead bodies and he's good. So he should be ready to rock and roll.
I like it. Good plays here from Immortal. Losing a man, but staying calm, staying collected. and making the right plays. Heading towards the Skulltown area.
Team lower.
Can be a very technical area. Lots of corridors and buildings and places you can hide and jump onto. And just like that, Micah gets taken down. He's going to get thirsted a little bit, trying to stay alive, but no, he's down. And that's going to make this a little bit complicated. Thankfully, he's got 2 teammates up. That's Crust and Austin. Austin's getting a little bit low too, but he's able to get the elimination onto 1 bogey. Crust found his purple armor, so he's going to be useful here. And it looks like they did clean up that team, but unfortunate that Micah was taken down.
Yeah, now 3 squads left. They did wipe that team, right? So maybe they use the other beacon that's going to be outside the next circle. It's unfortunate that you have to be the one to do it, but it is better than, than not having that and taking the risk at the end game. So they are going to get that res, and he's coming back.
Wait, why are you resing me?
Why are you resing me?
Wait.
Why?
Yeah, there's 2 other beacons.
So I think he said it's because it's outside the zone, I think is what he just said, if I heard him
And there are
correctly.
2 other beacons still inside the zone, so
yeah.
That's all right.
Imagine that. What a funny thought. Why'd you res me, bruh? I'd rather spectate. You guys got this. Farm more. The more annoying part is that there's actually no bodies that are going to have like really good loot on them here. So he's there's not like a setup for him already in place to get a ton of good stuff.
Only 16 shots right now on a non-disruptor round alternator.
He's got to get back to his old body. There we go. Okay, now he's going to be able to power up.
Skull Piercer.
So they left. He's looting his own body, by the way. That was his body from earlier, so they did leave that for him, thankfully. But he's still riding the struggle bus. He did not have time to completely loot his body since the other team showed up.
It's a little surprising.
He's got plenty of ammo. Okay, there you go.
That's pretty cool. He
That's
literally
what
caught
friends
the med
do.
kit. Yeah, he literally caught it.
That's what friends do.
Midair, it seemed like.
Yeah, that's that really awkward moment because he was able to loot. He got the guns, he got the attachments. He didn't get any of the utility or the meds. So
yeah, I don't know how Austin and Crust didn't see that guy, whoever just shot at him, because like it seemed like they cleared out that area. So the fact that he was still threatened there, that was weird.
I also felt like I was like, oh, that was quite a blind side there.
Yeah, it's like that's what happens to me. I'm like, oh, I'm safe. I'm just gonna loot, and boom, I'm dead. Someone got me. So, but Micah, very fast reactions, able to escape danger, and this should be pretty down to business here.
Yeah, he's calling out. He's like, you're alone. You are so very alone while you're taking this fight. Gotta be careful about whether you're gonna go with it. Do you want that? No. Okay, he's gonna leave the Mastiff. I mean, Wingman. It's definitely one more. Wingman alternator, and he does have the disruptor rounds on that alternator.
And he's got the Skull Piercer on the Wingman.
That's everything you need. You crack the shields, and then the Wingman's gonna get the job done, right? You just pop him in the head once at that point with the shields gone. It's gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't.
So right now they're trying to decide how to strategically navigate the final 2 squads here. It's simple to just take them out, but when you're trying to get the most kills possible, it can be worth it to let a res or 2 happen. There are 2 beacons that were in the most previous circle.
Good straight like a heat-seeking missile onto that package. Does not take that L-Star.
So I actually found my first L-Star from a flyer in the first 30 seconds of a game.
Damn.
In a ranked game.
Damn.
I didn't know that was possible.
He's pushing you, Austin.
But flyers have L-Stars.
Yeah,
flyers can drop L-Stars.
Yeah, I feel like pretty much all the L-Stars that we've seen have been in the early game, as weird as that sounds. Whenever I'm like watching people play or I'm like in early fights in like hot drops, those L-Stars seem to pop up quite a bit. Of course, the care package, there are very early care packages at the start of the game too to kind of spice things up.
Yeah, but for me, I think there's a lot of guns I'd put in front of the L-Star. We're talking about our depth chart a little bit earlier.
It's just, the ammos for it is just unmanageable, in my mind. It's very hard to balance a gun that's meant to shoot a lot of bullets, but you can't replenish its ammo.
And it's only really good close range, kind of. And there's a lot of other guns.
It's hard to land. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to land far shots. And then once you do trade it back for anything else, unless you use it, unless you swap it for a fully kitted gun on someone else's body, you're starting over from square zero with that weapon slot. And we have Micah coming out here. He does get his shields cleaned off, but he's able to get the knock. Immediately gets inside to pop the battery. Very small final circle over this cluster of buildings on the west side.
He's on my roof right now.
Yeah, no, that's just the guy that was there, his teammate.
Yeah, it's his teammate. She's just standing there.
Sitting right there.
I'm trying to see if he runs towards.
Now they're trying to make the call-outs here on where the enemy team is.
Get out of there.
Yeah, and trying to decide,
There's
okay.
two squads that they have to deal with still.
Yeah, it's like, okay, are they going to go get the beacons? Or are they going to go try to res?
Mass checks out.
Nah, we just gotta kill him. We just gotta kill him.
Uh-huh.
Looks like they're just going to end it.
Yeah, they said that there are no more revive beacons inside of the next circle, so they should just kill everybody now and get it over with.
And yeah, especially before they get each other. There's one down. That was a solo, it looked like. And one more team left for Immortals to track down here in the final circle. Another interesting final circle location way on the edge of the map.
Wow, nice. And then they take out another solo player to finish off that round as Immortals, who we did get to talk to back a couple weeks ago. They were out here in the studio. They have been one of those teams that have been slowly improving as they continue to play out their matches. And I think the conversation kind of was about the swap in the roster. We had 33 kills this round. And that swap we were talking about, Austin has been playing for them for the last few weeks. 12 frags. That's a dynamite match. And I was going into this because I wanted to say Immortals is one of those teams that has been improving, and I don't know exactly what the details of the Austin thing are. Is he a full-time player on the team now? I don't know what's going on, what's happening, if he's trying out, but doing very well with him.
Yeah, and what an awesome game they just had there, dropping 33, and not only that, very even dispersion, a very even spread of those kills and of that damage, which is really cool to see. A very balanced team.
I can't hit that wraith if you paid me $1.
It's very important to have a lot of capable playmakers because you never know who's going to be solo and is going to need to come in the clutch. So very nicely done from Immortals, but now we're looking at CLG.
We don't see much devotion usage though. That's kind of cool.
One shot, this kid.
Yeah.
One shot.
What if he's got a turbocharger on that?
No, he didn't. That's why I was surprised.
And
so,
moving into live here, 2 down.
Oh my god, yeah, CLG, just one player remaining. Lyric with level 1 armor. Can I get a Monka S right there? You got to be careful.
Wow.
Of course, as pros, we whenever we like see this, we're like, oh yeah, the pros. Yeah, they always come back. They always recover. They're the heroes of the story. They're the guys that are really good and better than everybody. But sometimes,
don't go that way. I would take the balloon in a heartbeat right here.
Sometimes this gets messy because trying to get back over to these bodies, it looks like there's a couple teams fighting. So he's going to have to potentially win a 1v6 here to know how many of the enemies are remaining.
He is third-partying here, so definitely on purpose, engaging at this moment. And while these two teams are distracted by each other, that's another guy with purple armor.
He's going to have to play this game on his own soon if he doesn't get those
He's got to drop him and pick up the armor from his body really quickly. I don't even think you use a shield there.
Wow, yeah.
I think you thirst that right away and you get the purple armor. I don't think you use a shield battery.
He used the battery really fast. I think he might have a gold backpack, but... Oh, you really cannot afford to lose this round like this. But unfortunately, with how long this is dragged...
It's to thirst a purple
One teammate times out, and Nicewig is about to time out as well, so he has to win.
I don't know if I'd fight that guy. I disagree. If he's a god, he gets his teammates up there. Like, sure, he just wiped a lot of people, but you left your teammates. Sorry.
He's gonna be coming after you after the show, man.
Sorry. I mean, good job, but I think you gotta thirst and get that purple shield right away, and then ignore the other guys. Go get your teammates.
Yeah.
But he's gonna try to finish this out solo, so more power to him.
He's stopping to just loot up a little bit more. He's got great loot. Doesn't have to share it with anybody, but life alone is not always that fun. Axel toss. So let's see how much he can get done by himself, as he does have his work cut out for him.
Based on what we just saw,
he's got to kill the last 2 remaining squads on his own. If ever there was such a thing as pressure or clutch, this is it. This is it right here. This is what makes a man a champion.
Yeah, and he just fought 2 squads with white armor, so now that he has gold armor, I'm inclined to think he's got this. And now only one squad left, so
and you know
that's actually another mistake. He wants to kill the last 2 squads.
It's weird, right? Yeah, it's like you'd think, okay, do you want to have him when it was 5 squads left? Did you want him to kill 4 squads? Maybe, maybe not, because that's a lot to ask. But
I love it. Don't you love it?
I love it.
You can do it.
You can do it. Oh, sorry.
Lyric, he's our man. If he can't do it, well,
no one can. Yeah. I'm down with that.
On the FACEIT leaderboard, so don't lose.
Yeah, you should have this.
Yeah, I think especially since it's like you don't want the other teams to kill each other because you want to get all the kills, but when it's just you would rather get the first place because that's a 5-point difference. Right now, getting the final kill to win this match is 5 extra points rather than finishing in second place. So the value of that alone is huge considering that he has no backup. He's on his own. His friends aren't showing up to help. He's got to do it all by himself.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. He just had a nice, again, he just 1v2'd, or like 2 teams. So again, as you said, it could have been a 1v6, 1v5. He only had white armor, and he did just fine. So 1v1 here, or 1v1 team, probably 3 up, should be fine.
Shout out to the gold backpack, by the way. That was big. Hopefully, okay, what do we got? We got purple, mag, Phoenix, meh. Wonder if he was, what's he got? The Spitfire and the R99, it looks like. Would have maybe enjoyed a Mastiff here in this late game situation, but I don't know. Just gonna run into this underground tunnel.
Yeah, I wonder if the last team, are they hiding? Certainly not, right? Are they like, you know, are they bunkered up somewhere?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like there's some really good squads in this game, like in pub games that you're gonna run into that. Maybe not the most mechanically gifted, but like there's some more strategical minded, and they're like bunker comps are slowly becoming a thing. As dumb as it sounds, I'll just say it again. Like, you know, like a Caustic Watson setup with a third flex, really can kind of flex anything for the third position.
Probably Pathfinder, I would say.
Yeah, because those two are not going to be very mobile. I like Pathfinder with them a lot.
And actually, speaking of Pathfinder, this is one of those areas of the map where, in the final circles, there are some crafty spots you can get to.
Yeah, I had a real. We actually saw that comp run earlier when because they had the zip lines to get the Caustic and the Watson up there to set up on top.
Yep.
In the southeast. But I had a couple really fun games doing that, where I was Caustic with a Watson and a Pathfinder. And the Pathfinder, we get to like the maybe second or third to last circle, and then Pathfinder would scan to see where the next ring was, and we would set up in the centermost position of the 2 rings in advance.
Yep.
And then we didn't have to move for so long that even if someone broke through some of our defenses, we had all the cooldowns available, and it's really, really fun because it turns into like this crazy tower defense game, but no one can push you, so it's really nice.
So the spot where that's a little bit crafty is to the right. Kind of there's a tower in the center right of our screen here. That's where a lot of people like going up and hanging out.
I hope and I hope not.
Lyric's trying to find him.
How many did you have? I think I had like 9.
He's gonna have to kill a whole fully kitted team on his own, I imagine.
It was 3 squads left, so this last squad, they did fight someone. So that makes me think that they were running around at least a little bit. They're not completely bunkered up.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. But if I were them, I would, you want to be holed up as centrally as possible. Take a good position. The next circle is going to be...
That was one person, just you jump off a cliff and...
Yeah, I wonder if they're running in circles a little bit around each other. Because again, the fact that the last squad got the most recent squad kill makes me think, okay, they're hunting. But
they should be, yeah.
But we haven't seen them, so where could they be? What concoction are they coming up with to experiment on the innocent Apex Legends?
You literally can zoom in on the pores of
or not so innocent.
Yeah.
You can zoom in on the pores of their face with the 2 to 4x. They're asking him why he picked up the 2 and 4. Because I'm pretty sure with most normal guns you can break out of ADS with sprint, but not if you're using a adjustable sight, which is why I don't like any of the adjustable sight guns, because I just end up spamming the zoom in and out, and then I die. I do, as he pointed out, though, I do get a good look at the pores of the enemy's faces as they kill me. So there's that.
By the way, Noko, by the way, Lyric, your front page on Twitch right now.
What?
Pog.
Not your channel, but FACEIT is, and they're watching you, so...
Oh, that's sick.
Sup? Sup, Noko? Sup, dude?
When you have enough time to say hi to your fans in the final circle, it's pretty cool.
Yes.
These guys are good.
Can we get some love? Can we get some love from my boy in the chat? Yeet.
Listen, you killed 5 people in a diamond rank game in this very situation.
Where is the last
Look at
squad?
this. Oh my god, I feel like I'm watching the end of Replacements or something. The emotional speech coming in. You've only got one last drive to make, and you can win the championship. You can do it. You're on your own. You've done this before in dire, harder circumstances. This is the opportunity. This is the moment where you make history.
Oh.
The pressure is on.
You get the scope back. Now, the anticlimactic ending would right when you finish that speech is him just dropping. But
these are the moments that make champions of the arena. He's looking for that last enemy team. It's him versus 3. He's got no backup. He's on his own. Can he do it? Can he clutch it? I don't even know what to say. Where the hell is the last team?
I know. Oh,
how is this taking so long? There we go. Gets up. Gets that first couple of shots on the jib. He's going to pop the shield. Coming. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
All right. We have at least some gold armor. Ooh. That's a longbow.
He takes big hit there. He's got that high ground, which is always nice, but they could try to encircle him from below. Yes, we got one player that splits off towards that left side, and this is really dangerous because he's got all his attention focused right there. He needs to get the knock on him and then immediately reposition because those flanks are going to be coming. We got a Peacekeeper chasing him from behind. He's going to spin around. That last section pops the shield battery. He does have plenty of time, but
jump up, get on the thing.
He's got to get the elevation.
Miscalculated ultimate from the other team there. Ever see a portal? I kind of like it.
The Gibbal got him slowed up top. Right there.
Oh, he's saying the teammate was calling out that the Gibraltar's ultimate was slowing down his teammates. It does not damage your teammates, but it will affect their mobility. So he was letting him know that he had a good opportunity to dive in on top of him.
He's got to be aware of his ammo as also. He's been taking a lot of shots. I don't know exactly where his ammo's at, but you know, clearly he's running into people who have plenty of armor, plenty of meds, plenty of shields. So he's going to potentially have to use a lot of ammo here if he wants to figure this out. Take it out the Gibraltar. Did he get that knock earlier? Is there one up or is there two up still?
He knocked one earlier, but I do think it was rezzed.
Yeah.
Because he was distracted for a while, and I think the enemy team might have realized 1v3. Oh, he gets hurt real bad. Okay.
His hands are off his keyboard.
What? No. Well, he's spectating his teammate. Yeah.
Oh, I'm freaking out.
He's spectating Lyric.
I'm like, what's
it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so unfortunately, he wants to self-revive, but womp, 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 womp. So close. I mean, that was a hell of a battle, but I mean, trying to win 1v3, the enemy all has all gold and obviously very good weapons, and
yeah.
The fact that he does get knocked outside of where that ring is too just really, really hurts. I mean, 22 kills in second place isn't bad, but for how well everybody else has been doing, for how well everybody's been playing,
yeah,
that's gonna sting. That's gonna sting. He really stretched that fight. That fight took a whole like 5 minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, and that's tough. Once the fight starts taking longer, that's shields that your enemy is putting back up. That's ammo that you're running out of.
Yep.
So almost a situation where if it's a 1v3 at the end, you gotta really just hit hard and take one out after another. Because if you give them time, as time goes on, it's not going to go well for you, but we're looking at a replay here from G2. All the top teams are participating in this tournament as we're hopping from one to the other, as each of these teams are playing 12 matches today. The winner gets $5,000 at the end of the day, and of course, all these points going towards the overall standings, where our winner will receive $10,000 at the end of the series. So looking at G2 here, doing some pretty good things. They got Crip joining.
That Havoc play, though. That turbocharged Havoc play. God, did the AC break? Is the sun boiling? It's in the studio because I'm feeling some. It feels a little hot in here watching that Havoc play. Axel Toss.
Yes and yes.
This is well, I'd make the joke about lasering, but it is literally lasering. So it's so fun to see. Oh no, gets knocked out of the portal. Oh, unfortunately.
This is scary.
Yeah, so I mean, this
here, though.
We're looking at a replay with 8 squads left, where it's where both teammates are dead. I'm not sure that there's a happy ending to this.
Oh god.
Once again, this is a very similar situation to the last one versus the world. Oh, he was able to grab one beacon.
Yeah, he got one of the beacons. The other one timed out.
So he's able to bring back
Fantasy, but if he gets killed, if he gets killed before
this is what's crazy about the pros. How do you survive that? Okay. I'm like, there's no way he's going to get out alive. And here's Fantasy coming in. Now it's up to him against the world.
He's fighting close quarters against a Watson, too, which is not going to be easy.
Oh, that's it.
Wow, that's a tough game there. I mean, you talk about like 20 kills would be on the low end, but since it was a 4th place finish as well, I don't believe there's no placement bonus points, right? Because it goes from like 2 to 5 to 10.
1, 2, and 3.
It just goes, yeah, because 2, 5, 10 first, second, third place. So that's a really heartbreaking.
And now we're looking at Misfits here. This is going to be a replay from them. You know, we've seen a few teams not necessarily make it into that top 3 or at least get 2nd or 3rd with not as many kills. So that is leaving openings for other teams. But at the end of the day, we're going to have teams winning every single game. So just keep that in mind as we watch this unfold.
This Mastiff play is disgusting. Alternator Mastiff. Is this even fair? Oh my god.
Wait. Did he have 20 kills?
3k damage. That's what
he had 20 kills.
All right. Well, that's Misfits, number 1, 29 soft kills overall. That's a great performance to them. We're going to take a short break here from the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends Week 6. We'll be right back.
I'm going south with you, Moose. I'm going to hit the zip line back. Just go south.
Leaving Colas up.
I'm going to fight this. You got that shit. Be able to self-res if you guys do something. It's only 2. It's a lifeline and a mirage. I'm self-resing. I might be able to run here.
I mean, we're here.
Yeah, they're on the back side of my building. Top of my key, I'm going. They're underneath my left, I think. It might be only one. Might be only one more. We can res right here. I have no more assault, guys. I just jumped on me, I headshotted him. Cracked him. I dead hit that guy. Here, I have no more cells. I gotta back up and I gotta look for something. Bad.
There's a guy down here I killed.
Yeah.
Lucky man. Wait, up here. Up here.
Thank you for the follows, boys. I appreciate it.
I'm literally pushing up with you.
50 is there? We have 2 reses here. Nice to meet you, cool. Nice, I'm getting all these downs right now. I'm getting all the downs. Do I kill him, Raj? Yes or no? Save that guy. Save that. Save him. I kill him. I don't. No. This is one off. Just run. That one. The race should be alone. Yeah. I would maybe die, bro. Like actually, just try to get her to go north. We gotta let these guys get out. We gotta let these guys run out. Yeah. Gotta let one come out. Let them come out. Yeah, 1, 2. I only see 2. Only 2. No, I know. I'm gonna be running with them. I'm gonna be chill. They're looting under me. Blood and a octane. Blood what? Come on, boys. Come on. He just got knocked. Let him res. Let him res. He just got knocked in the zone. Don't shoot him. Take the ball with me. Sticky salamander. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends. It's week 6. There's $50,000 on the line during this tournament series as we see Misfits win another one. 23 squad kills. They've had a few really good games, which has been really cool to see all these teams really showing up. And it's so important from week to week. We see these, strategies being developed, but it's $5,000 on the line each and every week. So there is an ability to make adjustments to come out on top and to push forward ever further. Because remember, at the end of the series, it's $10,000. So really cool to see. I'm Axel Toss back here with Nathanius. Pretty fun day so far.
Yeah, it's been great. Been a great day of games. Man, that last Immortals game that we got to see was really impressive. I think that's like one of the things that I was hoping to see as the tournament series progressed, as the teams that have been playing a bit weaker, they're our last place team, being able to kind of make those steps, take those strides to improve. That's the benefit of having a really long series like this. And certainly there's something to be said for their chances at the big prize, the 10,000 prize, but I want to see them as like a contender at least for the individual tournaments towards the end, since I feel like that's really what this tournament is about, right? It's one of the first Apex Legends tournament series like this they were getting, and it's very, consistent. We've been here. If you've been watching, you've been, at Thursdays, we've been here every week for a little while now, and we're going to be here for the rest of July as well. So the teams being able to improve and make those adjustments has just been fun to follow.
And not everyone has won. Not everyone has won today. I mean, we've seen a lot of faltering. So let's look at our standings here. I'm very curious to see what this looks like, because it's kind of been understood that if you want to win, you got to win pretty much every game. That pretty much has to happen. So looking at these standings here, Misfits at the top. We just saw some crazy play from them, so not too surprising to see them there. Energy in second, although I feel like one of their games they did not win, so that's pretty good for them. We see T1 in the conversation, Fnatic, Complexity, so on and so forth. You can see a few of those teams there with only 6 games played compared to the 7, so quite a bit of movement still to be expected.
Looks really good for T1, right? 2 points, only 6 games completed. Whereas Energy, they've definitely rid the struggle bus a little bit here and there. I think TSM quite a bit further down than we would expect, having 8 games completed with only 207 points.
And actually, on that note, I think we have a replay that we're jumping into from TSM. But yeah, a couple teams there. I think Gen.G also with 8 games played, yet on the second half of our leaderboard. And we've seen TSM also employ that kind of split strategy where we've seen Arbalele. He's kind of split off on his own and taking on some 1v3s again, trying to get more kills overall. But as you said, not on even the first half of our leaderboard. So we'll have to see what happens here. Looks like dropping close to market. Arbalele, he got taken out. That's not so fun.
And that's the hard part about the strategy that they play.
Oh, because he was solo there, yeah.
Yeah. So they did eventually get him back up, is how it looks, and they got towards a bit of a late game situation, the top 7, and we are going to be jumping into this game that they are currently at. Chilling by the bunker. Hi, bunker. I miss you. You don't return my texts. Should have hit me up, bunker. I'm just saying, we'd be great together. Sincerely, Caustic Main.
Looks like they're not going near it. Or are they just passing on through?
But see, right there, someone would want to rotate, don't you think? Like, wouldn't this be the perfect time to rotate through bunker if you're on one of the sides, And then wouldn't it be so perfect to have the death trap set up in there?
What's funny is, they probably heard shots, which is why they're running this way. But it probably happens a lot. They hear shots, they run all the way across the map. But there was probably another team pretty close to them that just wasn't doing anything.
Yep, so they're going to be able to mop these guys up. Making their way back towards market, where Arbalele was killed earlier. But let's see what he can get done. He's going to swing up top, trying to get the flank position. Gets 1 knock, goes for 2. And they're able to clean up this squad. But there's another one there, as they're going to knock down the big boy.
At R99.
Was that Jibby on his own? Or did they just... Maybe I was confused. I thought they just killed a whole team, but there was a Gibraltar also there. Weird. Weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Could have been a solo, I guess.
Apex gets so hectic that I do think that kind of scenario can happen. Like, some guy just, accidentally walks in, like that one gif of the dude opening the door with the pizza and everything's on fire, and it's just like, oh.
I mean, when you're the solo near the end of a game and you're trying to bait people to fight each other, that happens where you're like, hey, I'm trying to help you. Don't hurt me. Like, you go to a squad who starts shooting at you, but you're trying to bring them to another squad. Like, that could be the ultimate result. If you can convince them that you're friendly and you're like, hey, I'm worried about this squad over here, because you're trying to get them to fight each other.
As Obi-Wan once famously said, there's always a bigger fish.
Yeah. I think there's been a Reddit post or two about someone making friends with a squad, and now you're a squad of 4 going across the map.
Yeah. All right, so they're on the hunt, spreading out a little bit. We got reps on the southwest side. Only 2 squads remaining, so it is a 1 versus 1 quote-unquote situation. And you just want to get eyeballs on the enemy team, get ready for the engage. So they're spreading out a bit. You do not want to waste too much time. However, tragically, TSM appears to have had 2 very weak games. Their points that they have for those number of games played says to me that they did very well in all of but 2 games that they flubbed. Because they have... The only way to have 8 games completed this fast, we see Gen.G at the bottom of the leaderboard right there. They have 9 games completed as if the game goes poorly. So it sucks because we know that when TSM plays well, we know that when they don't get killed early, they always deliver on big scores, big games. Their points are still very competitive considering how much difficulty they have encountered And that's a story that's haunting them not only this week, but last week. So it seems that there's a bit of an adjustment time period for these guys. Not that they're playing poorly, but that there's been a little bit more issues with the consistency and getting taken down early on is being the only thing I can imagine. Not trying to throw any shade, of course. It's totally possible that the 2 games they quote-unquote flubbed were like they finished 4th place, which doesn't get you any placement points. So
right.
That's just one of those things that can happen.
Right here, trying to track down the final squad, the final person. Could be a solo. Could be a caustic somewhere. Oh, no, we're hearing shots.
All right, immediately gets the one knock. Tapping with the wingman.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that was anticlimactic. Do you ever think that these players are too good at the video game and they make it almost boring because of how fast they kill everybody?
Not the case for our 1v3 a little bit earlier.
No,
which was actually really nice to see. Like, that's almost
Yeah.
refreshing to me. Like, seeing a pro 1v3 and then lose.
Yeah. Or the
Like,
thing,
oh, wow,
was,
they bleed.
It was the most impressive 1v3 anyone could lose, too.
Right.
Because it looked like he
Yeah.
had him on the ropes, too. Like,
Exactly.
he was fighting 32 kills in that game with first place. That's a 42-point round. And that is exactly what I'm talking about, by the way, is if TSM doesn't flub, they crush it. Like, if they were to have won every game today and average 32 kills every game, I think they'd probably end up winning. Like, that is a ridiculous scoreline. And we know how good they are, but they just had a rough go of it. So we take another look over here.
Yeah, it's going to be T1 we're looking at. With Kurt, with the T1 tag, it looks like his teammates either playing different accounts or step-ins.
Yep, so...
Okay, it is going to be a couple subs this week for T1.
So that could be something that affects the performance that we're seeing. Although, with that being said, their point line for having 7 matches done
they're
is
doing
not
great
bad.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're doing good. They're doing very well. I guess it makes sense if you're this good. The people that you probably play with that aren't on your team are also probably somewhere on your level. So it's nice to be able to get someone in there. Also, just going to point out that I'm not entirely sure who Kellar is, but his name is TTV Kellar TTV BTW. So not only is TTV in there twice, and he's a Wraith player, he's got the BTW in there. In case you read his name, were tilted, and then finished reading it, you're now more tilted than you were originally. So I believe this is what we call a pro Wraith.
Yeah.
Very, very, very impressive. Finds his team rezzing, says, yeah, I want you to res him because I didn't knock him down, but now I get to kill both of you, and both of the kills are mine. So well done there by Kurt as they approach Skull Town. Looking for love in all the right places. They are going to run into yet another team. Wow, they just killed 2 solo squads. Careful
I guess
about that, Gash.
You know what? That must have been a fight that just about finished.
They
and
walked in on the end of a bloodbath is what happened.
Which is like a little bit of a bummer because like you'd rather be there near the beginning of the fight.
Well, there's 2 solos, so if you
Right.
think, you know, in my mind, like the anime scenario that just occurred was like there was a big shootout between
Absolutely.
3 teams. The one team was trying to get the res. The other 2 solos were about to like drop their
Duking
guns
it
and
out.
fist fight to the death,
Yeah.
like on top of
Out
Metal
of
Gear.
ammo.
And then this other squad just rolls up like, sup, you're all dead now, you know.
Yep. That's what you look for.
Yeah. Alpha
But
team showed up.
Again, ideally for T1, there's more bodies to take care of, but a little bit unfortunate that it was just 2 left alive there from those 2 teams. So that's a nice jump. Ooh, I'm going to remember that one.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm definitely going to remember that one.
I love Octane.
Yeah, he's great. A huge jump over the cliff there.
Yep. He's like it's like a stemmed Reaper is what I think about. Like because of the jumps, I'm like he's kind of more of a Reaper than a Marine, but he can stem, and he heals himself over time. He's very fun.
Teammate taken out. The handle, I'm ugly. I can relate to that.
Alex, I think you're just swell.
Self-deprecating. It's funny these days. It's funny.
It's all the rage.
Comedy.
Unlike me.
Oh, res trying to happen.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, this is what, circle... it's still circle 1, actually. That's kind of crazy to think about. So they would be able to get away. I like the chase in for that reason alone. Get those limbs. Get back in the ring.
Yeah, that is crazy, and only 5 squads left.
Yeah, when I saw 5 squads left, I was like, oh, this circle's going to deal damage. It was like, nope. Actually, first circle, BTW.
Like, we see the circle at the very bottom. Like, maybe the plane was at the top, and you find a lot of people just falling to the zone. Sometimes that happens. It's like a sprint from the start.
Hopefully he's dog shit.
But definitely not a lot of players for this point in the game.
He's pulling the bolt like.
Trying to track down the 4 remaining
This conversation that they're having about the person they're stalking is very interesting. They do get a knock there. The rest of the team is on the left side. Good tracking with the R301. Just about has him.
Just casually hitting every shot.
And the ult's coming in, so going to need to reposition around where that Bangalore is. Wants to use the Arc Stars to guarantee the kill. And thus he does.
Sprint out of there.
Yep. That mobility, of course, and the Octane, ever invaluable.
So they both have 1 of now.
They decided that he would be too powerful.
I have been having some fun with the ultimate from Octane. I'll be useful with it sometimes, but it is fun just throwing it underneath the teammate, and they don't expect it.
I saw a
Kinda
video.
like that.
I saw a video of somebody killing their teammate Caustic by dropping a thing under him on the jump ship. If you're on the hover tank, and I think if it's moving, and you throw a jump pad underneath your teammate,
Don't give me ideas.
You can just kill them. He didn't even get knocked. He instantly died.
Wow, I'm gonna have to try this.
I felt so bad. I'm like, this is just abuse against Caustics. I don't understand. I mean, people just hate scientists for some reason in this game, and it really bothers me.
I just think Caustic's just not understood, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for being understanding.
I got you. As a Bloodhound, Allfather blessed. Now retired. I still have a little bit of that.
Don't kill.
Oh!
Don't kill. All right, so they want to leave him be. Want that that last player to go and get a cheeky res off.
Another team coming in there, though, so they're going to turn around and react to that. Looks like Kellar gets dropped. But Kurt was able to take down that team.
The pro Wraith player gets knocked. I think I'm surprised that they're still in the game. Aren't you supposed to immediately disconnect if
He
TTV's
must
in your
not
name and you get
have
knocked?
a wingman skull piercer.
Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had it. I wonder if we'll ever get a shot of the loadout for our Wraith player here.
Yeah.
Or if we can maybe be able to tell by just looking at him.
Let's go. He's gonna die to zone, bro.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on.
We'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll
Yeah.
see what they're shooting as they continue to run around. We're gonna stick on
I'd
Kurt's
be willing
perspective.
to bet. What's the currency in Apex that you get a lot of?
The legend champion, legend tokens.
I'd be willing to bet a lot of my legend tokens that Wraith has a wingman right now.
Well, that's an easy bet to make because there's only. I feel like if you play a lot of Apex right now, everybody just has a billion legend tokens.
I have a ton. So
yeah, someone's like, what do I do with this? I've got 100,000 legend tokens. I'm like, well, it's only 12,000 per legend, so you're good for the next year at worst, I'd say.
I still have not unlocked Caustic. I'm sorry.
What?
I wasn't sure if I was going to bring that up today, but I still have not.
I can't work with this man anymore.
We have to have balance on the show.
Whoa, for some reason I just thought...
We have to have balance.
You know,
Caustic can appreciate that.
I was going to try and go make some sort of like
balance?
balancing equations or chemicals joke, but I'm going to leave you. I'll leave you with that one.
All right.
I'll leave it be for now.
Oh, they don't like seeing two teams fight, so they're going to go over there as soon as they can. Someone's got an L-Star, but we can see from distance how not so great it is.
No.
All the projectiles splitting
Those big, slow projectiles.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah, they want to get in the middle of this fight immediately. Not to break it up, but to be the ones doing the fighting.
Wow. Just close the door. We're like, we'll see you later, bruh. Oh, he wants those teammates to get res because they didn't knock them.
Yeah, and they get the downs, you still get the kills.
Yeah. What? Because the players that knocked them originally were downed already? He's at 12 kills, by the way.
I'm good.
Trying to leave one up.
Bro, he's chasing me so hard. I'm going to lead him back up to his teammates. I'm leading him back to his teammates.
They have a lot of kills this round, so getting some kill farming here would be respawn farming would be really big.
So
he's like I'm trying to lead them back so that he'll res his teammates, but the Pathfinder he's in bloodlust mode.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I'm not gonna win the game, so I'm just gonna suicide, and they're like, no, please don't suicide.
So they're hoping he goes back to respawn his teammates. And the thing is, there's a beacon not too far away from where that fight was happening, so that should be able to work out. Again, if that teammate doesn't go Rambo and goes back and tries to res. Oh, it looks like that's what's happening here.
No, we gotta kill the blood. We gotta kill the blood.
Oh, because they don't want him rezzing. They want the other guy rezzing? So they're going to take him down before the ship?
They realized
No,
that
it's too late.
they couldn't let that Bloodhound live.
Oh, yes, they did.
So getting an extra kill there, which is fine. Alternatively, if the Pathfinder had been able to res 2,
He only resed 1. What a dick.
would have been a little better, which is what I believe Kurt is commenting on.
Nice, nice. So now that's just, once again, the hunt.
Yep.
The hunt for the last man standing on the field. Don't
Yeah.
believe there's any more respawn beacons to play with here, at least
13.
none that I can see.
13 kills for Kurt. Pretty darn good. Looks like the final fight's going to be happening here.
There you go. G to the E to the G, baby.
Have you ever gotten a stick,
I'll take it, I
an
guess.
Arc Star stick from a balloon?
Honestly, man,
From a balloon?
Yeah.
I found that out
No.
this patch. I think
I've been
it
trying
must
to
have-
do
I've gotten stuck trying to go up a balloon.
The team that dominated
Oh,
people kills-
how low? You're probably pretty low though.
I was pretty low, yeah.
Layer downs, you win, or you get the.
So I would challenge anyone watching and send us
29.
the clip. Send us the clip. Someone land an Arc Star from the top of the balloon, and I'll give you. What are those coins again? I'll give you some Apex Legends coins, whatever those are.
The legend tokens or whatever.
Yeah, I'll give you some Legends tokens. Someone stick an Arc Star.
There's a
from
caustic
from
in the
top
bunker.
of a balloon. Oh, it's a bunker. We got a replay. This is 100 Thieves. And there was a caustic here at some point.
Man, the only highlights we ever see of Caustic are of him failing. Feels bad, man.
We need one of our pros to pick up caustic.
Why won't someone in the professional Apex community champion Caustic for all of us sadists out there?
I know. We saw Bloodhound today, which I was extremely surprised about, but no caustic yet in the pro meta.
Lots of Octane and Bangalore, though.
Yeah.
Which...
And Pathfinder.
Because, like, both Pathfinder and Wraith, I guess I've mostly just been trying to keep tabs on the characters that have the svelte stature or whatever, that 5% bonus damage.
Yeah.
But having the third flex be... Because I feel like even last week there was still a lot of Wraith, Pathfinder, Lifeline. Very popular comp. All three of them are the ones that take bonus damage. But this week we've still had a lot of Wraith and Pathfinder, but a lot less Lifeline.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot less Lifeline and a lot more Octane, Bangalore. Their utility is obviously really good. Octane has the team buff mobility. And of course, most importantly, they don't take bonus damage.
Yep. Not yet.
Is he just chilling? He's just chilling. He's waiting for a res. Is he waiting for a cheeky res?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's getting jumped.
Whoa! And yeah, good point about Lifeline too. Lifeline taking a little bit more damage and seeing a little less of it. You know, we talked about her ultimate a little bit earlier, how some of these pros are just not using it at all. And it's like, that's what it's like. Lifeline is more of maybe a little bit more passive than some of the others, which are literally built for higher mobility with their ultimate, especially. Like Pathfinder's a good example. The ultimate is all mobility. Octane, the ultimate is all mobility. So maybe the pros just favoring the mobility and a little bit more of a punch with the ultimate. So which is why we're not seeing as much Lifeline.
Yeah. I mean, what makes Lifeline good is the ability to get the safer reses on teammates, but since that really isn't as much of a factor, it's not a high priority pick choice for them.
Yeah,
Since
when it's
splitting up,
when it's pubs, it's like speed. You know, you're going to be the best player in the lobby. Your team is going to be the best in the lobby, like without a doubt. So it's all about speed and just getting those kills as fast as possible. So less,
and not slipping up.
Yeah,
if you
so,
can manage
so you don't
it.
need as much of the utility that a Lifeline would bring.
Although Lifeline is nice to have, right? Like the Suck Turtle is very good for the team heals. The shield and the res is great, but you don't want to have to use either of those.
Yeah. And you shouldn't really use them a lot anyway. Like, these guys are all pros. They're going to be fine with their meds and their health. Like, I'd be hard-pressed to see too many examples of any of these teams huddling around a drone trying to get their health back. It's just...
They're all very good.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Everybody here is so good at taking care of themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's not uncommon in BRs for teams to get split up or...
The moment you're having to utilize that, you're not moving around the map and you're
super vulnerable. You're
Yeah.
losing time.
Yeah.
Other players
time
are
is probably the biggest thing.
Other players are getting getting kills that you would want to have.
For sure.
Yeah.
This movement's kind of cool here. We're in the runoff area and the pit, and this is a tricky decision you have to make. Most of the circle is over like rocks right now that can't really be that you can't really go.
terrain.
Yeah, you can't really go there. So these guys are having to decide: do we go towards pit or we stay back towards runoff? They want these kills. The round is closing in about 30 seconds, so they're having to decide here: do they try to take this engagement or do they stay on the left side? Looks like they're going to try to push this.
And they're calling out. It says there's a solo behind you, so be careful of that. They don't want to get flanked by a random, basically.
Or they're not going to push it.
I guess I just feel like, yeah, there's no space. There's no space on the right side. It's all unpathable. They have to kind of like move north through this tight funnel. Wow,
Yeah,
this
they're
is crazy.
playing. I mean, this is the safe play, but you're potentially losing out on some kills from those guys you're shooting at, who are now going to go all the way around, who might run into another team.
Oh shit! Run away! Run away!
I think they just saw another solo. Who
They saw
hoping.
the solo going for a res, I think.
Yeah, so
and they're like, let him do it. Let him do it. Let him res. Let him res.
Slum Lakes, maybe?
Fate Fossa Beacon. Let him get the res, and then we kill him.
Yeah, what a dangerous day to play Apex Legends.
If you're like playing at home and you see that this
normie,
tournament's happening,
you know, yeah.
if you're just a normie,
if you're just a normie,
you're like, I get to experience what it's like to be a henchman trying to fight Batman, the dream.
I can see it not
Which
being
for
a fun
some
day.
people is pleasurable too.
And I'm looking at the chat. Any of you guys, if you're playing Apex today and you run into these pros, tell us the story. How did it go? Because I'm sure there's people watching right now that were
That's
like,
why this game needs
they're like,
emotes.
wait, I just got taken out by TSM. There must be something going on right now.
That's why the game. That's why we need emotes. Okay, you need to be able to be like, oh yeah, wait, I see TSM in the lobby, and you're like, all right, whatever. You just like go dab and let them kill you.
Oh, he has a Mastiff. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So the Mastiff Caustic with the gas traps is gonna push
Look out.
back some of our
The
players.
Thanius just sat up big time in his seat for this one.
Oh, I am laser focused on this. I want to see the 5,000 IQ galactic brain Caustic plays. Oh, putting the trap out in the open like that's a little bit risky.
It's like he's hiding in the rafters somewhere somehow.
You look into
It's
the smoke, you're like, God, I can't see where he is. He's upside down, dangling over you. Oh, it comes outside, and tragically, the solo. Oh, we had the L-Star and the Mastiff. Well,
Wait, the bang red.
He got top 5. Good for him.
good job, Caustic. I just want you to know I appreciate you.
Or no, it's this one. Yeah, no, this one over here south.
3 squads left.
Oh wait, no, it's still there. What the fuck? I swear.
It's hard to track people here. Slum Lakes is, I don't really have many/any games that finish here.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of fun games that start here with all the
Yes.
buildings and the choke points and the shipping crates. It's a fun place to drop if you like to play a Caustic or a Watson because you can literally just cut off huge amounts of area. Since even though it isn't like that small, there's only a couple of like clear paths to run through. So you need to be very careful trying to maneuver around. Circle is closing. It is round 4, so no Jinso. You do not want to take damage to the ring. He is going to need to be.
So would a Caustic, would you like hanging around like near the pit because there's only 3 entrances? It's a
No,
little bit
I
close
hate
quarters?
pit.
Okay, you
As
don't like
a
pit.
Caustic hates pit. No,
Okay.
people.
Because I would think like the narrow
have
pathways
met-
leading to it, maybe you could work that.
It's not narrow enough,
Gotcha,
and the center of pit is too open, I think, for a
Okay.
Caustic to safely reposition.
Fair enough.
I've had too many teammates when I pick Caustic be like, oh yeah, you can just block the 3 entrances. I'm like, you don't understand. I start with 3 traps.
Yeah.
I can't trap the whole entrance without putting it in the dead center, which is the easiest thing to see and avoid. And there's no body blocking that'll happen. So you actually, it's a...
Yeah, I think it's most useful if you know one team is going down one of the alleys, and then you can be a little bit sneaky,
Yes. If it's a
placing all 3 on one of those paths.
Anywhere that's 2 paths, you could put like 2 on one and then 1 and your body on the other, because a big part of it is like stopping the actual movement itself. But the time it takes to actually block all 3 of those exits in pit with Caustic means you're not running around grabbing loot either. So you're basically naked while your teammates take everything. And yeah, I know.
Well, not really coming into play here as we saw 100 Thieves. They just avoided the pit. You know, they went around the other way. That was a part of the final circles here, but
they're just looking for the last team.
Not willing to go through there, and it looks like JP's
There you
having a
go.
firefight. There it is.
GG.
It's all about that kill number.
See how many frags. Line them up.
Wasn't bad though.
Wasn't bad though. What is not bad? Let's find out.
Yeah, it looked like they allowed some, at least a couple reses to happen. 23. Solid.
Yeah, I think for these rounds, everyone should be pretty warmed up, though. Makes me a little bit nervous because I don't recall seeing that these guys were crazy high up on the leaderboard before.
All right, now we're going to look at Fnatic. This is going to be a replay here as we see how they did in their most recent match. It's like an R99 wingman combo coming out for Shiny.
Cracked, coming over to you, 37 red. We're folding them anyway, so.
All about numbers, calling out those numbers, how much you're hitting.
Classic.
If you're cracking the shields, if they're one shot, shouting out how much damage you do is pretty much the best way to call out what's going on, as we see someone waiting for a res there. And
nice.
Looks like they were able to take care of business.
29.
29, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, well, it's a 39-point game. We've had, I feel like, a lot more high-scoring rounds for everybody today compared to some of the previous weeks. I think the next leaderboard check-in is going to be very fun as we take another look back over at our Complexity boys. Dropping in Thunderdome. Dude, someone made me drop Thunderdome as Caustic, and I wanted to cry. I hated it.
Hey, I don't like dropping Thunderdome, so we can agree.
I can't. I cannot. Thunderdome is maybe my worst drop spot. But
I think it's good for Pathfinder. It's good for Pathfinder, but not so great for anyone else.
Fire Beavers, T1, and NRG are within 11 points between all of them, if I'm reading that correctly. So crazy times. And NRG, though, important to keep in mind, we talked about some of the flubbing that they had. Despite the fact that they are in that third place right now, they only have 2 games left. So they're in their 11th at the moment, and then they're only going to have 1 more. So theoretically, their max score would probably be, if they do really well, 341, 342. That would be like 2 30-bomb games to finish up. But Fire Beavers has... God, I cannot believe that. They are they're in first place, and they have the potential with 4 games left to get like up to that 450
and look at that. They got a nice cushion on T1 as well.
I'm right below it.
Who's about 15 behind them, or actually even more than that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I misread that. That's 312, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 312 to 296, so.
We got a big preview monitor.
16.
I've got bad eyesight. Okay, I'm just letting you guys know, my bad. But yeah, they've got a really nice comfort spot then, right? That's that's a good position to be in. Fire Beavers has been doing very well. T1, we just got to watch them dunk on fools not too long ago.
And you know what? Complexity's not too far. They're definitely in contention. If Complexity, who we're watching now, who are in our FACEIT studio, they're here about 15 feet away from us. I could go over there right now and make a face in their camera. I'm not going to do that.
Someone would kick the crap out of you.
I'd probably get in trouble, so I'm not going to do that.
We can't do that.
But they are here. And wouldn't it be great if they could pull out a weekly win from the studio? Yeah. But they are within reach. They just need to drop, like, they've got to get 30 plus kills probably.
How about this? Yeah, he was going to say he's going to change that out. So he's got the Scout and the P20. Still holding the P20, doesn't have the hop up for it though, but maybe he's just hoping to get it at some point. Does it make this push? Good pings, good callouts.
Skulltown area, all that smoke can be a little bit scary, but looks like they're able to take care of business, and it doesn't sound like there's any third parties happening. I don't think.
Maybe I should pick that up. I think I'm gonna pick that up.
Looks like no, they're just focused on looting right now. It's always tricky in Skulltown. You know, you never know when there's just another team lurking around because of how popular Skulltown is.
Yeah, well, that's like whenever I land Skulltown playing with friends and stuff, I'm just like, guys, there's always another team in Skulltown.
That's a great rule.
That's the rule.
Like
there is always another team in Skulltown. The moment that you think you're safe to just loot and kind of like stand around drooling, no, you're going to die.
Yep. Agree 100%, but now they're moving over towards the towards market.
Pushing the Gibby.
Big old Gibraltar.
You do not want to eat a devotion to the face, but he's using the Gibraltar shield against him.
Good try. Fish for blue.
Well done. Well done.
It's a good try. In the few accidental games where I accidentally picked Gibraltar, it can be very fun to work with that shield, and maybe that's the best way to play the Gibraltar. Work with that shield, have a shotgun, and just be a god about.
Gibraltar, Watson, and Caustic make for a very, very, very griefy team.
You know, I had 2 teammates go Gibraltar and Caustic, and I'm like, you know what? I should have gone Watson, but I went Octane. So But I had the two big boys on my team.
You don't synergize it
know.
all. Well, I guess the jump pad, they can at least use that.
Octane works pretty well with it. It's a nice... Yeah.
I love how, because you know, like Octane, every time he uses his own jump pad, or anytime he's on a jump pad, he makes like, he like shouts out and he's like, wahoo, or whatever. I want them to add those lines for all of the legends, you know? Like, every character should just shout in joy when they go on it. And I want to hear what Caustic would shout out in Glee as he's on the bounce pad. Yeah. Why is Octane the only person that has fun with the jump pads?
What would Caustic say? That's a good That's a good question. I feel like he'd probably be upset at first.
He'd be like...
But then while he's in the air, he's like...
He'd like complain about enjoying it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But like everybody else would just like be like they're on a roller coaster, right?
There's no test subjects up here. Or something.
I'm here with you guys. I can zip you across. Oh, there's one.
Not yet.
Go west, Reptar.
West, okay.
Go west.
The complexity here, again, they're in contention right now. So they want the money. They want big kills. So it's very important for them to really track down the rest of these teams. It looks like they're splitting up a little bit, as we can see.
Yep.
Reptar, the Pathfinder, splitting away from his friends. Again, just trying to maximize their efficiency here, get all around this map. Listen out for, you know, for these fights happening and getting in the middle of it. We can see in the top right, you know when fights are happening. And that's one of the worst feelings, honestly, if you're trying to hunt down these kills. If you see the kill feed with a lot of activity in the top right, these pros, they're looking for those fights. They want to be there first. They want the kills so they can get those points.
And 9 squads left. Plenty of game to be played. 21 potential.
You guys probably go wetlands and west. You guys should probably stop running towards me.
Victims.
The side of the map. Go east, not west.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a mistake there. You know,
he's
they
like,
want to
you guys
split up.
wanted me. You guys wanted me to go west, but y'all ended up cutting me off in terms of the trajectory. And now he's found some enemies at the side hill.
So they're just gonna come over and help him. Might as well. Is it already so close?
Uh-oh, it's gonna be coming pretty close.
Ooh, someone's pushing him. Sneaky.
It's a cheeky little Watson. He's able to get the knock.
Oh, another team. Coming from the pathways area, from those narrow pathways there on the left. Looking
Kill
for
the
a
Watson.
res.
Finish the Watson.
It's not safe there. Isn't there a team right behind him? All right,
Yeah,
there.
they're
Oh,
yellow on
okay.
it.
The cover has to happen. Let's see if it works out. The res is still going. And
Give me that turbocharged Havoc.
got him up.
I did not expect those guys at all, Gabe. Holy shit.
Well, they handled themselves very well.
Well, yeah, because he just got done kind of running through that area. So he thought it was clear. So definitely a little bit of a surprise that that team popped up from behind him. And still worrying about this team below. And that team is still pressing the issue, but looks like they're going to be just fine. And that's almost a really good scenario there where two teams just showed up and they're able to take care of him. As he shields right in front of this enemy that's shooting at him, purple shields, so he's going to get out of there.
Yeah, running a bit low on ammo. I mean, the turbocharged Havoc with the level 3 magazine is very nice, but goes through ammo pretty quickly.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, strategically, having one person on your team running an energy weapon might be the way to go, but then really being good about giving them your energy ammo for you guys.
That's really what matters, is making sure you get the pings. Get the pings.
Like, no matter what, if I see energy ammo in the beginning of the game, I'm going to pick it up. Even if I don't have an energy weapon, and I'll just fill one spot in my inventory for it, just in case one of my teammates picks up an energy weapon. Because that ammo can be hard to come by.
Yeah, it's a good thing to hold. Yeah, I completely agree. Assuming that you don't have other stuff that you need, obviously, the space for.
Yep.
No, that's definitely
Ooh, and these guys see a fight happening over in the distance, so they're going to go straight towards this as fast as they can.
Hit him 50. I hit the Mirage 50.
And that is Raptor with the longbow, providing that cover fire. And those are some very important shots. Actually, yep, there we're seeing Raptor right now, taking those shots in the distance and landing quite a few. In the meantime, Gabe Isman, the Wraith, he's going to be pushing at the exact same time. There's Carrick with the Spitfire and Havoc combo. Plenty of ammo in that Spitfire. I'll say that.
Yeah, no, he's got a good setup there. Gets 2 knocks. Shield, all purple. Feels good, man.
Get the grenades.
He's going to swap off for the
I'm
alternator.
always the one to just get all the grenades.
You're talking to the Grenadier. That's actually the real reason why I originally played Caustic, because he had 1 extra grenade compared to everyone else.
Really?
Well, his ultimate.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't count Bangalores because you can't kill people with them. But it does make a satisfying thonk sound if you hit someone with the smoke grenade.
Yeah, I tossed
What's the longest ultimate you've hit with Caustic?
It was one lifeline, right? I believe.
Have you ever thrown one from a balloon?
I have actually.
That can be fun, I bet.
Yeah, but you don't really hit people with caustic ults. They see it and they're like, everyone just kind of disperses.
Unless they're in a room.
My most effective caustic ults have been defensively. They've all been throwing them on myself to res a teammate.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, Complexity doing good things. They've run into a lot. They've been able to third party a couple fights, and it feels like they've been able to jump into the fights before, you know, too much destruction has happened. So it seems like they've been able to get a lot of kills. Here's some nice shots with that longbow. It's Reptar. Just barely leading him to make sure those shots are effective, and now pushing real fast with this alternator.
I fold a Bloodhound on this team here.
Well done. Calling out
another team right here.
the west side. Yep. Okay, they want to get the res. Is that team picking up a few more of their players, making their way? We got taking some shots at the wingman. We've got Kyrag here, fighting a Pathfinder, trying to get through the Swiss cheese model of him, and he is able to eventually get that knock. But he's got to deal with another player. Look at that. That stim in the face.
Couple other
of
players.
danger.
I think there's a Bangalore there, just punching. Oh, because the res just happened. Yep.
Yeah, she's got nothing to work with.
Maybe a smoke grenade after a little bit.
Difficult situation.
Yeah, that's going to be just fine. Still 4 squads left.
Yeah, they want that.
Like,
I guess they want the Bangalore to try and get another res off, huh?
Punching me when I was looting a bag next to him.
Hey, team inside this compound. Let's go kill them.
Oh, did they leave one?
Maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I might be wrong.
Alright, where are they at, Gabe?
I think it's been at 4 squads for a little while, though.
Are you using an alternator right now without disruptor? I would not.
It's going to come around to the top side as this next circle continues to close in.
I was like, I've seen like 10 R9.
Cuts off a lot of the forest. A few more buildings left.
Yeah, this is another new building right here where Gabizman is. This building was very new for this area. I'm not sure if it makes this area worth dropping, but it does change the dynamic. It's a little bit less open, so there's a little bit more places to hide and maneuver. As we can see Gabizman going down to the side, calling out to his teammates what's going on. A little bit scary. As Gabizman a little bit low in health, but gets a great Peacekeeper shot.
Nice, good cleanup.
Onto that guy. Looks like there's going to be another firefight right above him in this interior area, and they're going to deal with that without too much trouble whatsoever. 3 squads left.
Kill this last guy.
I'm not. He's shooting at me.
Who's this guy then?
I don't know. It's a solo lifeline still.
And we need to make him resin.
Trying to navigate their strategy as far as who to leave alive.
No.
Watching this wetland.
Trying to get as many kills as possible. They've got a good number right now.
Oh, he's a fear on me. Wait, hold on. Don't go up there. Do not go up there. Do not go up there. Do not go up there.
So that third circle's about to start closing in.
Seeing his way to the res. I can't tell what he's doing.
Hoping he goes for the res here.
Side on top of this res because we know where the last 2 teams are. Pretty sure.
Yeah, the lifeline's actually on this building.
Here. Cool.
Nice. Is it the bang?
Yeah.
Before the zone moves in, kill 2, let him run.
Is there more reses in zone? There's 1.
Wow, so they are going to get that res at the final moment as the circle starts to close in here. It looks like 1, 2. Yep, there you go. Shooting fish in a barrel.
That's a AFK,
clearly. Including an AFK guy. Whoa!
Right down below, do I kill him?
No. Well, he's not going to be able to get their tags. You have to leave him so it's
He's not going to be able to get the
He
tag.
put up a pretty big fight there, bringing Reptar down to like 20 HP.
That Twitch Prime skin.
Finish him off.
Watson! GG.
I'm like, Watson, get him. But no, I mean, that was closer. It was a little close, but Complexity taking care of business. Let's see what number they were able to achieve there. It seemed pretty good overall. A couple reses were able to happen. They were able to encounter a lot of fights that were already happening and they were able to jump in and get a fair amount of kills. So that'll end up with 28. Very solid. Very, very solid.
I like it. I like it a lot. And that I think that's their 9th completed match then there too. So they've got 3 more games to play as we go into the 9th game here.
Yeah, these are the Fire Beavers. This is going to be the last moments of one of their games here. And this is the team, once again, from Europe. They qualified to make it to this tournament. And they came into today in the #1 spot, ahead of T1. Well, actually, obviously ahead of everyone, but T1 in the 2nd spot, just behind them. So Fire Beavers having just a great tournament. These guys are pretty good at Apex. And putting themselves in a nice position here today. as we see what unfolds here.
That is the most bold loot I've ever seen. The Watson comes and shoots you. You sidestep. You don't even shoot back. And then you go back to looting the Watson's teammate. I'm like, wow. Just wow. Okay, this comes up.
That's one of those
They're
narrow...
running in circles, Tom and Jerry style.
That's one of those skills that's a very narrow skill set that can really help you out, being able to loot very fast during fights. Taking out the Bloodhound. Gonna finish him off. Trying to allow those reses to happen while popping a quick shield battery.
Gotta farm them kills.
Final circle not far from bunker. I feel like Nathanius would be okay with this situation if he'd been in the game.
The closer I am to bunker, the better I feel. So it's very true. Actually, I think the teammate just picked up a frag over there by bunker as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's where teams would swing in from, so watching that entrance could be a pretty good play.
It's such a crucial rotation point.
Yeah, because there's only like 3 ways to get through that area.
Yeah, that bridge right there, right, with that little high ground, that passage is another one coming out of market.
Yep, and then over near Skulltown, and that's pretty much it.
That's really it, yeah.
So that could really narrow options.
All of my good bunker
circles
plays.
come this way. Yeah.
Yeah, outside of the madness of early game, all the best bunker plays are in the end game. When the circle finally pushes you to one side or the other, a lot of people do run through bunker in those last, well, their last moments, because they're gonna die to my gas. So he's just chilling. You waiting for the res here?
For those reses. 3 squads
there
left.
There you go. Here's that ship coming.
It's about squeezing every kill out of these final few squads.
Dinner time! Dinner time! And there's the friendo. Rip Caustic! I'm sorry, Caustic, you didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve to be done dirty like that.
Did you say you get a trap right away when you're dropping? You don't,
no,
right? Yeah,
no.
So he didn't even have a trap to help him out there, but
Caustic lands without any of his traps when he gets rezzed. So he's just a poor man.
Yep. A big man. Poor big man.
Well, Caustic is actually jacked.
Yeah.
So, but it's just he wears a lot of gear on him. Partially why he's jacked. Actually, he carries so much gear on him. Nobody ever talks about that. People.
I think Bloodhound, I've already gone over it, overdresses as well. Hitbox. Yeah. His hitbox. This is shoulder pads, probably.
Caustic actually looks like a 1980s Arnold Schwarzenegger under his coat.
Okay, gotcha. So the Fire Beavers with a decent number there, not the highest we've seen. Now we're going to scroll on over to a replay from Liquid. Rogue getting pretty low here, the Wraith player, but we're keeping an eye on Geesh here. Looks like they were able to get through that moment. 5 squads left now in this replay. Only 2 kills though for Cali at the top there, so not the highest number. Oh wow, that's why. Geesh with 13 kills at this point in the game. That's
wow.
That's pretty good. Now up to 14.
Didn't we have somebody solo in one of these games get 20 kills? Was it Geesh?
That was a Misfits player.
A Misfits player?
The Misfits player got 20.
Oof.
Geesh had a really good game.
15 frags.
A really good day last week also. He had an incredible day.
No, he really popped off. And then they win that game. Let's see what their kills were. We got 34. Whoa,
all right, that's what we look for.
Yeah, buddy.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Whew.
Oh, that's very
real good. All right, now we're headed on over to, this is T1. That's Kurt we're looking at. Live shot of these guys. And he's got the number 9 up in his kill feed, so very solid indeed. But he's got some enemies behind. How is he not dead? Even using his stim while he has 1 HP. And surviving someone who is behind him.
Real Octane players stim with no health while being shot at.
I am not that brave yet. But I only recently switched from Bloodhound, so
it's fine.
Give me time.
Eventually you'll become one with the stim boy. Ooh, perfect thermite grenade.
That's a great, look at that.
Someone's what are thermite grenades for? They barely ever cut anybody. Well, there you go. Did a good job right there.
I like all grenades. All of them.
I only wish that we had a separate inventory for grenades so that I could carry more around.
I feel you. Phoenix kit, interesting. Only needs health, but hey, why not?
Yeah.
I'm sure he has an extra.
If you need it, you need it, I guess.
And you know, 6 squads left. That's pretty good to see at this point. If you're a T1 fan and you see that Kurt has 10 kills, 6 squads. Oh, and it also says number 13. There's 13 players left of the 6 squads, so fair amount of kills left to potentially try to get. As we see,
Did
wonderful.
Team Liquid have a rough match? I'm trying to see here. Based on where everybody else is, maybe they're just barely ahead time-wise, and it's not bad, but and they've got 10 matches completed for 358, but Fire Beavers 345 with 9 completed.
Yeah.
Still looks really good for them as we wind down in the last couple of games.
Oh, Pathfinder, he can't make it out. Is Kellar? Is he gonna live?
Kellar, no. You have TTV in your name. You're too young to die.
Maybe do a fancy portal play to try to rescue your friend.
Portal phase? No, he's healing through it. It is just the... Oh, it is third. It is third circle, so it hurts. Yeah, it's smarts. But he made it out. He made it out. He's getting the heal off. He's good. There's no way he gets that banner. Oh my god, he's doing it. He's a madman. Kellar's going for it. He's gonna try and get that banner. Use the portal to get out. There you go. He got it. Good save.
Yep.
Good save. And they're gonna use, I guess 2 of these beacons are not in the circle. So he's like, let me use this beacon since it's pretty much here.
This might hurt a little bit though. Let's see how much this hurts.
It's gonna sting.
Okay, not too bad.
He is Octane.
Whoa! Kellar just got melted by someone. And that's almost like, okay, there's another pro on this map with how fast he got taken out there.
Stripens over there.
Oh my god, he's got a fucking Kraber. He hits me with
And that's why. The
He
Kraber.
hit me with the Kraber?
That was like almost game over for these guys.
That's illegal.
Yeah, that was almost game over because if he had died right there, I don't think the dropship was ready yet. So that was almost game over if that guy had gotten a headshot or something. But yeah, we have someone who's somewhat capable with a Kraber that these guys have to worry about. So look out. I mean, I said earlier, okay, one way to take down these pros, Arc Stars, just destroy them with Arc Stars. Because if they go slower and they can't see, good luck. I guess the other way would be a Kraber from distance. That would probably be my second tip.
Yep.
To get, you know, how do you beat the pros? How do you take them out? They're better than you. Sorry, they are.
Getting the jump is always good. Like, you have that first moment, but that's the problem is you land that first Kraber hit, and you don't kill him, and then all of a sudden, like, their
swarming
approach,
you. Yeah.
Their approach to you is going to change. They're going to rapidly adjust their strategy. So we've definitely seen the alternators used when they were able to get them with the disruptor rounds. We saw a lot of players swap off of what they were running into alternators when enemy players had them with the hop up. But otherwise, very pretty good weapon variety in today's games. I can't say I'm disappointed. It's going to find that Watson with the Kraber
for sure.
Give her the old longbow.
And we see the longbow still being used, even though, you know, no Skull Piercer on this. So it's not like it's keeping our pros away from the longbow at all. Still very happy to pick those up and deal quite a bit of damage. So Skull Piercer, not necessarily a deal breaker for you guys taking on the Apex ladder and wondering if that longbow is still worth using with the increased rarity of the Skull Piercer. Nice shots here.
Ooh.
From Kurt.
Yep. Gets the knock outside of the circle, which should spell doom and gloom.
That's the Kraber guy who got him earlier. Look out. Come on, Kraber guy.
Okay, there we go. Yep, he wins. He wins the 1v1 after the Kraber boy smacked him earlier. Kellar is dead for good. He cannot be brought back, but there is not too much left to do for these gentlemen as they continue to fight their way in the top 3 of this match. 13 frags right there for Kurt so far.
And they know where one squad is, as this guy, he's trying to hide in this nest, this flyer nest, I guess. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, or it's feces, but I'm pretty sure it's a nest.
I mean, both of those could be in a nest, but we don't need to dive too far into that.
But clearly there's a hiding spot, at least in one of those little holes. So Kurt being sneaky. I wonder if he's going to try to go pick up that Kraber, although I'm sure it's spent. All its bullets are probably gone. There's a nice jump pad into the zip
What
line
if
there.
care package weapons were like armor, and if you killed them off an enemy and took it off of them, it would just be replenished?
I did. Bro, I was aiming on
That'd be really OP. I'd love it. You let your teammate die so that you can restore the ammo on it. That'd become a meta. People would do
you'd
it.
have to figure out how to.
People would do it.
Design it.
It'd
so
have to
that
be enemy
can
kill.
happen.
It'd have to be like an enemy kills them.
So it's been 3 squads left for a while, and we've seen these firefights happen. So I think they've been leaving people alive, still looking for those reses to happen. Again, trying to maximize the number of kills. That's the format here, ladies and gents. As many kills as you can get in 12 matches. We've seen some teams falter. Some people might be like, oh yeah, they're just going to win, and they're just going to beat everyone and get so many kills. We've seen some teams falter and finish outside of the top 3.
Both teams are over here then.
As you can see, we have that leaderboard on the right-hand side. That's a good way to tell if a team didn't do so well, is if their number of games played is high and their placement is low. That means they didn't have a great game here and there. For now, we see Liquid at the top, Fire Beavers just behind, T1, NRG, Complexity. Fire Beavers, the team that qualified to get into this tournament. If you're not familiar with them, don't worry, it's okay. If you're not familiar with Team Liquid, you haven't been paying attention. Liquid, NRG, CLG, Complexity, TSM, just so many top-tier orgs involved.
It's awesome.
Here.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you never know what the future is going to hold in regards to anything, but I always love that, by the way, stimming right before the med finishes. You should always do it as Octane because it's just a free stim at that point. But
also, while the zone is kind of creeping onto him too.
Yeah, because it's not at that point. It's not boosting you by much, but it is still boosting you even though you're healing. Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting to see, right? As these teams make these early investments and the potential for a good competitive scene. It's awesome.
I know.
Right? I mean, all the other big battle royale games have leagues and whatnot running constantly. So I'm excited to see what that ends up looking like for Apex as time goes by.
See, 28 dropped for T1. That's a really good number. Remember, they're near the top of our leaderboards today, so we'll have to see if they can continue that momentum. Now we're looking at a replay from Alliance. Let's see what kind of business they were able to get done. As we can see in the top right, 6 squads left at this point in time. Kind of close to that market area. Dealing with a ultimate from Bangalore, so we're going to be sprinting away from that. Heading even closer to market. Ooh. There's a drop. He's going to get rezzed up, though. There's the lifeline.
They got into a kind of a weird spot there. But everybody gets
man,
I love seeing the longbow.
Yeah,
I love
it. Iron Sights longbow.
We don't get enough of it. We do not get enough of them longbow memes.
So sometimes I'll drop outside bunker. That's my favorite thing to find. A longbow. I don't need sights.
No, you don't.
It's a good.
That's what I was talking about earlier with the sniper situation. What is this? What was just happening?
He doesn't want to fight him. He wants him to go res.
Him to res.
Yeah.
He's like dancing. He's like, it's like the first time he meets the dragon in How to Train Your Dragon. He's like, well, I don't know if we want to fight. I don't know what's going on. Be like dancing and tentative.
Yeah, we got a face off at this doorway.
I'm not fighting you. Go away.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be like this.
Would you support being able to say things to your opponent?
Just walk away.
In Apex?
Just walk away.
Would you support that? Being able to talk to...
Oh, if I could grief people harder, I would.
Okay.
Well done.
We'll see if any changes happen there, but as we can see, number 1, that's 23 kills from Alliance, a pretty solid number from them. We're going to take a short break from the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends Week 6 tournament. We'll be right back.
I got the Caustic. Caustic's one shot on me. Caustic's under there, one shot. Lifeline on me. I'm just gonna run away.
Gotta run to the lab.
You guys have bats? I have 2 cells. How many bats do you have, Rick?
150 out.
Would you rather stay?
They're so kidded.
I watch you be and slowly walk away.
I'm almost there.
I would rather.
Devotion! Go full die. Play smart, play smart.
That bot could just full spray devotion. Like,
Callie, run away, BFT.
I'm not, I won not. One had a gold red shield, I picked it up. Got red. I can't, I don't remember. Alright, red ball. I got 2.
I killed one. I don't know how many jumped out of the ship because I did something as soon as I did. So I let one run away and I think you let one run away.
They're inside the building. I threw my ult on their floor. I think it's still They have the Bloodhound and a Reaper. Going for the other one, maybe.
Shooting me.
Моя тут. Офигеть.
Она не успеет, минута типа.
Она ходит, фига. А если она идет?
Просто.
Она идет резать.
Она же успеет. Ну давай, подожди.
На тросе есть вот здесь. На КГ Лол. Можешь меня хапнуть, да, кстати? Да я не знаю, почему тут не залезть. Ну я...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends Tournament. $50,000 on the line over the course of the series. This is week 6, and we just saw Fire Beavers. Here they are. They came into this week as the #1 team.
Oh my God! Did they just win a game?
And they just won again, and they dropped 30. That's gonna be hard to beat. I feel like
that's
they're
like
in
their
front.
average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they are very nicely in front again, but welcome back from the studio. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Nathanius. Been hanging out all day today. We're getting into our last hour of competitions. It's 12 matches total for these teams. Again, they're trying to rack up as many kills as possible. It's been a pretty fun day. Obviously, we've seen quite a few changes recently in Apex Season 2 dropping. A lot of map changes, a lot of gun changes, new hop-ups, so on and so forth. Last week, we saw the alternator pretty much exclusively being used.
Yep.
But then we saw a little bit of a change from 2.26 to 1.7 with the multiplier, so I think we've seen a little bit less of the alternator.
There's been
more diversity in loadouts, maybe.
The alternator is still a very good choice, but the difference is we're seeing nobody is holding alternators, I think is the big key here. Nobody is taking an alternator over an
like
R99
looking out for
at the start of
disruptor
a
rounds.
game. Yeah.
It's like if they
So
find the disruptor rounds, then
we've seen several times players with R99s or R301s looting a dead body, and they see the alternator and disruptor rounds like, if I don't have to pick it up, if I don't have to look for it, I'll take it. But otherwise, they're not holding an alternator with no hop-up instead of a better gun.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings. Again, we're seeing diversity in the loadouts. Are we seeing diversity in our standings? Team Liquid, remember, they set a record last week by achieving the highest score we've ever seen in a week of the FACEIT Pro Series, and now here they are at the top. However, they have 11 games played, T1 complexity, both at 10. Fire Beavers still at 9, so I'm not sure if the one they just played was registered. So
yeah, I think that I don't think that one is in there right there because it did say
that was a 30. So
yeah, so
30
that
kills.
30. So
plus,
it's a 40-point game. That would put them in second. So they would be in second right now with the results of that match added. Yeah, and those guys just are doing super well.
So this is a look at the game that we actually just saw the end of, so we're going to see how that worked out.
How to get 30 kills. Land bunker, kill everybody, go to airship, kill everybody.
Oh, bold. That is a brave decision. I remember when I first started playing this game, I would go airbase all the time and just watch that zip line. So much fun just taking people out here trying to go across.
That username great, by the way. Meme Striker 1337.
I also like the triple take that was picked up pretty early. We saw in the
it's
very
an
beginning
alright
of this
shotgun,
play.
yeah.
Well, especially in the beginning, in the beginning of a game, triple take.
Yeah.
Nice things can happen, so it was pretty cool to see that. As we see Hardeki running for his life, an ultimate dropping on top of him from a Bangalore, trying to get that Venus kick going. He sees the Octane jump pad. Here we go.
He's hopping.
Yep.
And then, of course, he's
teammate down.
A slick game. Res. But then, of course, we saw them get that W. So not too surprising as they've been doing very well. We're going to check out. Here's a little recap of the start of this game from CLG as we got to see Lyric have one of the most epic holdouts.
Yeah, that was
against
fun.
a team of 3 with all gold everything. He did not win, but boy, oh boy, that was fun. Good aggressive start. Lots of cleanups using the holes in the walls of these buildings. Oh my God, that death trap room with the Watson. My anxiety flares up just looking at all those
works.
lasers.
It doesn't. It can work. I just haven't seen it be too effective.
The problem is, here's the thing.
Just like you can pick it apart. You can pick it apart.
Axitas, you said something really smart earlier, and I'm just going to repeat you. When these players queue up, they are the best team in the lobby. So by that virtue alone, since they should be able to outplay everybody, every tactic and strategy looks bad when they're up against it.
That's fair.
That's all I'm going to say.
I'm also speaking on personal experience, having seen Caustics and Watsons huddled up in a building. It hasn't worked out for them when I've run into it, okay? But hey, maybe we'll see a pro break out, a pro team break out that composition.
If you hot drop bunker and you kill at least one other squad that is there with you, even if you immediately die after, that is enough to gain 1 RP infinitely up until you're spending 3 per.
I'm with you.
So, which I think is like platinum. So you could get to platinum just bunker dropping, killing one team and then dying. I'm just letting you guys know. It'll take a while, but you could. It's possible.
We're going to play Nathanius, and we're going to do that for a few hours.
But the thing is,
yeah,
exactly. If we practice that kick 1,000
down,
times, we will never lose bunker.
I'm in. as we see Pathfinder and CLG actually taken out in the zone outside the circle. So they might leave him. They are going to leave him.
That's a
Sorry.
round 2 circle, man. Yeah.
It's like we can't get you.
Oof, ouch, owie, my bones. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's like we're on our own. You died. We can't come get you.
That is the rule of Apex Legends Season 2. Are you knocked outside the circle and it's round 2? Goodbye. Yeah. See you later. Peace.
Yeah. The first few times it happened to me with my teammates, and like I was feeling a little bit bad, and maybe they were yelling at me in comms. It's just something you have to accept.
Okay, so how many we got right now?
It does too much damage. It's not possible as much anymore to be a hero and go save those guys outside the circle.
That's why you got to play towards the center. Good way to keep people being aggro. So we are looking at Nice Wig and the infamous word. What is it? What is it that James? It's always funny when we get to cast with Europeans. A lot of them have a lot of different words for stuff, and James is always calling it. He's a pad user.
A pad user.
He's a pad user. We've got that Xbox pad right there. He doesn't have his fancy overlay with it.
Yeah,
but he does have a camera specifically over his hands, so that we can see his pad.
Dude, I like it. I tried. I have a pretty good British / whatever accent impersonation, but
our whole production team is English. So
I know.
If we talk too much, they will just cut us off.
But I've always been so envious of
Two
that
of them
accent.
are English.
I've always
Some
been
of
so
us are
envious
American.
because
Thank
it's
you very
such.
much.
You can use so many. You can use a lot more words.
Kill one.
You know, your vocabulary becomes so much more. There's a lot more breadth there when you have an accent like that, because you can use words like exquisite without sounding ridiculous. And like
they have a
really
lot of better
complicated
words than us.
Yeah.
They do have a lot of better words than us, though.
But whenever I try to break that out on a broadcast, I get people in the chat that are offended.
As
So
a lazy American, I just want to say that a lot of the British words are only one syllable compared to the ones that we use, okay? Elevator uses way more calories to say than lift. I'm just... Lou, one syllable, all right? It's just more efficient. If anything,
might be onto something.
If anything, it'd be more of the American way to you know, just say less. Although, another problem, of course, is that we don't shut up, so that's why we use more syllables in our words,
Well, my point is that accent is so cool that you want to use more words and longer words to show off the alliteration and the beauty of that vocabulary. And
second game that we have ending over here, by the way, that we've been able to catch today. Nice little spot. This spot always gets really scrappy, right? Because you have that big compound, that like semicircle with the broken ceiling. Like a lot of players like to get on top of there, use it to swing around and rotate. Makes it a really fun spot to use Pathfinder grapple, Octane jump pad, and I have had a lot of games end over here. It's one of those really, really fun spots because there is just enough cover and terrain that you don't feel like you can't turtle up somewhere. Oh, did he just come out into a trap? That was weird.
Something happened.
He came out fuzzy.
Yeah.
He has a little bit of damage on it too. I wonder if there was something Watson-y there that he didn't see. Anyway, doesn't matter anymore. So he's good. He's on the high ground. He's picking up some of them shields and gets the knock. Only one squad remaining for these guys. So he's looking good.
Lyric's a little low, but here comes Nicewick. Come help him out. Trying to get those wingman shots.
Oh,
Gibraltar.
Gibby.
Look out.
Big boy's like, come face me in the arena. And then he dies. GG,
Wow.
Well played.
That wasn't easy. That got a little dicey near the end there, but able to finish that out.
Nicewick doing a great.
Two teams fighting every time.
Of course, they're, you know,
He's
you
like,
don't
we
want
want to
the-
get the frags, yeah.
You don't want the last two teams to fight because you want to be in the middle of that fight, getting
You
those
want to get
kills.
all 6 of those kills. And, you know, they talk about that, and you're like, oh, yeah, was it a big deal? It is a big deal. Look, they only have 20 kills this game. So, and even though they get first place, that is very low, right? That's 10 points lower than I would say what looking like the average. For Fire Beavers, as we take a look over here at Complexity.
Yeah,
And
Complexity, our team that is in the FACEIT studio right now here in Santa Monica. They showed up, and they're having a pretty good day, I want to say. I think they had one. Did they have one where they didn't? They didn't win. I feel like we saw one where they didn't win, but I think they got like number 2 or something from earlier. But it seems like they've been pretty well today. I remember the first match we saw out of the gates. They posted a really solid number. So they're also in contention coming into today. I think they were 6th place in the overall standings. So with only 3 weeks left, including this week. You know, if you're in the top 5, top 6, top 10, you're really wanting to post some good numbers here. So we'll have to see if they can get another good one.
Biggest story, I think, there in the FACEIT Pro Series here for Apex has been Team Liquid, right? Because they were not really a team that we saw as on the radar for the top prize, the 10,000 at the end of the whole thing. But if they were to pop off a few more times like they did last week, then we would certainly have to give them that consideration, as they really, really crushed it hard. But today, looking at the results as they are, T1 and Team Liquid will be going into their final games. They're not too far ahead of Fire Beavers. There's a 20-point buffer for T1 on Fire Beavers, so maybe getting second place is going to be their limit, but with 2 games available, anything
We can't all be on this side.
is possible.
We have to be able to rotate to each other.
And looks like Immortals, they have finished the day. They're at 360. Actually, that's, considering what I'm seeing from all of the other teams, there's an opportunity for Fnatic, Dignitas, and Alliance, I think, to catch up there. But a top 10 finish for Immortals would be pretty sick. They have been one of the teams that have been struggling the most. I think overall they are in last place, so I always like cheering for the underdog.
By the way, I'm looking at the FACEIT TV Twitch chat. Shout out to Nicewig.
I don't see anybody.
If anyone recognizes him from CLG.
Is he memeing in our chat?
He said, "Love you, FACEIT," in the chat. We love you too, Nicewig.
We love you too,
Thanks for
Nicewig.
showing your awesome gameplay on
Your
stream.
awesome pad skills, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all full teams and 1 solo. Pretty sure.
We can hear the communication here, and again, it's just so important in a format like this. They're playing pubs. It's about getting as many kills as possible.
They were talking about how they were too close earlier, right? So now they've got one split off.
Yep. So they're really being good about calling out where different teams are.
How do you feel about RPing in games like this?
RPing?
Yeah, like Reptar's on his own. Should he make dinosaur sounds into his microphone? You know what I mean? Or should have you when people talk like the characters they're playing as?
I like it. I'm in full support.
Yeah.
Staying in character. Absolutely. 100%.
My favorite thing to do when playing is actually any character.
Oh, RPing is in role playing. Okay,
Yeah,
I got you. At first, I thought you were talking about like the RP, like the points you get in the ladder or whatever.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I guess it is. It is literally RP in this game, huh?
Role play. Gotcha. Yes, absolutely. I'm in full support. They told me to act normal, or I'd be acting like Octane right now. So.
Shame. They told me to act normal, but I still just make caustic noises randomly.
I've done that before, like in game, and my teammates just never go with me on it. They just.
There's something about caustic though. People do love that.
Oh, yeah,
I do get to do a lot of that.
I'm okay. I'm thinking, dude. There's like a YouTube series in the making here that you're talking about.
Yeah.
If we just role play with one other teammate,
I'm gonna get my caustic cosplay together. I'm excited. I mean, I can't wear it outside, otherwise I feel like a lot of people will call the police. But for stream, for events, hell yeah. Not too many squads remaining. We're fighting out here outside of bunker. This pleasant little area.
Oh, coming to me. Okay.
I don't actually have a call out for this. I just call it outside bunker, east. I just call it east bunker. I don't know.
Lower Cascades, maybe?
Lower Cascades, I guess.
That'd be what I would probably classify. It's a very... I like this area. I actually drop in this area more often than not.
I only drop in this area.
Yeah, well, you go straight to bunker. I kind of stay out in the river area. But I like the zip lines that go across the river. There's a lot of ability for some nice movement options, whether you're running away or whether you're trying to crash into someone.
Having a hard time kind of poking on this because of that Gibby.
Oh, yeah.
They're forcing them to get close. He did get that buff right about the extra 3 seconds on his bubble.
Looks like they were just toying with him a little bit there.
Yeah, having some fun.
Poor
Gibby.
Yeah. Sometimes it be like that.
Trying to pop some wingman shots.
Yeah, that was a fifth squad, and this 4 squads left here. Wingman with no skull piercer. Something we've seen a lot of.
Kill 2 of these guys. Kill the 2 close guys. Kill the 2 close guys.
Hear the urgency in the comms here. This, we're into the final matches here.
Yep.
I'm not sure if this is the actual final match for Complexity.
I think the graphic says they've had 10 completed, so they'll have one more after this, if I recall. If I'm reading it properly, that is.
Oh, yeah, it does say 10 completed. You're right.
Yeah.
So they want to go huge. They want to go absolutely huge in these next 2 matches.
Yeah, point-wise, they're doing very well, so the potential for a decent finish is definitely real, since they'll have one more after this. This game getting hectic, getting crazy. They're holding strong so far. Kyrig has no shields, which always makes me a little sweaty, but
I know, I can't find him. This guy's actually.
He's trying to look for him with the digital threat, and he's not able to see him. Is making his comms.
Team?
Oxane right here.
Yeah, it looks like another team's kind of crashing on him.
Pinched.
At least one other team. I've had some crazy fights in this area where it's like 4 or 5 teams all fighting.
Nice job.
There's so many places you can kind of bunker up, and there's so many different avenues into this area. Like a lot of different places that people can come from. So they're a little stressed right here. They're a little stressed right now. They just got a res, but now they're still under fire. Kyra getting taken out.
I was gonna say that was a nice big upgrade there, being able to get up from that level 2 to the level 4 armor. But they are.
Hit him for 100.
They're
good
in quite
news
a
is,
scrap.
I think there was still another team kind of up. So
yeah, there's like all three teams are like in this space.
Yeah,
well, it was 4.
So
and
that
all
could be
just
good news
shooting.
for them, where there might be a distraction of another team and that could be their saving grace here. But what? Were there people on the first floor there of this building?
I don't think so.
I don't know what's going on. I thought I saw people down there. Oh, there is.
No.
See?
Yeah,
there are people down there. I'm like, all right.
The devotion. He's doing what most people do with the
Yeah,
devotion.
he walked right by him. Yeah.
Hot guy special 80. Oh, 69. Okay. Yeah, nice. Great username. Great username. Love the creativity out of these Apex Legends players. He's got 4 shots left on that Peisch Kuiper.
That's the third guy. That's the third time he was dropped in the past 30 seconds. So complexity, having to put just everything into this. They keep getting attacked from almost every direction. Placing the portal down, trying to get more towards the circle, and positioning in this next building down in the lower Cascades. There's a zip line they can take across.
Yep.
Could
How
be a
about that
little-
mobility you were talking about?
Yeah.
That's really good about this. Weirdly enough, the Wraith portal is literally in the door, so nobody else can make any use of that.
So let's
and where
see
did
if
that
they-
lead you? Back to me.
Okay,
the
so
bunker.
we're gonna camp this res point. Let's hurry up and go north. Second they res, we're killing. These kids weren't bad.
No, they weren't.
So we need to.
That's nice to hear. If you're going back and watching the stream and it's like you and they're,
This is
they're
the
calling
first,
you not bad, that's
I have heard them say
that's a compliment
sweaty.
and a
I
half.
have heard some other accusations, but this is the first time I've actually heard someone just be like, "Yeah, they're not bad. We have to just kill them. We can't play with these guys."
That's respect right there.
That's the biggest compliment I think I've ever heard a pro give a random player. So just cut that part of the VOD out, put it on a USB drive, pin it on your wall forever, hand it down to your children.
How many kills do I have?
Team Liquid finishes at 430 points. Still very, very good overall. The max points, what did they have last week? 460 or something, was
485.
485.
I want to
God,
say
yeah, no, you're
they
right,
went-
you're right,
it
I
was-
remember.
It was crazy.
Yeah, they went off.
I don't know how I remembered that, but right when you asked it, I feel like it was 485.
Oh!
Boom! That's a nice shot. That's a fun one to end end a game there.
Yeah.
We saw the grapple earlier, and there's a nice little, you know, you say pull when you're
Yes,
when you're
exactly.
doing the shotgun. You're getting that flying.
And the Octane just goes, shooting clay pigeons. 22 kills, though. Not bad. I mean, being able to get first place in the majority of the matches is one of the biggest keys, but they have not exactly been wiping the floor kill-wise the whole time. We're going to take a look at some shenanigans, something apparently pretty crazy going
I think
down
I
here
heard
for
about
T1.
this. I was looking at the chat, and I think I heard about what happened here. This is T1. We're looking at a replay. We can see Kurt is down and respawn timed out. 9 squads
And
left.
was
so
this
Kurt
game
falling
12
incredibly
too?
early. Only wonderful up, and look at that.
Oh, wow,
That's
that
a
was their
9.
last game.
Whoa. Remember,
Oof.
Liquid was just barely ahead of them. Like T1, if they have a solid game there, they're passing Liquid. But I think that means that Liquid is still in the front. I think we're going to take a look at the leaderboard here as this is Fire Beavers.
Wow, that's crazy. I cannot believe that. So
Yeah, so Liquid's going to hold their advantage, 430 to 411, but
Fire
wow, can
Beavers
they get caught?
basically comes down to Fire Beavers popping off.
They need to hit 26?
Yeah.
Yeah, to tie. 26 to tie. 27 to get ahead of Team Liquid. And a first place, obviously.
You know, that is not impossible for them. What we just get told, I think it was like 36.
36. Okay, I was off by a little bit.
36 kills to tie. 36
No,
points
no.
total. 36
Yeah, that's what I
points
meant.
total is pretty
That's what I
doable
meant,
for them. Yeah, so 26 kills then, and a win.
Yep. That's
ties
what
them.
that was. Yeah,
That's really doable. I
Yeah.
feel like almost every game we've been seeing them get that 30 marks. So what do we have? 20.
5 at the top for the left
22 test subjects remain. Okay, 20, 23, 21 now. 5 kills here on Hardeki.
I mean, yeah, just looking at this alone, it's already a good pace. Oh, look at that. There's
They've got
another.
more work to do for sure, but if any team can do it, it is these guys. So.
Yeah, I'm like, that has to be a bad guy. He didn't really react. And that Pathfinder, he seemed pretty good. He just charged up there and took him out. So this could be a little dangerous. We see 2 more enemies over there. This is a 2v3 at least situation. Looks like a thirst going to be attempted. It's going to happen. Decent stats on this guy. Looking at
well,
his
this is the one round, right? We talked about it all day long, but every little thing that happens all day builds up to these moments. And now,
one more down.
Just already trying to do it, and he's not able to do it.
My
so
gosh.
Fire Beavers finish.
Was that a replay, or we just see that live? We just saw that live, didn't we?
Oh my God.
He is upset. Or
he's typing quickly. I can't read Krillic.
Okay, that's
I'm just gonna assume that he said "niet хорошо," which would just be not good.
Yeah,
that's what That's what I read it as. So.
Yeah, and that was their last game. So.
Oh my God.
So Liquid might hold on to it. I'm not sure if anyone else is within reach, based on what we saw.
There's another team.
Okay, it looks like Complexity still is in contention.
Yeah, so Complexity could theoretically, with a 33 kill, win, which would give them 43 points, which would be a Herculean task, to say the least. Could clutch it, and apparently they are waiting a little bit to start their final match. Do have plenty of time technically left in the tournament since they're on their last map.
Cool.
So I think they're just going to be taking a quick breather.
Oh, by the way, we got Rogue in the chat. Anyone in the chat, say, "Oh my God, Rogue, you are ridiculous." Tell him that if you're in the chat. That's Rogue from Team Liquid. Oh, Callie's in the chat too. We got Team Liquid all up in the FACEIT chat. Now we just need Jeesh to show up in the chat.
I'm just waiting for Callie to be like, James Bardoff used to be my top donator. What happened,
I'm looking out for Jeesh in the chat.
What happened, James? Where's the love?
I'm looking out. This is getting intense.
Yeah, well, they've got that circle pushing them east through bunker. There is the hover tank here. One player goes through bunker, and it looks like Shiny wants to go around the outside.
Those of you guys in the chat, click on their names. Click on Callie's name. Click on Rogue's name. Go follow their stream. Go show them your support. Good to see you guys hanging out here in the chat as we watch the conclusion of Week 6. Of course, Liquid trying to hold on to the top spot. They have 430 points in Complexity, about to jump into their final game, which is pretty much statistically, mathematically, the only chance anyone has of catching Liquid is pretty much Team Complexity. And
crazy to think.
They'd have to get a huge number.
Crazy to think that T1 and Fire Beavers both kind of they beefed it in their final games pretty hard, and
yeah, which is a little surprising. But
that's what we
didn't
talk
really
about.
happen all day.
It's the consistency and the pressure. And I think one of the biggest things that I'm just going to be keeping in mind is I think now that most of the teams are finishing up, really impressed by the improvement that Immortals has made position-wise. They've definitely clawed their way from finishing very far down, but of course they're trading places with other teams for that to happen. NRG and TSM flubbed a few matches more than usual, particularly TSM, as we expect them to be a top 4 team here at our FACEIT Pro Series. So, wow. Team Liquid, it feels weird to say this because 430 points is still more than first place has had many of these weeks, but imagine that they get first place last week and then first place this week, but it's a 55-point difference.
Yeah. I mean, I warmed up with them last week. I warmed up
gave them the magic.
Callie and Jeesh. We had a little pep talk. We talked a little bit of meta. You know, maybe that could be the difference.
Did you tell them to trust in the heart of the cards and the power of friendship and all that?
I did not say that specifically, but
it was
along the lines of that. Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Trying to clean the jib.
Of course, we're looking at Fnatic here. They're sitting at number 9. And they could probably sneak into the top 5 if they have a pretty huge game here.
I think the money's for the top 4, though, right? So it's a kind of... Is there a pop-off scenario here? I guess it depends. I don't know.
Honestly, just trying to stimulate their numbers for the overall standings.
That's fair. That's fair. That also does matter. You're very correct.
Of course, there's a $10,000 prize
for the #1 overall team at the end of the 8 weeks of competition.
Yep.
As we wind down, we get to the final moments of the last few games, and I think probably have Complexity starting their final round soon, and we'll be able to follow that
also
all the way through.
Once again, there are FACEIT drops happening in the chat. Salty Duncan saying these FACEIT drops are amazing. He's looking for some more of those FACEIT drops. So look out for that if you're in the chat on twitch.tv/FACEIT
Yeah. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. It's been a good fun day so far. Hopefully, ask if chat agrees with me on this. I've been liking the weapon variety today. We had probably a few too many alternators last week, and I don't know that everybody thinks that it's as weak as it should be at the moment. Might still be a bit strong, but I've been enjoying that we have seen a good bit less of it. We've had some really good weapon variety, in my
I'll tell you
opinion.
what they say.
All right.
I'll tell you if the chat agrees.
Everyone's just going to disagree. I don't want to ever see an alternator again for the rest of my life. It's like, God, who hurt you? And then, well, obviously the alternator did. So we've got a care package coming in on this building. I've had to hold out here for like the ends of games quite a few times. Somehow I've had a lot of games end on that building where that care package is hitting. So they make their way over to the farm.
I don't make it to the end of games that much, so I'd love to. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you know, it's not that far from bunker is mostly what I'm saying, right? If the circle forces me out of bunker at the start of the game, I just leave, right?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So, Shiny come on here on the southeast. They're just looking. Crazy to think the circle's not that big. Only 3 enemy teams remaining as they get into a little bit of a scrappy scrap. Gets a bit of alternator action, a bit of longbow action. There we go. Clean up. Get the next one over here.
Behind
Got
you.
someone above him.
Should be fine.
Just going to pop the portal for the speed and queue out.
Okay, so do they have a res?
Forest ruins maybe. I don't know. We just need to give.
We can't let them go to Valley.
Yeah, we won't.
Yeah, we need to go gatekeep Valley.
I mean, that lifeline might just go to the forest as well. We don't know.
Oh man, how do we stop these guys from doing dumb stuff?
We just have someone stand there and someone stand over there.
All right. As these guys continue towards the end of their game, so that's for real? 100%?
Like mud side? Yeah, you should.
Okay.
I think we'll chime in on that once it shows on the screen. But we might have some breaking news, which we'll deliver to you in a second. But for now, we're watching Fnatic as they try to track down the final teams. And a common occurrence that we've seen in this format, again, it's all about getting as many kills as possible. You don't want to not, you want to be involved in the fights at the end. We've seen some moments happen here today where the fighting at the end is happening and these pro teams aren't involved. So it's very important to really track down where these teams are to make sure that you are in the middle of these fights that happen at the end. It is the worst case scenario if a fight happens and you are not on top of it here for these pro players.
Yeah. And apparently, due to some issues of some kind, Fire Beavers will be replaying their final game for this. We just got confirmation on that.
I don't see her. Okay, I can.
As we look back here as this game gets closer and closer to its conclusion, fighting by this res point. Of course, being able to get a cheeky thirst here and then farm a respawn would be pretty sweet for Fnatic. Try and scoop up a few more rounds. A few more cheeky points.
Yeah, definitely. Ideal scenario here is just drop, leave one alive near that beacon. Let them bring them back, and then take them out again. That's the goal here. Anything less than that would honestly be a failure. You want to get as many kills as you can, and with that beacon there. Oh, did they just finish them all? Actually, there's another team, so they're having to. They're having to manage this a little bit more than they expected, as at least one other team is joining in on the fun.
The lifeline's further down.
What do you call this area?
Oh my God, I don't know.
I don't really know either. I'm looking at the chat. What do you guys? What do you call?
Well, what is your call out for this spot? I feel like
I just call it like narrow pathways, basically, like pathways or something.
I'd never drop here, so I really never have a name for it.
Yeah, I almost always run through here at some point.
It's like a hallway is how it feels.
Yeah. See what other people call it. But yeah, apparently Fire Beavers in their last game, they had some either stream snipers or cheaters going on, so they're going to be able to replay that one as we see Fnatic closing it out. Not able to take advantage of the last beacon right there, which is a little unfortunate.
I'm interested to see how many kills they had, though. It didn't seem too high early on.
This is my favorite game mode. This is my favorite game mode.
Let's see what we got.
Completed matches. It should be less.
17. So
not too huge.
Did they somehow have this game start without only 19 teams as well, unfortunately? We're going to take a look at quick recap of the start of Alliance's game. I believe this is the start of their final round, as it were. So good artillery drop, getting into some action, and they'll be jumping into their live game. Artillery's fun drop point, though. I end up here a lot. You can do some stuff here with Caustic. Good traps. Good trap play available.
I'm trying to think where would be best in artillery area. Like the tunnel?
Yeah, the back
okay.
wall.
Gotcha.
The wall
yeah,
bunker.
Yeah.
You can also block a lot of the stairways and the little areas inside the compound parts, the big ones.
Got a longbow coming out for Lowly of Alliance. Up, up.
He's going to be salty. We put that on the reel.
Yeah. Hey, he made the ones before that, so there's reasons to be happy.
Oh, wow. Surprised he still got knocked there with the teammate there.
He was able to get picked up, and it looks like all three are still in action. Five squads left at this point in the game.
No, Caustic, run! Run! He's too thick.
Oh. He almost got out of there.
He's a hefty chomper. Go, Caustic, go! I believe in you! Well, that's what I get for
believing. Did you say hefty chonker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all ever seen the chomp chart?
I like it.
Gibraltar's oh lord, he coming.
What the fuck?
Did someone just die in the sky above them?
Maybe they were launching from a balloon, or they were on an octane something, or...
I got nothing.
Whoa! Watch out. Wait, so does the Leviathan lift up both of those feet, and they both drop down?
Yeah.
So he just like kicks them up in the air behind him?
I guess. Do you think you could hit someone in midair and kill him with those?
If not, that should be. It should be.
So last week we talked about the Wraith portal, by the way, and you could grief your teammates by putting a portal under there, and if they go through it, it'll kill them. Yep. But apparently, if you jump pad really high into where the leg upper area would be and put a portal there, it like becomes you can clip into it, and then you can stand on the base of the foot.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta try that out.
Yeah, that's gonna get patched real soon, I imagine. I don't know if you can shoot out of it, but I was like, huh.
Can you like ride that if he kicks up the leg?
I don't know. The GIF was like 20 seconds long, but
lots of research to do. Still. Lots of research to do still here on Kings Canyon.
That's why we're here. Oh. Come on, Caustic, where's the gas? You gotta block the door.
Oh, we got his teammate coming out trying to help out. Not sure why.
Now you're blocking the
Laz
door.
is not shooting at him. Okay, he's going to try to charge through. Out of ammo. He has 15 shots on this R301. And actually, his secondary is RE45, so he's not going to be able to shoot.
Yep, he's just out of bullets.
Yeah. So, do you quickly loot that Caustic? No reserve ammo. What are you going to do? Let's see. He needs to find a loot box. He needs to find something. Here we go. Light ammo? Oh.
Just what he needed. It's not much, but it is something. So he's got 2 magazines left now. Okay, maybe a mag and a half since he's going to split it with the RE45.
4 squads left here. Only 3 kills on Laz XR. You know, the thing with this format, again, it's really about, you know, speed and finding people on the map. And it can happen where you just get a little unlucky. You're not able to find as many of the players, or maybe the plane is really far away from where the circle ends up going, so a lot of people died at the zone. So it's all about, in this format, really removing as much of that variance as you can. We've seen some teams split up, just completely split up and just go look for people. Just all about maximizing as many kills as you can get.
They don't want to kill him. They want him to try. They want him to res again, it looks like. But they're going to be forced to do something, maybe. Got to be careful.
Pop a quick shield battery while his teammates come in here to help out. And remember, our player here that we're watching is still low on light ammo, so
Yep.
He's got an arc star though. Everyone kind of watching that res happen. Pretty funny.
They're like, well, there's more beacons on the map, so don't want to waste that opportunity.
We got the 2 to 4 times scope on the R301, which is interesting.
Ooh.
See the longbow. And arc stars.
Arc star for the finish.
4-3. He had 5 arc stars, I think, at the beginning of that fight. Now down to 2.
Don't think he got him with the arc star, by the way. Didn't finish him there. I didn't see it.
Looks like Laz XR was able to find some more light ammo. Good for him.
Noise.
Interesting Phoenix kit, but hey, why not?
I won't judge.
Yeah. Here's that 2 4 times on the R301, while also having a scope on your longbow.
Too many scopes.
Yeah.
Can't handle it. Too many scopes. I'm not about that life. I think he just killed another
It's
caustic.
working out for him, but yeah,
Another
I would agree. I
caustic died.
think I'd rather have a 2 times on that R301.
Yeah, I only ever use the 1x or the 2x. Like that's pretty much it.
Ooh,
if I
there's a
feel like
Kraber.
losing, I'll grab a Kraber. That's about it.
We haven't seen too many epic Kraber plays. I think that was a 360 R301 right there.
Last week
There
we
it
had
is.
some great Kraber plays.
Yeah. Not this week. I should have submitted. I finally had one really good game with the Kraber. I should have submitted it to show on stream.
Shame.
No one wants to see that Axel toss as we see Alliance take down a nice win there. Let's see.
How many frags did they get to finish up
frags?
today? 25 first
Solid.
place. Not bad, not bad. Thanks. 374 before, yeah. So it looks like they'll finish at, what would that be? Well, like just over 400, I think. So that's a pretty good result. So we're going to follow that regame that we were talking about for Fire Beavers, as they did get a regame for their final map. Some suspicious activity happened earlier. You can see them doing what they do best, which is slaughtering nerds in this little recap of the early game.
Seeing lots of grenades in this replay.
Ooh,
which we're
the
both huge
zip
fans of.
line arc star.
Those arc stars.
Hey now, you're an arc star. Get stuck now. And you can't play anymore because you're dead.
I like it. Someone clip that and put some auto-tune in it and put it on YouTube and go viral.
I was thinking more r/cringe personally, but you know, no fame's bad fame, right? And we jump into the action as it is a game finishing over by, well, I was going to say finishing over by airship, but a good part of it's about to get cut off. Very dangerous. One of the few spots where you cannot survive getting knocked for obvious reasons, this zip line.
Yeah.
The zip line of death.
Again, when I first started playing this game, I would hang out in that area and just look for people going across. It's pretty fun when they don't expect it. They're going across and
I respect that.
You drop them down to the abyss below.
That's the dream.
But this is a really good game. I mean, this could give them the win here, to be honest.
So Alliance's finish would put them over CLG based on what I'm seeing. So it would put them into third. So Fire Beavers' final game is going to be important because I think they've already, based on the number of points that they have, they should still be able to hold fourth. But yeah, so basically CLG ends up on the losing side of things because of Alliance's
if my
consistency.
math is it 10 points for
first place?
Win? Yeah,
Yes.
so they need 24 kills. 24 plus 10 is 34, which ties them with Team Liquid. So
yeah,
24 is like tough, but they've
the number we were
they've been able
talking
to do
about
that today.
earlier was like that 26 point, which is very doable for them. So it's very, very doable. Fire Beaver's been extremely good, extremely consistent. Wow. Jumping out to fight in circle round 3. Goodbye, RT.
Careful.
Everybody's about to die.
Well, it is 2 spots left.
They win.
Okay, yeah.
They win before they
just
can
trying
die.
to finish out the game, and they were able to do just that.
Nice. Good closeout, good finish, good wrap up.
So again, the number we're looking for, I think I said, is 24 to tie Team Liquid. Above that, and they are number 1. Again, unofficial. This is my on-stream math, so don't take my word too seriously. 28.
28 first place. That should be.
Should do it.
Should do it.
So we'll do the math behind the scenes, and we will keep you guys updated on how the top of that leaderboard looks. Again, lots of money on the line for those who can get first place week in and week out. Now we're going to move on over to our featured team of the week. It is Team Complexity. Remember, they're in studio. They're in Santa Monica, about 20 feet away from us right now. As you can see in their webcam, the FACEIT logo behind them.
Playing out the final match today. Our boys that we've got over here, 6 squads remaining in their game and getting into some fun little fights on the east side. We never really see anything happen here unless the circle forces people to be here. Could be a fun spot to drop. Personally, I like hanging out with my Biffle Shrek, so I go to the swamps and then lose a lot. But you know, sometimes you gotta see your friends. You gotta hang out with the people that you care about. That's a big thing about what life is. Life is for. Wow. And there you have the update. Barring some sort of really weird apocalypse where everyone gets rezzed magically and they get to kill everybody again, Fire Beavers has taken that first place over Team Liquid, and they've been very, very good, very consistent. It's
yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Doing some quick math.
Just makes me more impressed with how hard Team Liquid popped off last
13 plus 34 is 47, so they need 37 kills to tie Fire Beavers. 37.
It's probably not even possible right now unless they've already got.
I think the world record is 49.
They'd already need like 27, 28 kills, and then they need to kill everyone else.
Yeah.
Neither of those two things, I think, are true.
Probably not possible, but hey, top 4, you know.
Top 4 is the goal, I think. Top 4 is the goal. You just want to make sure you get the top 4, get into the money, and then they have the chance to go over Alliance and T1, and that's the difference of, I believe, prize pool wise, $500, right? Something like that.
I'm not sure.
It's 20. I think it's 2,500, 1,500, 1,000, and then 500. But I could be wrong. I cannot do math on stream, so just ignore me. All you need to know is that if they score more points, they make more money.
And of course, the overall standings. Every kill matters. Every game matters. And you know, pride.
That's really the most important part, is being able to flex on people.
Exactly. Oh! Love when that happens. Except when a Wraith gets stuck and they can just disappear and dodge it.
Tell me how you really feel. Wow, he got blocked in by the box.
I've already made my thoughts on that. No, this is a pretty epic fight here at the end. Got to be careful. Complexity. 2 are down. At least 2 other teams in the area. 5 squads left. Dire Straits. And also the zone is coming in. Then the squad's eliminated. Oh no. They ran against a good team there. 1754 on the kills.
How many kills did they have? Where does that put them? So 13. They don't get any placement points.
Yeah.
13. That puts them at 400 exact. Oh wow.
Yeah, not.
Oh boy. So that's that is definitely an unfortunate finish there, as the opportunity was there, but
yeah.
Wow. What a day we have had here.
I mean, what happened at the end there? It seemed like they were in a decent position, but then they had at least 2, I think they got third party, simply. Like, I think 2 other teams came in there, and then it just became too crazy. Because we saw that stick that happened inside, and it's like, okay, this is going pretty well, but then I think another team came in there, and that happens. That happens in Apex. So the third party happens, and then your game's over.
It's unfortunate. That was a really tough spot as well, because they were trying to get some of the repositioning going, but like I think the one spot, like the death box was blocking his way as he was trying to get out of the door, and some of that stuff is really hard to predict how it's going to happen and how it's going to play around the way that you can try to manipulate the movement and get around. So,
and it's almost like,
but man, interesting day that we had today. I'm gonna say the biggest standouts to me from today's matches was that the alternator meta was more about taking ones that were already geared off of other players rather than trying to like build that kit on your own, which I think kind of really shows that the alternator on its own is not really the problem. The disruptor rounds obviously are a trigger point for many people right now in Apex, but we saw a lot more R99s, which was basically gone. We didn't see any. There's one game where there was a scout and a P20, but the P20 didn't have the hop up and it was never used. But really no P20s. We had a Mozambique. We had a Mozambique used. We had a gold Mozambique that was used earlier in like one of the early matches.
TSM player.
Yeah. So we got to see a little bit of that. That was fun.
Yep. We saw a fair
a
amount
lot
of
more variety, I think, in general.
longbow and wingman without the hop up.
Yep.
Which I was a little bit curious. It's like, okay, how are we going to stick? And yeah, people are sticking with it, even without the hop up.
And no L-stars, by the way. Would
Yeah.
probably the most interesting thing to bring up. I think the biggest thing about the L-star for me and why I don't like picking it up is whatever you had before, you're going to drop it. And you don't know that you're going to find another L-star because it's not like the Mastiff you shoot 4 at a time. It shoots reasonably slowly. You've got like 30 or whatever in the backside, right? So you can reliably play with that for a while with a secondary. Same thing goes for the Kraber because it's not meant to be used like a primary weapon. It's like you're going to have an AR and a Kraber, or like a shotgun and a Kraber, but you're going to try to, play distance-wise really carefully. Whereas the L-stars, it's like, well, you kind of want to have a close range weapon or maybe a sniper, but then the L-star just doesn't have the sustainability over a long period of time to be able to act as that main primary firearm, which I think is where it kind of struggles. So,
yeah. For me with the L-star, I just have trouble. For me, it works really well, kind of close range, and that's it. Kind of like once you get into mid range, the kick up, the recoil that you experience, I feel like it's pretty damning when you're mid range. You're gonna miss some shots, and especially when you don't have that much ammo to work with, you really can't miss shots with the L-star if you want to be effective with it. So I find it to be most useful kind of close range. But then for me, there's a lot of other guns I'd probably rather use instead of the L-star if it is close range. Like a Mastiff comes to mind. Honestly, a Kraber.
Yeah.
If I'm good with the no scopes, treating it like a shotgun, or a Peacekeeper. Like there's a lot of other choices, or even an R99. So it's tougher for me to find as much utility with it. But
I think of the L-star as it's like a good vanilla ice cream, It's like, does it get the job done?
Yeah.
Yes. Is there really anything special about it? No.
Yeah. Especially when it was advertised as like, okay, this is going to be overpowered, and it's meant to be overpowered. It doesn't seem like it is too overpowered.
It doesn't feel like a care package gun.
Yeah.
It feels like a gun, except you can't get more ammo for it.
It looks pretty.
It certainly
the balls
does.
that come out of it.
It certainly
the phase.
It certainly looks nice.
Yeah.
But if I have an L-star and I kill someone with it, and I have like most of the ammo left for it, but I see that the guy's got an alternator with the hop up,
yeah.
Like, why would I ever keep the L-star when this is going to work for the rest of the game?
You're probably going to throw it away after you fight with it the first time.
Yep.
Pretty much every time.
Pretty much every time.
Which means
but
it
you
can
wouldn't
have
do that
use.
with a Mastiff or a Kraber, I guess, is the thing, right?
Yeah.
Those weapons feel like they're game-changing. The L-star doesn't really have that kind of kick to it. Maybe we see it get tuned. Maybe there's a way around it. I don't know. I kind of like the idea because it's like kind of like the way that they talk about the ammo for it. It's like a light focuser or something.
Right.
Maybe it should just restore ammo very slowly over time. I don't know. So you don't want to overdo it. But like if you hold it, you can still kind of use it over the course of a game. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But
Didn't see it much today. Saw a lot of longbow, a lot of wingman, R301, R99, Peacekeeper came out.
And we're just waiting right now for the admins are double checking something just to make sure that we can get all the final results, or if any games need to be replayed. We're just waiting on that right now. So thank you for bearing with us. Hopefully you have enjoyed today's show thus far.
Yeah.
And,
ask your questions in the chat. I'm looking at the chat. I see you guys in the chat. Rogue is hanging out there. Kylie's hanging out there. I see a lot of you guys, so feel free to ask your questions as well. What about like team comps or different legends? I feel
way
like
less lifelines. Way less lifelines.
Yeah.
I think last week we still had a lot of Wraith, Pathfinder lifeline. There were barely any lifelines today. I think a lot of that has to do with she just doesn't have the same level of like utility dealing with the circle, and players are probably getting a lot more familiar with that. You can't use the turtle outside the circle. You can't take a fight while the circle's closing and then stay to loot with a lifeline drone there healing you, which is like the non-abusive way to do it. Like that's kind of like you think about the tactical use of the suck turtle, and that would be like a good case for it. But because of players in ranked who would, probably pick lifeline, grab a bunch of meds in Slum Lake where no one spawns and sits there healing themselves until they get top 5, and they're unkillable. I totally understand why lifeline had to be tweaked in that way, but I think just a little bit of that loss of the usefulness of that sustainability has shown itself. And the +5 damage, +5% damage is something that you really cannot scoff at. Octane is a really good choice because he has the mobility. He doesn't take the extra damage. Same for Bangalore, and we saw a lot more of both of them today.
We did.
I just remember like 3 weeks ago, we really did not see many
we saw a few, but like almost no Octanes really, like for the first like 4 weeks of the tournament. And then now that he's a pretty attractive choice. About as small of a hitbox as you're going to get without the bonus damage.
That's why I switched.
Yeah.
Switch from Bloodhound to Octane. But on that note, with the format like this, where you're playing these public lobbies, it's all about speed and finding the enemy. If you're hearing shots, you need to go right there. When I was able to play with the Liquid guys, like I couldn't keep up with them because they're so fast. And that very much plays into what legends these guys are choosing. So that's why I think,
it was like
Pathfinder,
playing with a TTV Wraith main.
Right. There you go. But, Pathfinder, we're going to see Pathfinder all the time.
Yeah.
Just because of that utility,
Pathfinder will
speed.
never be a bad choice.
Yeah. Pathfinder, and then Octane, of course, with the added speed bonus with the stimming. Just about getting from point A to point B as fast as possible. It's one of the worst feelings. Again, if you're playing a format like this and you hear shooting in the distance, or you hear, but it's too far for you to get to.
Big common call out today was the last two are fighting. No.
Right. It's tragic because you want to be in that fight. You want to be getting those kills because that's the really important number here in this format.
Especially if you're team 3 and you run in and they trade, and then there's like maybe 1 or 2 guys for you to kill, as opposed to 2 full squads. That's 6 kills remaining. Right.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. But
and we saw some splitting, but maybe not as much splitting in that one member of the team, usually a Pathfinder,
I'm gonna say it
kind of peels off and then tries to find the enemies just to try to maximize the amount of area you can cover.
That hurt TSM a lot. They talked about last week they didn't feel that they could split Albert Lely off as much as usual, and that it hurt their results. And now they're able to go back home, play from their home setups in today's competition, and they did even worse than last week. And I think when a lot of the times that we tuned in, Albert Lely was getting picked off. And in some of those games, he got rezzed and they still had great finishes, but it takes some of the wind out of the sails of that strategy. Like the fact that you have to take a detour to go res him. You have to spend X number of time rezzing or picking up more gears. So, yeah.
Looks like we're hearing that Complexity is going to be replaying their game due to a technical issue. So I think we're going to be scrolling that into that in just a bit. I wanted to ask too, something that I was kind of looking out for today with the increased gas damage, right? The circle damage. I wonder how that's changing things a little bit because from one end, as far as the format,
if you're downed in round 2, you're dead.
Yeah.
Bye.
So how many normies are getting caught up in that?
I think a lot.
Right.
I think in pub games,
or maybe
really
you're
bad.
not getting as many kills because you're having people just die outside the circle. So it's almost more of an impetus to just find everyone before.
Way too many altruists out there. Like unless I think it's the second circle damage, unless it's a lifeline that is knocked outside. If you res them and you don't have a portal or jump pad to immediately get them out, you can't heal through even with syringes in that position. Like you're just dead.
Those are like the really interesting decisions that we're kind of starting to see. It's like, okay, how far away? Is it worth it to try to get them? Is it even possible? We're seeing players left behind.
People are doing like math on it and stuff, and they're like, even if you start immediately, it's just not gonna work because you have to basically be there. Because even if the syringe was just barely enough to not die, you're moving so slow, you're not gonna make it anyway.
Yeah.
Unless, like I said, it's right there. Like you're not going 100 meters trying to heal off syringes. Like when you get knocked and you have 20 syringes on you, no, doesn't happen to anybody.
I think that's very interesting to look out for, especially as the circles get more severe.
Because before this patch, if a lifeline went out there, even if the damage was the same as it was now, like in Elite Queue, it was way worse. But you could go res the guy, drop the suck turtle, and that would give him the boost that he could use like a med kit or something. But because the turtle dies after 2 ticks of the circle damage, it's just not useful. So here we are. We're going to replay that final game for Complexity. Due to technical issues.
No, that's okay. Just not literally one
okay.
in front.
I marked a white body, by the way.
Okay. Extra white body in there.
I'm grabbing a sec.
I'm excited for this because we're going to be able to see a full game from our featured team, Complexity. 20 squads left. We get to see from the very beginning what's going on. Also, another bit of news that I'm hearing, again, hopefully someone in production corrects me if I'm wrong, but Fire Beavers, the game that they replayed, was discounted. So they went back to accept the result that they had in the previous result, which puts them in 4th place. So I think I saw a few people in the chat asking about that. Which
we've had a little bit of a shakeup due to some shenaniganery or otherwise happening.
Yeah.
But
So that means that, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Liquid should be at the top.
Just be careful coming in.
Because Fire Beavers were the only one that could really catch them. Unless Complexity is able to get like 37 kills here. World record is 49, so it's possible.
Well, all that matters, the real thing that's happened now because of the issue is that Complexity can go from having not actually made the money after that weird game that they had into that puts them potentially peak second place today. I don't think they'll catch Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid has they have afforded themselves a very large buffer, but getting up from 5th to 2nd would be huge for Complexity.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we can see in the bottom right, today's points 400. Although it says completed match is 12, so this is going to be their redo on that 12th match. So we'll do all the math after this gets situated. But right now we're seeing a firefight in Thunderdome. What do you think about them dropping over here?
Honestly, I have no idea. I really don't get it. A lot of pros, a lot of good players do it because you can rotate to Skulltown, I guess. But as someone who sucks, I would never, ever land here. I really don't like landing Thunderdome. I don't have what it takes.
I feel like just the edge of the map, I don't know if that's the best decision because
I think it's just because you can get to Skulltown too quickly. And there's not really any terrain that blocks you from getting to the center from Skulltown.
Yeah, true.
A north circle would be annoying, but there's really not a lot of...
And the thing is, they're not really going to Skulltown right now. So it's just curious to me that, you know, dropping at the edge of the circle, you're going to be encountering less teams, really.
I think they're just playing really carefully.
Versus landing near the middle, right? Then you have teams all around you. Whereas here, they're on the edge, so they're limiting their options.
I think they're playing carefully because they recognize that they don't need to have a very high kill game to get into money from this, right? First place in a couple of kills would be better than the map that they have now been redoing, right? So by that logic, they really should they can afford to play this one a little bit more carefully, get a few less kills, and just aim for that second place mark.
Gotcha. So not necessarily prioritizing an insane game, like just crazy kills.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but second place behind the team that was behind Team Liquid before this reshuffle or whatever was at 411, right? Was it
T1? I think.
Yeah, they were. I think they were at 411, and Team Liquid was at 430. So they only need to like win and get like 14 or 15 kills for second, but they need to win and get like 37 kills for first place, which is.
Gotcha.
I love you guys, but well, I'd rather be surprised and upset by your crazy performance than try to delude myself into thinking that is going to happen.
Yep, I feel you. I wonder what our record has been on stream of most kills in a game. I'm just going to throw that one out there.
Was it the most? I think
see if production gets back to me in a little bit.
I feel like the highest we had was we had a team get 41 in one game last week, I think. We didn't actually get to cast it, but I think they pulled it up for like a moment. It was like one of the highlights that we had, but I think there was one.
Oh, this is a nice little track down. Look at just the effectiveness of the grapple in this airbase area, just zipping right towards these guys, not letting them run. And that's going to be pretty simple cleanup of that team. Great initiation by the Pathfinder.
Rarely get to see any play. We rarely see these guys fighting around the airbase area. I love airbase as far as the layout goes, but it is pretty terrible if someone lands on the high ground area and they get any sort of ranged kit. They just look down and you're stuck. And that's it. And if they know how to aim, you're just dead. Like there's just not a lot you can do without them making a huge mistake because they got the high ground and there's only like 3 or 4 ways to climb out of there. You can go from the south or the north to escape, of course, but you're not going to be able to charge your target from that position.
I've got to say, one of the weirdest rotations I've seen, going from Thunderdome
all
the
the
way
west side.
to airbase. Just
and the
staying
circle
on the
is
edge.
in the southeast, right?
Yeah.
Is what it looks like.
Yeah, so just a crazy rotation. I think they were just following a team, and it just so happened that the team just kept running in that direction. Look how far they went, from Thunderdome all the way to airbase. Staying on the edge of the map. Hopefully that all wasn't just for one team. That's all I would say.
Landed on another team.
Oh, yeah,
show you my devotion.
Yeah, at this point everyone's running back to the circle, so it should be pretty predictable to know where people will be coming from. They're going to be running alongside them and then taking them out.
He's going to pass up the devotion for that Peacekeeper.
I think for me that would depend on which hop-up is most available, but it seems like no turbocharger, no precision choke anywhere nearby, so just going to go Peacekeeper with just a little shotgun bolt at the end. That's it.
Yeah, from here on the left.
take the zip line. It looks like they see a team at this res location. I think the res is happening right now.
Yep, the beacon has been used.
Heading towards that market area.
Yeah, where does boys go?
Feels like they already cleared out the left side of the map, so now I think they would probably rotate east or just go south and east. They're done going to the west, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they're doing this the smart way. They're playing it slow, making sure that they don't get caught or flanked or really heavily third-partied, because the point goal for them on this one isn't that crazy. The best move, I think, is to take the realistic choice, which is to aim for second place now. I think if they tried to go for first and dropped crazy hot and crazy aggro, I think they probably still would have a really hard time, even if they killed everybody in like Skulltown. I think they'd still have a really, really hard time getting 37
I just want to see a world record, Nathanius. All right, I want to see them go for it, but
maybe
no,
when they add
the safer play is probably best.
Yep, we're right behind you.
Unless we had an incentive added where the highest kill count on the day gets X money. No?
I've seen that in too many tournaments already. It doesn't end well. It doesn't play well with the format very nicely.
Looks like they're encountering. They're the third partiers here. It seems like they see two enemies fighting, and they're gonna jump in right away, throwing out those thermite grenades first. There's a knockdown. Yep, definitely two teams, one on the tower and one down below. Gonna try to go deal with that. Doing some zipline trickery, and he could grapple up there too.
You know what would be a great kicker? Would be finishers. You know?
You get him, Reptar?
What?
Yeah, oh,
like using the finisher moves.
I'm one shot.
What about? You get rewarded?
Yeah, like if you got a bonus.
I disagree very severely with you.
Is that too fun of
I
an
think
idea?
any time you're using a finisher, it's like you're not playing the game seriously.
What are you talking about? You don't have to use bullets.
This game is about speed and getting to the next enemy. If you're using a finisher, you're wasting valuable seconds to go take down
Did you know that
team.
using a finisher is faster than trying to punch the 4 times to kill a guy that's downed? It's just
I'd rather
barely
just wipe
faster.
the squad, you know.
Just barely
just wipe the
faster.
squad.
As a scientist, I tested it.
All right.
And that's why I use finishers on everybody.
Thank you for doing that research.
Because it's efficient, not because I'm evil.
Yeah, I would just. Oh, there's a caustic. I would just always prefer the really quick squad wipe. Oh, dude, good effort by this caustic, throwing the ultimate too. And that's 2 gas canisters, I think, that are going to be a little bit tough to navigate. Already Pathfinder is down. 22 seconds until the circle comes in as well.
I'm really upset that Watson's traps stay after she's eliminated and Caustics don't. If your team gets eliminated as a Watson, your little beacons are still there. If your team gets eliminated as Caustic, all your traps disappear. It makes me very sad. So there's the res coming out. One knock.
I guess, are they going to go try to pick up this banner also?
And 3.
No, leaving them behind.
Oh yeah, it's round 2. Yeah, they can't really stay.
Yeah, I think we're fine. Gabe, do you have a light?
So they're going to try to finish this with 2. We've seen this before today. Again, just more teammates are being left behind than what we've been used to because of the increased damage of the gas, of the circle damage.
Yep, it is painful. Because of that whole res thing, it's better if someone who has the kit to heal themselves with like a med kit, if they have enough time to do it. It's better for them to just run out and try to portal or grapple you back rather than actually trying to revive you.
Of course,
better to go for the full res.
Of course, you guys can see the leaderboard on the left-hand side. You can see how the points are distributed. Pretty much everyone's done, as you can see, except for Complexity, playing their final game, trying to get it into that top 5.
Yep, their last game being replayed due to a technical issue. For anybody wondering why we are over time, since we have them here, we would, of course, like to make sure that everything goes smoothly for them.
In our final segment, we're going to have Axel Toss, Nathanius, and James Bardoff see how many kills they can get. And
Aye. So 3 maybe in bunker, and then that's it.
Yeah, to start.
I can't play Apex with James because we just fight over who gets to play Caustic.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when Caustic mains hang out because Caustic mains never play with each other because they only play Caustic.
or something, because
I get that now. Y'all are having some tense conversations now that I remember.
We sit in a ring around a table and we talk about like our strategies and whatnot, but we never, you know, it's like the Council of Ricks. They never work together.
That's funny. All right, look at that. We're at that watchtower area here, able to clean up another team. I think there's 4 squads left. Doing some quick looting. Ooh, I'd pick up those arc stars. Looks like he did. Needs a bigger backpack. I think he's only on a level 1 backpack. I don't know how that happens at this point in the game.
There's some in this pill too. Heavy ammo here. Follow me.
4 squads left. Gabe is on doing a great job here. 11 kills already.
And they'll get placement points once the next squad dies too.
I need some.
I think the highest.
I would guess. How many kills does everyone have? Is that 11 right here?
Yeah, that's
on
pretty
Gabe?
huge. That's pretty huge for him.
So what? They get.
The highest we've seen is 20 today. Unofficially.
On an individual?
Yeah.
Nice.
Individually.
Nice.
From Misfits player.
3 squads left now.
Okay, so it's 5 on him. So at least 16. I'm not sure how many the Pathfinder Reptar had.
Well, they just need to beat 411, right? So they need, what, 7 or 8 more kills, basically, on Reptar, or whatever he had when he died. And they're going to get a few points for placement. Second place will get them 5. I think that should be enough, but winning this game will definitely get them there.
And I think it's safe to say they cannot catch Team Liquid. We've already kind of discussed that. So, I mean,
no.
How about Liquid, though? Two straight wins in 2 straight weeks? Right after they played with Axeltoss and Apex?
They are beasts.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you, man.
All right, TSM, I want on the team. Let's go. Okay, we need to shut this guy up. Let's go. Let's get it.
Oh, man.
TSM Nate.
I see Rogue. I see Rogue in the chat. I replaced Rogue when I played with Kali and Quiche. So sorry about that, Rogue.
Maybe Rogue is just playing better because he felt like you were stealing his girl.
I know. That might be true. Rogue feels a little threatened. It's all right, Rogue. We'll have to play sometime. Wink, wink, hint, hint. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to get myself some free playtime with the
coaching.
pros. And now I'm just annoying them.
I've
so
never
I'm gonna
climbed on
stop.
top of this before. I assume you can drop down through that. I've never climbed on top of this before.
You have to.
I've literally never gotten on top of this.
I didn't take the balloon
I
and
didn't
just
know
drop
it was
on
open.
it.
I didn't even know the top of this was open.
What a nice little spot there. They
It's a 2v2.
1 squad left here.
1 squad remaining.
I'm gonna check if he has a fast bag or something.
Oh man, I would just crouch on that.
And again, a pretty good number, so they might be able to flirt with that top 2 here this week. Another, I keep asking.
Oh, I think they got second in the bag.
These random
I think
trivia questions.
I think they've got second basically in the bag, right? They've got to be like right there.
Yeah, I just don't know how many kills the Pathfinder had. But I guess the next question, the next trivia question I would have is: have we had a team in studio win the week?
No.
That would be my next trivia. I'm sorry, I keep throwing out just the random trivia questions. That would be a question I have though. But
there you go.
They
They
could be
get
the
it.
closest. If they
Get
get
the
second,
dub.
if they get second here, they'd be the top performing team that's actually been live in studio. Which, if no one has won this week, but that's a pretty good game from Complexity. Let's see what the numbers look like. Oh, I see some clapping.
Yeah, that was a good round. Very good round. Very interesting path that they ended up taking, starting in the bottom left, making their way up to the west side, through the middle, to all the way to the east end of the map, to the southeast, and then the south central for the finish. Not even that far from where the Thunderdome was. So 22 kills with the
I'm sorry, I'm
first place
distracted. Jeesh is in the chat, and he said that I was better than Rogue when we played. I'll stop. No more chat for me.
It's okay.
No more chat for me. It was really fun that they allowed me to play with them.
When Caustic becomes meta, just want you guys to know that I am available, and you can slide into my DMs whenever you want.
Bunker every time. Y'all would do great. Pretty good number there from Complexity to close it out, honestly. 22, pretty solid. We're going to get the standings up and running. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out and tuning in. Again, this is going on every Thursday, and we have 2 weeks after after this one. So if you're hanging out and you enjoyed the show today, make sure you tune into the future weeks.
I believe the 18th and the 25th. So a
Sounds-
week from
sounds
today.
right to me.
A week from today, and then a week from then. Thursdays. Your Thursdays in July are covered. Come watch Apex and hang out with us. We've got the abacus in the back tallying the scores, so we'll have those for you very soon, as well as some words from our team playing here that just had a great finish to their day.
I think it's pretty much set that Liquid won. which is right. I think that's pretty much
that's
happened. So Liquid winning last week, winning this week. What do you think about Liquid's play? I guess from what you've seen,
they're just too good. It's not fair. Can we nerf them? Thanks.
Should we nerf Liquid?
They get
Let us know in the
place
chat.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah. Well, we actually have Jasmine on standby with Team Complexity for an interview. Take it away, Jasmine.
Okay, guys, so the last match that we just had, we had some technical issues here in the studio, but you guys were able to go ahead and replay that. And obviously that impacted where you guys stood at the end of the day. So how do you guys think that you did overall today? How did you guys feel that you performed overall in this environment?
Overall, I think we played really well as a team. We won all of the games, so we basically did all we could without finding more people.
And so, okay, so having, this momentum going into next week, which we have 2 more weeks left, having this momentum, is there anything where you guys see any room for improvement?
I mean, there's always room for improvement, but outside of just small mistakes we made today, I feel we're playing near the best of our ability. Just RNG becomes a big factor in everything.
Okay, and yeah, guys, I mean, we appreciate you being here in the studio. You guys killed it today. Congratulations. And we will see you guys next week.
So we're just going to rotate in.
All right. Thank you, Jasmine.
We're still landing here.
Great to hear those words from Complexity as we take another look at a replay from this team. And, they were talking about it can be hard to find the bad guys. That's the objective. Find the bad guys. You can be really good at Apex Legends, but if you're not able to find the bad guys, you're not getting the points you need to succeed in this format. So again, we talked all about the compositions we're seeing out of these guys, the utility of speed and how important that is. Make sure those speakers or your headphones are really nicely tuned, and make sure that volume is up, because you're listening for shots, you're listening for bad guys pretty much from the very beginning. Maybe it comes down to where you drop, where the plane is in relation to where the circle ends up being. There's a lot of things you kind of have to calculate. Do you want to drop in a more hot spot, or do you want to drop more near the edge of the map? All of these decisions play into how many people you're going to encounter. So I'm curious about those strategies that are used from these players and how that works into their decisions on where to drop. Of course, you would say, just drop bunker. And I'd say, you know what? That might be a good decision. Bunker's been a hot drop before.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be a way to really find a lot of people early on. Or Skull Town, right? So, I don't know. Interesting to think about.
Get yourself a Caustic who can land bunker on his own and kill everybody there while you guys land somewhere else. There you go. That's what you need. But yeah, great set of games today as we get ready to look at the final scores. Complexity, of course, crushed it. Big thanks. Big shout out to them. Happy to have them here in the studio and able to witness their raw Apex skills in person. Up close and personal. I guess you guys technically didn't. You were on the internet watching, but we did, and it was cool. So, yeah.
And I think as we were watching these Complexity highlights, isn't Liquid our team next week? Pretty sure. Again, I keep asking. Axeltoss,
we are
stop
to have them
asking
in here
questions.
soon. We are to have them in here soon, I believe.
I think they're one of the teams slated to come hang out. Of course, Liquid is all in the chat right now, so they can confirm with me. By the way, Rogue was telling me in the chat that, I don't know if Jeesh wants me to say this, but Jeesh apparently had 0 kills in one of their games.
Oof.
But you know what? Maybe he had like 2,000 damage with 0 kills,
yeah.
and Rogue was just taking all the kills.
I totally get that. That happens to me all the time. People are like, Nate, why you got no kills? I'm like, do you see how much gas damage I did? A whole 200, And that might have been just what they needed, right?
Exactly.
That was like the one damage that they needed across their 20 kills, just evenly distributed amongst everybody.
Exactly. All right, here's a fun question for you guys in the chat and for Nathanius. If we see another hot fix, or if we see another little change happen in the next week before next week's competition, what would you expect it to be, or what would you like to see, and why? And maybe you're just like, you know what? It's perfect. Everything is beautiful. Don't do anything.
It's not a hot fix. I want something bigger. You want
a bigger bunker?
No, yes, and no. I don't want the hallways to be bigger. Maybe make it more long and windy. I would like to see something about the number of hop-ups. If there's any way to tune it, at least that I'm not aware of, I'd like to see something. I don't know. I feel like the
Like,
variety's being
dual
pushed.
wields.
I feel like it's really hard to find anything, and maybe that's good, but there's so much now that it's it makes it feel a little bit weird. But I guess we get that kind of variety that we had in today's matches because of it. Just makes me salty because all I want is turbocharged Havoc every game.
It's a good
2
gun.
of them.
That's a good one.
With 600 energy ammo.
But apparently, again, I saw something on Reddit. Oh no, G said he's deleting me from the friends list. Come on, man. I'm just reporting facts or something.
You flew too close to the
and they're
sun.
saying that Liquid is here for next week. They are going to
Nice.
be in studio, so we'll hang out.
We'll get to interview them. You get to hear their thoughts. We'll ask them what it's like to be too good at a video game. Certainly a question that not too many people get to be asked.
Of course, 2 straight wins for Liquid. That's pretty huge. I'm trying to think of any other changes that I would like to see. I'm reading the chat here. Anyone
Gas
have any
damage doubled. Why not?
suggestions?
Caustic's so bad. Well, we might as well make him viable, right? You know what I'm saying? Just a little, just a bit.
And by the way, you guys were all streaming, so it's not like I broke any news there. Okay, that was already out there. It was already there.
We have the standings.
I got an Arc Star from a flyer. I already told you that. In like the first 5 seconds of it, or not Arc Star, L Star from a flyer. In the first, I didn't expect that. Let's look at our standings. I think these are our final standings for today's action, and I think we'll also have overall standings to look at as well. Because with Liquid's win, remember they were like top 5 in the overall standings.
They're clawing their way back.
So that's.
They also won over second place by a decent margin, and no shade to Complexity, but they weren't one of the top teams on the overall before coming into this.
Right.
So
I didn't understand that.
I didn't. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay,
I think
we're getting
a bit of a gap. So
we're
just
getting the
the
standings calibrated properly. Make sure it's right here. Here we go. Okay, so
There
it
we
is
go.
top 4. There you go, Nathanius. Team Liquid, #1 team, 2,500. I should almost take a coaching management fee from that, but I'm not going to. Complexity, what a week from them. 2nd place. They're going to be super happy about that. And remember, they were in studio to make that happen. T1 in contention as well, #3 spot. Remember, they were #2 in our overall standings, so anything in the top 5 is going to be really good for them as they're still trying to go for the overarching win. Alliance at #4. And Fire Beavers, honestly, not necessarily what they were looking for. Like, still amazing. #5 with all these crazy names on the board.
405 would have won you in a few of the previous weeks, but
Fire
not
Beavers,
this week.
They were #1 coming into this, so I'm wondering if that's changed at all after these standings. But,
It is weird because for Team Liquid, they're catching up ground. I want to give a quick shout out to Immortals, finishing top 8. They continue to improve week over week, and as the last overall team, I would like to see them be able to escape from that position. Great group of kids there on that team. And TSM riding the struggle bus today. Big drop off for them. They played extremely well in most of their games, but they flubbed 2, and that's all you need to fall into the abyss as far as points go.
Yeah, and we've been talking like, what's the best way to approach this? Do you go for the crazy kills or do you play a little bit safer? And that's what all these teams are trying to figure out. But Team Liquid doing great things. I think we have the overall standings coming up here. Fire Beavers still in front, but look at the
Team Liquid's closing the gap.
T1 is also just 6 points behind Fire Beavers. And there we see Team Liquid 25-15. So Team Liquid, I know they're watching the stream, or at least they're in the chat. So I hope they look at this because they still have a big mountain to climb. 25-91 for Fire Beavers, 25-15. That's still a pretty big, that's a lot of ground to still make up. So Team Liquid, they need to kind of look at this and be like, all right, these 2 weeks were fine. We did great, but we need to do even better. Like, that's how they need to think going into next week and the following week if they're going to catch these 2 in front of them.
I think if they're just consistent, they'll be able to do it. They made a huge stride today. If they have a similar gap like that afterwards, I definitely see them having big potential.
Well, that's going to do it for us here this week for the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends Tournament. This has been week 6. Nathanius, it's been a ton of fun. Any final thoughts before we sign off?
Just thank y'all for hanging out with us. Hope you guys had a great time, and look forward to seeing you next Thursday.
Awesome. This has been Axel Toss and Nathanius providing you guys coverage of this Apex Legends Tournament here live from the FACEIT studio in Santa Monica. Next week is week 7. Team Liquid, they're going to be in the house, and we're going to hang out. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you tune in. We'll see you then.